Not for me.
We do. So we've got our first Grixis player of the weekend. We kept them off coverage yesterday. We showed you some of the more interesting decks. But rest assured, there are Grixis players in the room. So we've got one of them, James Larson Scott, one of your teammates.
Yeah, this is we affectionately called JLS is how I'm going to be referring to him for the rest of the match. Wearing the Fibblethib hat.
Both of them with Fibblethib hats.
Oh, baby.
I love it.
Do you reckon one of them put it on and then the other one was like, I'm not getting out Fibblethib here?
Yeah, absolutely. And then on the other side, Henry Fair. He'll be familiar to viewers of the stream. He was on stream yesterday, defeated a Nadu player in round 3.
Yes,
So.
yeah, knocked out Noel round 3. Henry's also picked up a couple of draws in the couple of rounds leading up to it. Henry, a technically undefeated player?
Technically undefeated. One of 3 undefeated players we have left. There's also 2 7-0-1 players. So no 8-0 players yesterday, actually, which is interesting as we head towards the top 8. It means there's a little bit more flex in some ways, but also less in others. Probably no 7-3s getting in, or rather X3s getting into the top 8 with some of these extra draws around.
Yeah, it's going to be a weird cut, and we'll see how that develops over the course of the day. But yeah, JLS is going to be on the Grixis deck, the Grixis bus stop as it is affectionately known. Our team has put a lot of work into this deck. We've had a lot of iterations of the deck in the last couple of weeks. Given the recent pointings of Psychic Frog and Reanimate, the deck's had to make up a few changes, but nothing too drastic until Avatar. So we tried out a lot of cards in these slots. We're going to lead off on a DRC here. Looks like we also have Psychic Frog, Deadpool, Underground Sea in the hand. So JLS's hand is incredibly powerful for a matchup where you're trying to play onto the board.
Yes, and this Orzhov Taxes deck from Henry's side, also very fair. So we would expect a pretty back and forth, long, fair, interactive game, I would expect.
For sure, and we can see Henry's hand here. It looks like we have a Douthie Voidwalker, a Murderous Cut. I believe that's a Stoneforge Mystic in there as well.
Douthie Voidwalker is a really nice one against Grixis. Although it's not a combo deck in the sort of traditional sense, it does use the graveyard a lot. And Swords to Plowshares, really important to get rid of that frog. This is a really strong opening from JLS.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Psychic Frog got to 2 points for a reason. The card is incredibly powerful. We want to get it off the board as soon as we can. Henry also has One Ring in hand, so JLS actually might get value out of this Spell Pierce in a matchup that Spell Pierce is usually a dead card in. So.
Yep, absolutely. It's interesting you say, you know, Bust Off, of course, long time Grixis players, I would say, really, in a lot of ways, leading innovation on that deck. Grixis is actually not doing so well. There's a lot of it here, but today, we'll get to the stats after round 10, but the conversion rate wasn't quite there, but at the same time, in the hands of the best players, like a JLS, who has a heap of experience, heap of success, it is a very powerful deck that gives you a lot of agency.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, I think one of the things that, some little insider knowledge from the Bus Stop crew over here, we kind of expected shops to not show up anymore. We haven't seen much of it in locals. There hasn't been much talk about it. I know Volti won one of the invitational qualifiers with shops, and there's always going to be those people who just love registering workshop. But we kind of expected, we haven't seen it. We're not going to really tech that hard for it. And yesterday showed that we were so wrong on that.
Spoilers, Shops was the best performing deck on day 1. We'll get to it, but
there's a lot of robots in the room.
There's a lot of Shops. There's a few Eldrazi decks all doing really well right near the top. So
and horrible news for Grixis gamers out there. So
it is. It is. I talked to Trent earlier yesterday, and he said, "Please just keep feeding me more Grixis decks."
Yeah. There's also a lot of Storm players in the room, more than I expected. I think I heard from last check 5 people made.
There were 7 Storm players, and 6 of them made day 2.
6 of them made day 2. There we go. So also another nightmare matchup for Grixis. But JLS is still holding his own. One of the most competent pilots I can see on this deck.
And right at home with these sort of highly interactive mid-range decks.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And JLS has actually spent a lot less time playing Magic than he's usually known for. Known by many people as Lava Ridge from Moto. JLS has taken a little change in career paths recently. I'm not sure if you're aware of this.
I am, yes.
JLS has started learning how to be a DJ and has started DJing at clubs and stuff at night. So still maintaining those grind hours, but he's now behind the decks. And it is one of the coolest things that's happened in our Bus Stop Discord for years, honestly.
It is awesome to see, actually. I love it. Swapping the late night Moto challenges for late night DJing. It's great.
It's the best when he comes home from a set and he's like, oh, I was right in time for the standard challenge to fire, and just gets into it. But
excellent.
He's spinning the decks and he's spinning Henry's life total down as we get more into this game here.
He is. So doing the Grixis thing, playing cheap threats, interacting with your opponent's threats to just pull ahead. Lean and Arbite is a really nice one to have under an Emperor of Bones.
Yeah, exactly.
Threatening to put that one in at instant speed if your opponent cracks a fetch land.
Instead, he's just, I want to shove.
Or
damage.
You just shove.
Damage time.
That too. I wanted to get fancy with it, but JLS said, how about I just add 4 more power to the board?
And you know what? That's why we're in the booth.
Yeah, correct.
He's down there.
I would have wanted to try and like get my opponent. And JLS said, how about I just try and win the game instead?
Yeah, exactly. And JLS's last 2 cards in hand, no slouch either, Spell Pierce and Deadpool.
Yeah, Deadpool's a pretty good one.
Look, it looks like Henry doesn't have land number 4 unless...
It's a big deal with the 1 ring in hand. And
yeah, exactly.
JLS has tapped out, so this would be the opportunity to try and jam it, but instead,
yeah,
stuck on 3
interesting.
lanes.
And whatever creature Henry could develop onto the board here can just get Deadpool swapped. And that is a nightmare. We haven't seen much Deadpool on camera. In fact, we never got to see it yesterday. I don't know.
think we saw it at all yesterday.
Yeah.
But it is around. There's a lot of them around.
There is a lot of Deadpool in the room. It is a very divisive card.
I think we worked out it was 130 or something in the room
Whoa!
yesterday.
Okay, yeah.
Out of
so
310 players, so
Yeah.
almost 1 in 2 players.
I do like the fact that we've now had Deadpool in the format for, I want to say, around like 6 months' time, give or take. Players have started finally figuring out how this card works. We used to have a lot of issues of, we would ask questions, being like, what does Deadpool do here? What happens if I swap here?
I've still seen plenty of judge calls over the last 2 days about this card.
It's not 80% of judge calls anymore now, though. We're down to like 40, 50%.
You know what my favorite thing was? Yesterday we had Liam Whelan on coverage playing Rakdos Aggro, and he had a Deadpool shirt on. He said, you know what, it's open list, so I'm not giving anything away. I can just...
That's like, I even see some of the Storm players had Deadpool in their sideboard, and they're like, I don't know, man, I see it win games in mid-range mirrors for no reason.
I have seen Deadpool solo build. Not only does it like answers your opponent's, opposition agent or Doubthy Voidwalker, but it's also just a 5-power creature that lightning spikes your opponent every time.
And JLS just wins the match. Oh, sorry, wins the game with this.
Yep.
So no blocks from Henry, wanting to keep that Giver of Runes alive for potential future turns. Dropping down to 2. Can already see the Lightning Bolt in the graveyard. And we'll pull Deadpool up on the screen, actually, just to really show what this card does, because
showcase this card.
a lot of words, ridiculous artwork, ridiculous premise that this is in Magic the Gathering, but this is the world we're living in, and it's a Deadpool world out there.
It is. Very powerful card. This is a Secret Lair exclusive card.
Exactly. It's not legal on Moto either, so for all those people who play in VFNs, you might not understand how oppressive this card has been for the format.
That's funny. I played Time Walks in VFN the other week, and I had the Natural Order Atraxa, and after talking to experienced Time Walk pilots, they all said, we've cut Atraxa from our decks because if you get it copied by Deadpool, the game is so bad.
Oh, yeah.
And they said, but online you can play it because there's no Deadpools.
There's no Deadpools out there, yeah. It's a completely different format.
As we take a look at the deck list, we're going to start with Henry. It's really tricky in these matchups. These sort of grindy matchups, it's hard to have a haymaker as such against a Grixis deck.
Yeah, Grixis is literally just, these are the best cards in the format. They are the most efficient, the cheapest interaction, the cheapest threats that can be developed along that interaction, and the best counterspells. So it's kind of like when you tried to sideboard against, say, Jund in Modern back in the day. When it was like, there's no good cards against it. You just kind of got to make your deck slightly better.
Couple notable ones, though. Kedramos, really hard to remove. Can draw a lot of cards. Grixis is not good at dealing with an indestructible creature.
No, they have 1 Dismember, and they have
one
counterspells.
Deadpool.
And they have Deadpool, yeah. How about I have a Ketchamos?
How about that? The other options there, Sanctifier and Vec. Pretty nice. Protection from a lot of Grixis' cards.
Big fan.
Bit of graveyard disruption to slow things down. Can block all day. Spirit of the Labyrinth is another one. There's a lot of card draw in the Grixis decks. That might come in. It's a bit vulnerable as a 3-1.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the things we're going to see when JLS's deck pops up as well is Grixis has swapped away from that Deathrite Shaman play that would be its one-pointed card towards Bowmasters. We expected a big uptick in Wan Shitong, the Librarian. We expected a lot more instant speed interaction. We wanted to be able to hide that we might have a Wan Shitong alongside Bowmasters. And Bowmasters is one of those weird cards where the less play it sees, the better it becomes.
Yeah,
as people start not respecting it anymore. We can see Henry also has Bowmasters in their list as well. So Henry is no slouch, understanding that this card is quite powerful, especially in the white-black taxes deck. You want to be able to get on board and interact, and it does both.
In terms of things you're cutting, some of the taxing effects are maybe not as high priority.
Yeah, I wouldn't be thrilled by things like Clarion Conqueror, for example.
Superior Spider-Woman.
It's just, like they're decent-sized bodies, but we can probably have better options to come in. And this is JLS's list here, which is, I think, exactly the 75 that all of the Grixis gamers from Bus Stop have registered. And as I said, the most notable difference is the Bowmasters over the copy of Deathrite Shaman.
Yes.
We did try a few other avatar cards alongside Wan Shitong, the Librarian. Little peek behind the curtain. Fire Nation Occupation might be something we wanted to try out. We didn't get enough time to test this card to the full extent. And I looked through, I couldn't see anyone who registered it for this weekend either, but I have been dubbing this card as Fable the Mirror Breaker at home.
Oh, that is
quite a cool card. So we're going to pull this up on screen when we get
We'll pull this back up in a second. In terms of sideboarding,
Massacre, Toxic Deluge.
Yeah.
Bring them in.
Bring him in, and then maybe Quantum Riddler, Colligon's Command as sort of grindy cards as we try and fight this mid-range battle.
I think this Duress has to come out. There's not many things it can hit. Same with the Force of Negation.
Yes.
There's a chance that JLS also wants to board out Force of Will as the whole. I don't want to 2-for-1 myself against a matchup that's going to go long, it's going to go grindy, and I'd rather just play aggressively to the board. So, yeah, these Massacre Toxic Deluge are the absolute hammers in this matchup. You see planes, you see white little shitters. I want them off the table. I want them gone.
Sort of the case. Massacre reminds me of Submerge, which is also in JLS's deck, where if you have the right basic land type, and they have the right basic land type, it's probably really good.
Yeah, they don't make free spells like they used to, I'll tell you that much. But and this is Fire Nation Occupation that I was talking about. So this is doing the same thing as Fable of the Mirror Breaker, in quotation marks, right? It's not that good. Where in ETBs, you make a 2/2 red soldier creature token with Firebending 1, and whenever you cast a spell during your opponent's turn, not just instant and sorcery, but also creatures, anything else with flash, you're going to make another Firebending token, which you can, pump that mana into potentially a 1-Shitong in mid-combat, or any other instant speed interaction you might want to start fighting over, Lightning Bolt, for example.
Very possible for this to create more than two 2/2s as well.
Oh, yeah.
Grixis loves to cast spells during its opponent's turn.
Henry's got a really good start here. We see turn 1 Mother of Runes, which has gotten to untap.
Huge. Beautiful Mother of Runes as well.
Oh, yeah. This is from the Mother's Day Secret Lair, I believe, that they made. Big fan of this one. And it looks like we might have the cheeky... Okay, this is a Voice of Victory that's come into play here. That, JLS is not going to let that resolve.
Jeez.
And now,
Day's always so powerful when it works.
For sure. Now we're in this awkward spot, though, where the Ragavan's never going to get to attack into this Mother of Runes. Well, maybe we have to force a removal spell. Not too sure.
I was going to say, it's an interesting mind game. If JLS just plays his Volcanic Island and says, go to combat and attacks, can you block us, Henry? It's a strong signal that he has Lightning Bolt.
To be honest, I think from Henry's position, without saying Henry's hand, there's also a strong argument for that play to just go like, okay, I'll block with Mother of Runes. What do you want to do?
Trade.
And I'm happy to trade here if you want to bluff, and then JLS can come out on top of that. Looks like JLS's hand is a couple of lands, Corey Steelcutter, Sheoldred, huge in this matchup, and a Mishra's Bauble. So we can trigger that Corey Steelcutter next turn.
I was going to say, this is where we see the downside of Days, though. Picking up a land when you're on the draw does put you behind when you have a 4-drop in hand. You have Corey Steelcutter, which is, well, in this case, he has the 0 to immediately trigger it. But it means this turn was Ponder instead of Corey Steelcutter, put a thing in play, start attacking.
For sure. And it's one of those things that, like, would you trade Time Walk for Voice of Victory? I think in this matchup you have to, because Voice of Victory really messes up the Grixis deck.
Ooh.
And there is, this is one of the Spider people, Spider Woman. This is the artifacts, I believe, and artifacts and creatures enter tapped.
There's a really nice one against Corey Steelcutter.
And Mishra's Bauble, which is both in
Mishra's Bauble. Yeah, Mishra's Bauble does have to tap and sacrifice. Excellent.
That's actually really funny. So JLS has got an Emperor of Bones off this Ponder, so decided not to shuffle, it looks like. So we're expecting to see the Swamp that was also in that pile, and the Underground Sea that JLS has drawn as well. Now, I wonder how safe JLS is going to play with his lands as well. Henry's deck is that taxes list. We are expecting to see, Wasteland Strip Mine effects. So I wonder how safe JLS wants to play this, to be honest. But I think, given the way that the Grixis deck is so efficient and him having 2 extra lands in hand on top of this, you're just going to jam. There's not a Blood Moon effect that's going to completely shut off your colors. So I think playing around the one-of Wasteland is not worth it at the time. And this is a huge play that we used to see a lot in Grixis when Reanimate existed. Of Emperor of Bones, Exile Troll of Khazad-dûm, but it's not his.
You say that, though. But again, Spider-Woman's in play. So the Troll's going to come into play tapped. So JLS is going to have to put it in Henry's end step, untap, attack with it. So little bits of interaction, little bits of just disruption from the Orzhov Taxes deck. That is sort of the name of the game.
This is like having a fly stuck in your car while you're driving. And you're just like, it's annoying. It's going to slightly put me off. It might not win, but...
But the thing is, even if that Troll will get in for 6, Henry will take 6, still has 9 life, still has a reasonable board.
That's huge.
And the rest of JLS's game plan is being slowed down.
Yeah.
That Sanctifier on Vec is really nice. That'll block Ragavan or Emperor of Bones forever.
Yep. And most of the cards that JLS is going to be playing for the next couple of turns, red and black, it's going to stop potential delve threats as well. And we just see a Murktide off the top. Luckily, nothing red or black in the graveyard to slow down that the big dragon there.
Can still put fetch lands in, can put that bauble in eventually. So could still play the Murktide next turn. Now, notably, the Corey Steel cutter is red, but the tokens it makes are white.
Thank goodness.
So those will attack past the Sanctuary on Vec after a turn, because they'll come in tapped. Everything's just being slowed down. That is really the name of the game of this Orzhov Taxes deck.
Yeah, for sure. And look, it's one of those things that JLS is slowly but surely building a board, right?
Yes.
So kind of invalidating the Mother of Runes, and keeping it not on blocking duty, but on it will prevent removal spells on these key hate pieces that are in play.
But at the same time, Henry is also building up a board.
True.
Richardson port there, I think that was.
Yeah, that is a
Try to
Richardson port.
restrict the
We have a
mana.
Starfield Shepherd as
Yes,
well.
that's a really nice value play.
Love
Find a
Starfield
1-drop.
Shepherd.
We can play the 1-drop this turn.
What 1-drops do we have from Henry's list that we could potentially pick up with this?
Ocelot Pride.
I mean,
Deathrite
absolute banger.
Shaman. Dryad Militant. Giver of Runes for more protection. Those look like the standout ones to me. So there's a few options. Nothing that's a huge hammer, I would say.
No,
but
surprisingly.
good options.
I'm not sure if we wouldn't want to be looking for potentially Deathrite Shaman here. Ocelot Pride's going to be hard to trigger without that guide. There's not many sources of life gain in Henry's deck, and there's none in play. So it's not exactly something where you can go like, okay, Ocelot Pride's going to start making an incredible board. We need to have something that to combo with it.
Absolutely.
And now Henry has used Emperor of Bones to get back Voice of Victory. So we might be able to have, 2 mana, bring this Voice of Victory in and force through a play that JLS will not be able to interact with based on the Voice of Victory's passive ability there. Oh, but once again, these players are angry with these Emperor of Bones this match. They just want to shove.
Getting in.
Getting in while the going's good.
And the Sanctuary coming across as well.
Yeah, I mean, can't be blocked, really, so... This saying, I saw how quickly you were able to close out game 1 from seemingly not much, and I can't let that happen again. So
we're just
I got to send in the clowns. We're doing it.
So 6 damage going to come across here. Healthy chunk, and we'll put JLS down to 11 now. And there is a board in play. Henry is attacking. There's a couple of evasive creatures. Mum can also make something else evasive potentially.
Exactly, and like these Sanctifier is never going to be able to be blocked unless this. This
Murktide could come
down.
The white monks there that we've got as an empty sleeve can also block.
Okay, so JLS has picked up an Inquisition of Kozilek, which is going to miss, unfortunately.
It will, potentially, if he decides to fire that off. And you have to think...
I think we're just going to see Sheoldred.
Yeah, Sheoldred also... That'll swing races.
It's going to be able to prevent these little nickel and dime damage that's coming across, while also being able to... If we're stuck in a board stall state, Sheoldred slowly ticks down. But JLS is looking like we're going to go for Inquisition plus Murktide to be able to make more of these Corey Steelcutter tokens. So, okay, that missed.
And also just put a large dragon in play. With an Emperor of Bones on the other side, you're not guaranteed necessarily to be able to keep filling your graveyard.
Yeah, exactly. And it might be one of those things where let it happen now. We're not sure when the next chance we might get for a Murktide is. And these Corey Steelcutter tokens are going to scale as, we get more and more of them. Means more spells off the top is more powerful.
Keep building out the board, and JLS here choosing not to move the Corey Steelcutter over.
I think that's smart. Keeping the one that's untapped as a 2-2. I don't think we're going to see an attack here into the 4-4 Emperor of Bones, even though it's a 3-3, especially with Mum as well. Mum makes attacking pretty obnoxious there, so we're going to draw off the ball finally. We draw a Brainstorm, which is pretty good with Sheoldred. We're going to gain 6 life if we need it.
Pretty good. I mean, pretty good in general, but especially with Sheoldred.
So yeah, JLS now has options that are great draws. So the Grixis deck usually caps out at 4 mana for the Sheoldred effect, for Deadpool. Sometimes we see Pyrogoyf in these lists, which means drawing a land, we get to play Sheoldred, and we get to play Brainstorm, which means we're triggering our cutter, we're gaining some life. If we don't draw a land, we're drawing a spell, and
that's good too.
Almost every spell is going to be able to be cast alongside that Brainstorm as well if we want to make more monks. So
Henry, on the other hand, has options now.
Yeah, now we have Barragoyf.
That is a life gain source.
Is it? We don't have graveyards at the moment.
Well,
maybe eventually.
Eventually, it could be.
With dueling Emperor of Bones though, and the Sanctifier, these graveyards have gotten teeny tiny. And Barragoyf,
very good point.
Such a powerful card. Honestly, one of those cards that, if we're starting to get to a point where every good threat in the format gets pointed for overuse, Barry's on the chopping block. He's almost in every black deck.
This is very strong, very powerful card. The Spider-Woman will come across for 2.
We're deciding not to attack with a Sanctifier now. We need to keep it back because of those Monk tokens. And yeah, we're just going to clarify the board state for everyone so it's easy to see why that Sanctifier doesn't attack here. And there's the Warped Starfield Shepherd. So, Henry, what's the choice?
And notably, Henry here choosing not to activate Rishadan Port. So that Shieldred will be able to come down next turn.
And also, Henry understands this matchup. Henry's very well versed, plays at Chatswood a lot. There's a lot of Grixis gamers in Chatswood. We got, the likes of Juzza. We've got Jack Ding, who's known to play Grixis time to time. We've got fellow bus stop player Steven also plays Grixis at Chatswood. So Henry knows that the Grixis deck is cheap. If I'm porting your 4th land, it's not exactly going to help me, but doesn't realize one of the only 4-drops in the deck is in hand.
Exactly.
And yes, Cecil was the choice here off the Starfield Shepherd. Yeah, Cecil's huge.
Death Toucher there, but also potentially has the ability at some point to flip into a large life-linking creature.
Mm-hmm. Just like in the story, Cecil redeemed himself. It'll be a 4/4 with lifelink that can give other attacking creatures indestructible.
Powerful.
That'll punch through a board.
I haven't seen that ability resolved very often.
No.
Usually it goes on the stack and the opponent concedes.
Yeah. Usually I don't even make them pull the Cecil out of the sleeve and transform it.
Yeah.
If that thing's flipping against me, because most of the time you see this card in standard, you're just like, no, man, you got it, it's fine.
That's fine. You got me.
Okay, what did JLS draw here? I didn't quite catch it. I was too busy reminiscing about Cecil. Oh, there's the Massacre. Is that it?
That's a pretty nice one. Cast that
Is
one
that
for
good?
free.
Is that good? I think that's good.
Get to also trigger your Corey Steel Cutter alongside with the Shieldred afterwards.
Yeah, that one's a beating. And Mum, notably, cannot stop this. Cannot give protection from -2/-2. It's not damage. So very exciting to see how JLS is going to play this. As I said, we didn't draw a land for this Brainstorm, but the Massacre being a free spell means we can develop Shieldred and then also develop this Massacre if we want to. But we'll see how JLS wants to play this turn. Maybe doesn't want to give up the Monk.
The Monk and also currently the Emperor of Bones is unadapted. So it would
And Ragavan
cost
too.
a few creatures on JLS's side as well. It's not free.
Yeah.
You're going to adapt this? Okay.
Yeah, there we go. So JLS is choosing to adapt the Emperor. We're going to bring the Troll back. It's going to come into play tapped, which means we're not going to do it, unfortunately. There's no way we could have sequenced this, that we could have gotten rid of the Spider-Woman and kept the Emperor of Bones alive to bring back this Troll untapped.
Yep, absolutely. So instead, we will see the board get simplified a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, this is one of those cards that when you play these white strategies like Ortsov, Mono White, Death and Taxes, when you see these Mardu decks, Massacre is always such a beating against you that you kind of have to play as if, I just hope you don't have it.
Absolutely.
Sanctifier means Ragavan gets exiled.
Oh yeah, so Sanctifier is going to exile the Ragavan as its last known information. So it will check as the spell is resolving there. And because Massacre is -2/-2, not destroy all creatures, that will also check as last known information because this technically it will resolve before the creatures go away.
Yes.
And state best actions will be checked.
Yep, that one will get exiled as well. So
Monk token gets pumped by Prowess. So currently a 3/3 with -2/-2, so we're 1/1.
so much math involved in this game.
Math is for blockers, but unfortunately we got to try and keep the audience entertained and informed. So.
We get to trigger Prowess here. Now,
And make another Monk token.
JL's going to stack these triggers correctly so that he doesn't kill his Monk token when he moves the Corey Steel Cutter away.
Such a good player. Doesn't make that mistake.
Incredible.
I've made that mistake.
Looks like found a Dismember as well. So has a removal spell for the Emperor if he would
It looked like it was Dismember and Molten Collapse as well. And Counterspell.
So potentially a lot of damage coming across this turn after
yeah.
that devastating Massacre.
Does JLS want to go to 5? Maybe.
I wouldn't. It leaves Henry with very little board.
I wouldn't hate it. And then we're going to see a little nice trick there from JLS, using the Emperor of Bones to exile his own Brainstorm from the graveyard to pump the Murktide +1/+1.
And so that Murktide comes across for 4. So it has 3 counters on it, I believe.
Yeah, so we went from 2 counters up to 3. Because we exiled 2 lands and 2 blue spells, some cantrips earlier in the game to cast it for 3 mana. And now Henry looks like we have Baragoyf plus Dryad Militant in hand. Barry is still quite small. We've only got creatures, so we're looking at a 3-mana 1/2 and a 2-mana 2/1. With JLS's hand being, Dismember, plus we have Counterspell on top, I believe, was the stacking. Counterspell, then Molten Collapse.
believe so, possibly.
So I think we're going to look at JLS going for maybe a 2-life Dismember to get rid of one of these creatures on the board, and holding up Counterspell for whatever Henry's follow-up could be in the following turn.
Yes.
As like a little check.
I suspect we might see that, yeah. For Henry, though, not too many options. Might just have to deploy the creatures and hope.
Yeah, exactly. It would have been nice to see if we could find a 5th land to be able to get this Starfield Shepherd out of the Warp Zone and get another creature going. And also, you know, at least it flies, so we can try and survive this Murktide another turn or two. But
absolutely,
as it stands, this is a really dominant board that all of a sudden evaporated from Henry, and now it's all in JLS's favor.
Absolutely, and this is the power of the Massacre.
Exactly. It's how he spin it up. DJLS on the decks. Looking to get an 8-1 record going into the start of day 2.
Which is where you want to be. Both these players now, you start to get to the pointy end where you don't have too many losses to give for both of these players, really. JLS probably has 1 loss to give. Henry really right on the edge. Another loss makes it difficult.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's one of those things, we did a rough calculation. Now, given the fact that we don't have any 8-0s today, there were some unintentional draws at the top 2 tables in round 8 last night. So the math is a little bit more complex than we expected, but we're probably expecting that like most of the X2-1s should make top 8.
Yes,
but
beyond that, it gets really difficult.
It's going to be quite messy in the fact that I would say we might have 3 or 4 X2-1s who might be sweating to see if they make it or not. So then we've got the Emperor of Bones attacks in, happily to trade with this. Sorry, no, the Cecil attacked in. JLS goes, all right, I'll trade with my Emperor. I don't need this to win. I'd rather you take the 2 damage off the Cecil and just get it off the board.
Well, the big thing is if you don't block, that Cecil would have flipped. And then you have a 4/4 lifelinker, and that's much more of a problem.
That's way worse.
So just take the trade while you can before Henry can gain a lot of life with it.
And the Emperor's done its job. The graveyards are tiny.
Absolutely.
We've already adapted it. We're not getting much more out of it.
Henry will just run out the Baragos.
Ow!
And James is going to spend that Dismember to get rid of it. Down to 4 life.
And now we know we have Counterspell on top. We're going to untap with our 6/6 Flying Dragon, our 2 Prowess tokens. And we're going to have Shieldred or Counterspell. So is JLS feeling reactive or proactive? Which way, Western man? Show me.
It is interesting because JLS chose to keep the Shieldred in hand, knowing he wouldn't be able to double spell this turn if he plays the Shieldred. So it is interesting choices here. But the 6/6 Dragon is going to end this game. Hard to imagine from no hand how Henry could get through another turn with the Counterspell.
And this is the Counterspell in JLS's hand that... Okay, so this game is over. Like, there is no way Henry can come out of this.
Yes.
So I want to talk about if you have a Counterspell and you're in this position,
yes,
do you show it to your opponent before you pass the turn just to be like, hey, there's nothing you can do about this? Or do you...
Not at this level of competition with this stakes when I'm 7-1 in an event to try and win a Black Lotus, I don't.
See, I would look at them and be like, I'm sorry, man. Like, I just got it. I got everything today. What are you going to do about it?
No. Maybe in a casual game, but not here. Not here. Here I'm playing it very straight up.
That's fair. That's fair. I get behind that.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome back to the booth. That was round number 9. Only 3 rounds to go now.
Yeah, and it looks like, look, JLS maybe 1 more win in his pocket, 1 more loss in a draw. It's going to be locked for the top 8 and chance at that Black Lotus. So
he's in very good position.
That's
for
my
Henry,
boy.
the road gets a little bit more difficult now. 6-1 and 2.
Yeah.
Gets a little bit tricky. Those extra draws sort of adding up. Not much better than a loss.
Yeah, 19 match points is pretty rough going into this now. And JLS sitting at 24, so big discrepancy in how those pairings worked out. And as we said, there are some awkward moments because of how the last couple of rounds went with those unintentional draws. So the top players on the standings at the moment, those numbers are weird. They're all over the place.
But at the same time, plenty of prizes to play for, prizes going all the way down. So I'm sure for Henry, still plenty to play for. And it's Highlander.
Yeah,
These
it's
games are
fun.
These games are really fun. It's a good weekend.
You showed up to play Magic, you get to play more Magic.
Absolutely.
The prize yesterday was more Magic. The prize today is $30,000.
Well,
there's slightly difference. But
speaking of more Magic, we will have more Magic coming up soon. Round number 10. Hopefully not too far away.
Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to MTG Bazaar coverage. We have round 10 out of 12 of Swiss coming up for you. How are you feeling, Ethan?
Really excited. Look, we're starting to get into the thick of it. These rounds are, the most important. If you win, you put yourself in a really good position in top 8. If you lose, you're still alive, but you got some more work to do at the back end.
Yeah, we have 2 players for you. We have Yang on Blue Moon and Thomas Bott on Bots, as the name would suggest.
Yeah, 2 fantastic players. Obviously, Thomas Bott, regional champion, very much a Highlander. Not a specialist in Highlander necessarily, but tremendous Highlander player as well. We've obviously got Yang, who won the last major Highlander tournament at the previous RC, I believe.
Yeah, he also top 8'd the RC as well, so he's going to the next Pro Tour.
Insane weekend for him there, and look, he's running it back here as well, which is just, super, super impressive.
Yeah, so he's got a Lutri as a companion, which good use of points.
Yeah, I really like Lutri. Lutri, obviously, in Highlander, it's no restrictions. We're playing a singleton format, so you can jam Lutri in any deck you want, unless you're playing Relentless Rats or some sort.
Also works really well with cards like Force of Will, Force of Negation, Fury. Just being able to pay 3 mana and have that open.
Yep.
Very, very powerful reactive game plan you can play.
Yeah, for sure.
So for this matchup, what side are you wanting to be on? What deck do you have more experience with?
Definitely not a lot of experience on either side, but I think Blue Moon is what I would have the most experience with. Thomas Bott, his shops deck, it's always a little bit different from the other shops and other bot style decks that you play, and oftentimes he is the one that's driving that theory, and often he's the only one that knows the theory. So
yeah, he does do a lot of innovating on the deck as well, and then we've got some other players, Trent Clark, Volty, and they're also in today's room. Thomas Bott just beat Volty last round as well to remain undefeated. We have no players at 9-0, but we do have Thomas Bott here, XO1.
Yep, seems like I believe he's the last undefeated player. I think Chris unfortunately lost the last round, but I might be incorrect in saying that. But yeah, there's been a lot of draws in this tournament. As we said before, Highlander is a lot of decisions to make, and so draws are just inevitable in this format, unfortunately.
So Thomas Bott kicking us off with a workshop.
That's exactly what he wants.
The greatest card in the deck.
Absolutely.
And showing it up with a clown car.
Yes, clown car is a fantastic card from what I've been told. Clowns on people quite a bit. You're rolling a few dice. We see.
So we get 2 evens and an odd.
2 evens and an odd. Probably not what Thomas wants exactly. He'd probably rather more creatures on the board at the moment, more artifacts. But look, can't be complaining with this sort of start.
No, it's hard to complain when you have a workshop start, really.
Absolutely, yeah.
So he's got a Mox Opal, Ether Spark, Gaia's Cradle.
Yeah, and here we go.
Expedition map?
Yep.
All right, let's see how Yang responds. I think he's drawn Ragavan for the turn. No, it's a Galvanic Discharge. So this clown card not a target currently.
No, not a target. Also, Yang reading the clown card just to make sure he knows exactly what's going on.
Doesn't want to get clowned here. Like.
Does not want to get clowned.
So Unholy Heat, Brainstorm, Verdant Catacombs, Flame of Anor, Basic Island, and one other card I can't quite make out. Looks like another full art land.
Yep.
So Yang on this Blue Moon deck is very much trying to play a bit more of a control game and lock his opponents out. But this fast start from Thomas Bot here could prove very difficult.
Yeah, a lot of permanents already on the table, and most of these permanents Yang can't interact with, so Thomas Bot definitely already in the driving seat.
Ancient Tomb, by the looks of it, is the draw for turn. Or maybe not. We're going to see... Yeah, there's an Ancient
Looks
Tomb.
like there's an Ancient Tomb, yep, good call.
I think we might see an Ether Spark here.
Yeah, this is going to be a really big play for Tom. Obviously, Yang doesn't seem to have the a force of will or force of negation in hand, so this will pretty much just hit the table and push Tom further ahead.
Yeah, he's going to get a lot of advantage out of this card, and it's a bit of a weird card. But opts to instead go with a Stone Coil Serpent.
Yeah, probably seeing if Yang wants to do something, trying to test the waters a little bit here. Maybe he's looking to deploy this Gaia's Cradle to make that mana for the Aether Spark. Gaia's Cradle's been really impressive from Tom's side. I've watched him a few times this weekend. It's always just seemed to have always made 3+ sort of mana, and that's, look, if you can add more workshops to your deck, you probably would, right?
I mean, yeah, when you've got a Academy in the deck as well, like, Gaia's Cradle does a similar impression of Academy in this sort of deck, because you do have a lot of creatures that are artifacts. Obviously, Academy is what you prefer, but, you know, Gaia's Cradle's still a free thing to put in, basically. So, casting the Ether Spark off, crewing the Clown card to make the additional mana for the Gaia's Cradle.
Very neat, very clean play from Tom. Looks like Yang, though, going to Brainstorm in response. Definitely looking for that 0 mana interaction. Doesn't seem to get it, though. Looks like he picked up a Mystic Sanctuary, a Gitaxian Probe, and a Spell Pierce?
That's
No,
a Lightning Bolt.
Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, so Yang as well not having basic Mountain, but does have Fetch Land in hand.
And yep, this Aether Spark's just going to hit the table.
Bloodstained Mire, I believe. All right. What do you think Aether Spark is going to do in this situation here? Because its ability to attach itself to a creature is quite interesting.
Yep.
Attaching it to the Clown car as well means that after turn ends, it'll fall off, because the Clown car stops being a creature.
Yeah, which you don't mind too much. I mean, the main thing is to keep this Aether Spark on the table and just make sure the loyalty stays up. We did see, I think, the Unholy Heat in Yang's hand, so as long as Tom can push this loyalty up to above 6, it's going to be really difficult for Yang to eventually deal with this Aether Spark.
Yeah, also not having Delirium is going to make it difficult. I think the Aether Spark might get out of range before Yang has anything to do about it, but he does have the Flame of Anor in hand, which can destroy an artifact, and Aether Spark is an artifact planeswalker, the only one of its kind so far.
Very interesting. And yeah, looks like he's opting to put the Aether Spark on the token instead of the Clown car, so...
Yep, I think he wants to just keep it on and tick up its loyalty even further.
And yep, there we see it.
So
Loyalty going to 7.
Yeah,
Very
he'll have
important.
the ability to cash it in next turn to draw 2 cards. Like, he's only got the 1 card in hand, so I'm sure he'd like more. Redraws the Galvanic Discharge. Doesn't have access to double red.
Like we're just switching the dice for the Aether Spark just to make sure we don't get different counters confused.
Yeah, it's always good to make sure that games are nice and tidy and things are represented properly, because this format has so many things going on at any given time. Like, all the cards being singleton, you're playing with more cards than you would normally see in like normal constructed Magic.
Exactly right, and look, there's a lot of things on the line here. This result is really big. As we're saying, the winner of this match puts themselves pretty much in a commanding position to top 8, so yeah, don't want to get any minor details wrong here is really critical.
Yeah, with 2 more rounds to go after this, these players are starting to look into ID territory after this round. So these are going to be some very important matches we've got coming up. Not to say this one isn't important, it quite very much is. So pays 2 life for the Git Probe. This gets us 1 card away from Delirium. Sees the Ancient Tomb. But
yeah, this 4th type though, I think it's gonna be really difficult for Yang to actually get into the bin. He doesn't have a creature in hand, I believe, and Yeah, not an artifact or anything, so this Unholy Heat might be stuck in his hand for a little while.
Yeah, losing this dice roll here is showing a fair bit of damage.
Absolutely,
Like,
yeah.
not being able to play this Flame of Anor onto the Aether Spark means Tom is going to be able to cash this in at this rate.
Will be interesting to see, though, if Tom decides to cash it on this turn or he just continues to keep ticking it up. Obviously aware of the burn spells that Yang has in his deck. But again, as you mentioned before, there's just not a lot of action going on in his hand at the moment, and if he believes this board state's good enough to keep progressing the game until he does find those additional threats, he might not decide to cash it in, but yeah, this is a really critical decision here for Tom.
All right. Tom has drawn.
Quick flash was a bit too fast for us there.
I think Eldrazi Confluence is going to be my guess.
Eldrazi Confluence?
Which are uncastable on this.
Yeah, I think you're very much correct. That was a great call.
Very uncastable on this board.
Yeah, unfortunately, as Workshop taps for 3, you can only cast your artifacts.
And we're just going to... Looks like Judge is talking about Aether Spark.
Right.
I'm just making sure you can't bolt this.
So, as long as Aether Spark is attached to a creature, the creature can't be attacked. And whenever this crypt creature deals combat damage during your turn, you may put that many loyalty counters on Aether Spark. So it can get pretty big pretty quickly if you put it on the right thing.
So it can't be like.
Yeah, although everything on Tom's board currently at only 2 toughness, it is just pairing really well against Yang sort of on the draw, somewhat of a slow draw. He didn't have interaction for turn 1, so it looks like there is still a bit of confusion about what the Aether Spark is doing.
Yeah, it's sitting there. It's looking
It's
pretty.
sitting there, yeah.
It is a trophy card. Like, that's what people on Aether Drift are fighting for.
Yeah,
They want to get the Aether Spark and travel planes. So currently we have a planeswalking clown, effectively.
Yeah.
Which can be, half the planeswalkers that exist.
It's very flavorful. Look, you'd think that something like that would be from Universes Beyond, but no, that is actually in the Magic lore.
Yeah, the Infinity set really, really interesting in terms of making some cards legal in the format. We did have the Menace that was stickers for a little while.
Yes.
And we
Do
got to see
remember that
some...
time.
I remember seeing a turn 1 kill with Sticker Goblin.
Interesting.
Yeah. It was a turn 1 Sticker Goblin into Kiki Jiki.
Yes.
Into Copy the Sticker Goblin, into Conspicuous Snoop, and...
Tremendous fun for one person. The other person probably got their head in their hands.
yeah. Well, they put their hand in their hand, like they didn't play anything.
Yeah,
so.
true.
All right, so Tom choosing to cash this in, drawing an Urza's Power Plant and a Shadow Spear.
Yeah, not too much action still for Tom.
No, the Shadow Spear is powerful. It's a bit awkward on this board how it's lining up into Yang's hand with both Galvanic Discharge and Lightning Bolt, and then the next turn, the Flame of Anor. So we are crewing the Clown car and attacking with the Clown and the Clown car.
A lot of clowns and snakes on the board.
Yeah, so Bot as well choosing not to play the Ancient Tomb pre-combat, which would have given the ability to cast Eldrazi Confluence if he needed to.
Yeah.
And I think he's trying to preserve the information instead, because you don't really need to do a lot with the Eldrazi Confluence this turn. Your opponent's doing something reactive, and this is a bit more of a proactive card sometimes. There's nothing really on the board for him to target with it, because he's going to be killing any creature he targets, including his own. Making the Scions is not what you want to be doing main phase. And then there's nothing we want to flicker.
Yeah, the Scions, though, here, importantly, they are 1/1s. Like, we often see the 0/1s coming out from the shop style decks, but that 1/1, 1 power is pretty huge on this board. With Yang already at 9, Tom could easily present almost a 2-turn clock. But yeah, I think Tom definitely in the driver's seat. He's trying to race and end this game as quickly as possible before Yang is able to establish some board presence and deal with this Aether Spark.
Tom sacking the Expedition map, which is why he didn't play the Ancient Tomb as well. He wanted to give that option open to him. And Tom has a wide variety of lands he can choose from.
Yeah, I think we're going to see an Urza's Saga.
Yep, that makes sense. It's a good grindy card.
Very grindy card. It's going to enable Tom to have that other angle of attack, start making constructs, continue to put pressure and power on the board. Yep.
Yeah, so I think Tom might be thinking right now about what happens if I get Blood Moon next turn, or back to basics, all those kinds of things, and just trying to insulate himself against those effects. So, Scalding Tarn the draw for Yang. Or Prismatic Vista?
Prismatic Vista.
Prismatic Vista. So Unholy Heat deals with the Spark, Delirium not needed.
Still importantly, another additional red land for Yang.
Yep. So Yang also has the Stink into Stupor in his hand, another Island, Lightning Bolt, Flame of Anor. So this Prismatic Vista might actually be getting a mountain here.
Yeah.
Which is rare for the deck, because the deck usually
It's
only
rare,
plays
and
two
it can
mountains.
be a little bit awkward, you know.
Yeah, Yang's only got 2 mountains in his deck, so... but he does have another Island in his hand, plus the Sink into Stupor, so he's not actually in requirement of, like, blue sources.
Yep.
He's got them.
Yeah, Yang's hand is extremely fair, whilst Tom's board, quite unfair.
Yeah, goes for the Stonecoil Serpent main phase. This does a few things. One, it cuts it off the Gaia's Cradle mana. Now we have nothing to animate the Clown Car. Well, we can make a Saga token. We can Cradle for 0. We can Workshop for 0, and we can Mopal for 1. So we would need an additional land. Beseiju the pickup for Tom.
Yeah, not the best draw from Tom here.
What-
Starting to fall a bit, or not fall behind at all, but he really needs maybe one more piece of juice.
Yeah, so Tom here could play the Ancient Tomb, use it to animate the Saga, and this would give him the ability to tap the Gaia's Cradle for mana, and leave open the Mox Opal in case he wanted to Beseiju a Blood Moon or Back to Basics that might come down next turn. Also means he gets to leave open the Eldrazi Confluence, but it's really going to depend if he wants to get aggressive here by attacking with the Clown Car or not.
Yeah, the 2 damage here does seem to be pretty strong because this construct next turn, without playing any more artifacts, will be a 5/5 if he makes another construct on the following turn. So getting Yang down to 6 and equipping the Shadow Spear to a construct is 6 damage next turn.
Yep.
So this 2 damage here could be really, really crucial.
Not to mention he's going to get the ability to make another construct next turn and search his deck for a 1-drop.
Yep.
This is going to be very, very tight for Yang, because even if he did have something like a Blood Moon here, now this Saga's really scary, because it's just going to be making 2/2s for the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, the Saga's already made 1 construct, so a Moon effect is pretty negligible.
Yep, so Shadow Spear getting on the Clown Car.
Yep.
Coming in for 3. Gaining back all the life Thomas Bot lost off the Ancient Tomb, but he's not too worried about his life total right now.
Not at all.
Usually not against control decks. So passing the turn with no interaction. And let's see what Yang has. He's drawn Back to Basics. Pretty good card. Maybe,
Very good card, but
maybe not onto this board though.
yeah, there's a little too much creatures in the red zone
Yeah.
for the back to basics.
So we have the Flame of Anor, which is going to let us kill something. But we're going to go with the Back to Basics here. So this is going to cut Thomas Bot off a fair bit. He's not going to be able to get the second token out of that Saga, but he will still get to search his deck for 1 or 0 cost creature. Artifact, sorry.
Yep.
And goes for the Candelabra by the looks of it. He's putting that to the top. That's kind of a cool way to get around Back to Basics.
That's exactly how you get around back to basics.
And there's the Candelabra. Yang thinking to himself, I just won one of those the other week.
exactly.
Like maybe I should be playing this.
Yeah.
But Yang has instead opted to play 8 points, which is reasonable, especially because of Lutri.
Yeah, and I think Yang is now in a clear favorite spot to the highest placing 8-point deck. But yeah, as we see very quickly that construct getting in, being able to attack Yang with damage and just a consistent 4 or 5 damage over those 4 or 5 turns ends the game quite quickly.
Yeah, he had lethal on board because the construct, the Clown Card, the Mox Opal, and the Shadow Spear make the construct a 4/4. So could have then just equipped the Shadow Spear and then gets the Candelabra gravy. It's, yeah. Yang didn't really have many options there towards the end of that. Bot came out of the gates really quickly. And let's go to sideboarding. What are you sideboarding out of Blue Moon?
Sideboarding out, so I think firstly we're sideboarding in definitely something like Consign. We got the Meltdown, which is going to be excellent. You've got Brotherhood's End as well. So I think you've got at least those 3 cards coming in. What we don't really want to see, I think, is maybe the big clunky sort of spell. So like a Jace the Mind Sculptor might be a bit too slow. But it could be a way for Yang to turn the corner once he starts to control the board a bit better.
Yeah, Yang's game plan is going to be along the lines of cheap interaction to not get overwhelmed, and if he does, he's hoping to have one of those backup like Meltdown or Brotherhood's End parts to get him out of it. So Yang is just going to be trying to not lose the game effectively for the first couple of turns, and then try and take it over, hopefully by locking Tom out with Harbinger of the Tides, Blood Moon, Back to Basics, all those good ones.
Yep. Yeah, getting those back to basics Blood Moon effects down before turn 4 or 5 is, as you said, crucial. Like, if Tom's able to have an Earth Saga on 2, all of a sudden your moon effects, they're quite awful with that recent rule change.
Yeah, and how do you think Tom is siding in the Shops matchup? Because Shops is a weird deck when it comes to sideboarding, I found. It's got a lot of really obscure cards that are so niche. Like, they have very specific roles trying to do very specific things, because you don't have a lot of deck manipulation in this deck. So
yeah, it's very interesting. Like, obviously you've got things like Haywire Might to blow up those enchantments that are going to be dealing with your non-basic lands.
yeah, Waterscape Battle Mage as well is another one.
Yep. Trinisphere also really, really good because, as you said, Yang wants to be quite efficient with his spells to control the board. So making him spend more mana on his spells is going to slow him down quite a lot.
Yeah, I think maybe I bought in Trinisphere on the play, maybe not the draw.
Yep.
But Tom knows this matchup better than I do. Like, if Yang's trying to be as mana efficient as possible and he's being restricted to one spell a turn, Shops tends to play a better spell every turn.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the raw power level of Shops cards obviously outlast the Blue Moon deck, but at the same time, the efficiency is on the Blue Moon side.
Yeah. A lot of cards we can take out of here. What are we not interested in?
There's a lot of cards. I think one that sticks out to me is possibly the Sundering Titan. Obviously, Yang just has the 2 basic types, but if you're able to turbo out a Sundering Titan, it can be quite devastating.
I think I'm taking out the Sundering Titan.
Yep.
I don't want to be as clunky as possible, and I think it's for different matchups, things like Grixis, Jund,
Yeah,
like any of the
absolutely.
mid-range decks that sometimes you just want a Haymaker.
Non-moon decks.
Yeah. And it can be really funny against Storm as well. You just drop it and strip mine them 3 times, and they go, well, I guess I lose.
Especially post-board, you're trying to board into a mid-range plan. Well, guess what? My big dumb artifact is going to blow up all your lands and stop you from casting your mid-range spells.
Yeah, you can even, like, Eldrazi Confluence, flicker it, and just get a Sundering Titan trigger on the way out and back in. So really blow up all your opponent's lands. Like, other Haymakers like Ugin or Cityscape Leveler, they might be a bit clunky in terms of being able to cast them. Like, you never want to have your Ugin, like, lose focused or something.
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
can be just so devastating.
Yeah, and whilst Ugin does have that cast trigger to destroy a potential moon effect, if the moon effect's on the table, it's probably difficult for you to even have up to 7 mana.
Yeah.
So, can definitely see that one coming out.
So, other things Tom is going to be considering is the cards that are weak to effects like Bolt, Galvanic Discharge. You want to get on board early, but you don't want things that are going to make Yang's cards good.
Yeah.
Because we're so powerful as a deck in terms of fast mana, we're trying to really play an unfair game, which means that we need our cards to be better a lot of the time. So trading 1 for 1 is not where we want to be, especially because so many of our cards are being used to facilitate other cards like Mana Rocks and such.
The card for me that sticks out with that, with what you just said, is the Scrolling Trawler, I believe is the name.
Scrolling Crawler, yeah.
Scrolling Crawler. It look, dies the bolt, draws Yang cards. Yang is not necessarily drawing a lot of cards in his deck to the point where it's going to kill him with those deal 1 damage triggers. So, yeah, as you mentioned, I think anything that's boltable or can be hit by a burn spell is something you want to be pushing out immediately.
Yeah. I do like this card, though.
It's a very good card.
cool card.
It's awesome. I played a little bit of Vintage lately, and it is extremely powerful on turn 1, with Paradoxical Outcome being a big player in Vintage. Being able to slam this on turn 1 off a shop just feels a bit dirty sometimes.
Yeah, shop. There's always like the 3 mana artifacts that can be cast off shop, and there's always new ones coming out. It's just like, what flavor is Workshop playing in Vintage these days? And one of the cool things about Highlander is, because it's a singleton format, you kind of get to play them all.
Yeah, exactly right.
Or at least the good ones.
Yeah. Yeah, nowadays, look, there's so many cards that turns out you got to make some decisions. You got to make some cuts. You know, we can't play every card nowadays.
Yeah, no one's playing Clown Car in Vintage, unfortunately.
No, yeah, you don't get to clown people, but at the same time, maybe one day. Look, if the meta evolves where you need some 1/1s, you need some wide board. Look, nothing's off the table.
So Clown being a creature type is really funny. I've seen someone Emrakul the Promise End their opponent, then play their Cavern of Souls and name Clown. Like,
Very good. Very good.
just have a bit of a laugh with some of the things you can do in this. So Yang taking him all to 6. Didn't like his hand. It was a bit slow. Some lands, Pyroglyph, Memory Lapse. This one's looking a little more lean, with Thundering Falls looking to be the card going to the bottom. So Preordain in hand. Basic Mountain.
The sink as well. Oh, it's a Scalding Time. Perfect. Oh,
Steam
Steam Vents,
Vents.
rather.
Taking 2 and playing the Preordained.
Yep.
So he's
Yang,
stock up and Harbinger.
Yeah, Harbinger, obviously sticking out to us. That's a tremendous one to have, especially on the play.
Yep. I'm liking the Harbinger here, and looks
Yep.
like Yang is as well.
Bottoms of stock up could be a bit too slow. I mean, especially on turn 3, you do want to be slamming that Moon effect, as we've been saying.
Yeah, so he has a Ponder in hand as well, Basic Mountain, Sink into Stupor, and Dig Through Time. So next turn is maybe digging for a land, but we might just play the Sink into Stupor and pass. Depends what we draw, what interaction we might have or want to leave up, because the next card is an unknown.
Yep.
So Tom here with a shop again. A Chalice, a Tezzeret, an Ancient Tomb, Urza's Tower. Oh.
So yeah, it's a very powerful hand from Tom. You don't get to 8-0-1 without drawing a shop on turn 1.
Well, sometimes. But we're going for turn 1 Chalice here.
Yeah, I really like this.
Yeah, this is going to be really painful for any game plan Yang is trying to do in terms of interact. So this is going to insulate Tom from a fair bit, but Yang is on plan Harbinger.
Yeah, and this really does make things awkward. Obviously, in the later turns, Yang could potentially sink the Chalice in order to have access to those 1-mana spells. But he is priced into kind of playing this as his third land to make sure he can slam the Harbinger.
Tom is Tom's got a Dismember in hand.
Tom has a Dismember. Okay.
It's a really good answer to Harbinger there.
Yeah, that's pretty much... Is it the only answer he has?
He probably has more answers, but
But it's
that's the best one, right?
Yeah. The cleanest.
Yeah, I mean, Eldrazi Confluence is technically an answer, but
That's
it's
true.
hard to get colorless mana through a Harbinger. But, you know, Tezzeret's also a great thing to get onto the board here right now, because he has the ability to answer the Harbinger with everything. But Yang's drawn a Force of Will and pitches the Ponder.
Very good draw from Yang.
Yep. Obviously doesn't need the Ponder. There's a Chalice in play.
Yep, that's lined up really well for him there.
And Thomas Bott's also got a Thought Knot Seer, which means that even if this Harbinger comes down, or as it comes down,
And here we go, yep.
if he doesn't want to dismember it, it doesn't necessarily have to. You can just...
Yep, straight away. Not a lot of thought on that one.
Thought Knot Seer does require colorless mana, I've now remembered, so he does need to kill it, but yeah, that just has to go away. Planar Nexus, the draw. Ooh.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, that's sick combo.
Pretty much the perfect follow-up.
Could have played the Workshop into the Lodestone, but I like this Thought Knot Seer more.
I like the Thought Knot Seer absolutely too, yeah. I mean, you really just want to tighten up this game, get rid of the best card in Yang's hand, which is still likely going to be the Dig Through Time.
So Yang looking here like he's trying to check Planar Nexus and how it works with Urza's Tower. This is a silly interaction which has made some interesting things happen in Legacy.
Yeah.
With people playing only Urza's Tower and none of the either two Urza lands. So Chain Lightning, the last card in Yang's hand, which is doesn't look very good into a Chalice of the Void or Thought Knot Seer.
Yeah.
So Tom Bot beating down with the Thought Knot Seer. I imagine we're going to see a Lodestone Golem to turn this into a 2-turn clock, or two more turns after this one, I guess.
Yeah, Tom really hitting those sort of threats that have 4+ power and just race Yang tremendously well when he doesn't have the interaction line up.
So Yang chose not to put Lutri in his hand last turn, which means he's maybe trying to represent something, or maybe has something. And
yeah, it's quite interesting. It's one of those, or there is that slither of a chance that he's potentially forgotten about it.
yeah, that happens sometimes.
That does happen, especially when the game is folded out like this.
Well, you don't always know where your pet is, right?
Yeah,
especially if you got a cat. And I imagine an otter's even harder to find. Is it in the water? You tried finding something in the water?
It's slippery.
Slippery, yeah.
Hard to catch.
But Yang did have interaction. His memory lapse puts the Lodestone back on top, buying himself a turn, basically. So the Thought Knot Seer next turn is going to hit him down to 9, and then the Lodestone Golem next turn is going to put an additional 5 power to make it 9 power total. And Tom here looking like Stone Cold Serpents to play, choosing not to tap the Ancient Tomb to take that 2 damage, because there is one card that he could lose to right now.
One of my favorites. One of my absolute favorites. Price of Progress.
Price of Progress, which actually isn't in this deck.
Wow, okay. That's a really interesting decision. I mean, we've seen Price of Progress make its way into some of the Grixis lists.
Yeah, I think Price of Progress is more for a bit more aggressive decks.
Yeah.
Yang is playing a much harder version of like a control deck.
Yeah.
So Thomas Bot deploys the Lodestone Golem, puts Yang to 6, has it all.
Has it all, Yang
and
just says, well, yep, you had it, you
packs
played
it up.
well.
Yeah.
I could have done too much more.
That is the nature of bots sometimes. Sometimes they have really good draws. And that is why the deck is powerful. I think it's also a reason it's favored by a lot of really good players.
Absolutely, yeah.
And the players who are playing it, phenomenal.
Very high caliber. I mean, there's again, regional champion. You got Volty, obviously, Trent Clark, multiple Pro Tour competitor. The great players are choosing to play great decks, and I think bots is also one of those decks that's kind of hard to play into. Oftentimes, players don't have too much familiarity with the artifacts and such. It's not Grixis. You're not seeing the same cards over and over again.
Yeah, because of the shops being able to present so many different threats from so many different angles, it's really hard to line up your cards correctly, especially in a singleton format.
Yeah.
So shops being the deck that is asking the questions instead of providing the answers makes it really hard to provide answers a lot of the time for it, and the deck can just run you over.
Yeah, especially now, I mean, in that game or two, we saw Tom's best threat being the Thought-Knot. It's not an artifact.
No.
So traditionally, you want to be, you're trying to board in those shatters, you want to destroy the artifacts, but sometimes they just stick a big 4/4 to play that you can't actually destroy.
Yeah, sometimes you stick a Null Rod onto turn 2, and your opponent plays a Planar Nexus, taps their Urza's Tower, and then there's a Thought-Knot.
Yeah,
like, well, this Null Rod looks a bit
Which
silly.
Tom has done to me many a times. There was a funny match a few years ago on camera where I play a turn 2 Null Rod, and I think I'm in a good spot, and he just goes, okay, Workshop, Academy, and Wormcoil Engine. Like, okay, cool, yeah, you've tapped no artifacts, and I can't deal with a 6/6 lifelink.
Wormcoil Engine, very effective at this format. The only good removal for it is white, so you got like Swords, Leyline, Binding Path, but like lines up well into Dismember. It's pretty good into Unholy Heat, and the problem is it is a giant 6-drop.
The problem is, yeah, giant 6-drop, it's going to make the race for bots super favorable.
Yeah. Very hard to answer that card, and it runs away with a lot of games. I remember playing the card back in Standard. Oh, that thing was a house.
Yeah. Pre-release foil, very, very iconic card, but it's starting to make its way out, it feels like, in a lot of different formats. I'm not seeing it as much.
I've got my set, and they're all signed by my Swanland himself. I don't know if you've seen Swanland's signature, but
it's
fantastic.
a tremendous signature. Yeah.
Swanland loves anything spiky, and he just like has spikes on everything.
Yeah.
I think he would be good at Magic.
Yeah.
I don't know. Does he play Magic?
I don't know. It's always a 50-50 whether the artists play Magic.
Yeah.
Sometimes they are a Magic player, and then they get the gigs with Wizards and they get contracts to make the art. And then other times, I've seen some artists start to play Magic because they've gotten the job or gotten a contract to make some art, and all of a sudden they go, "What's this all about? I should get into this."
One of my favorite artists is Johannes Voss. I saw him at Barcelona in 2023. He's just playing games of Commander with like fans while signing cards. Like, just when it's not his turn, he's just signing cards, goes back, plays turn, and he's like really nice guy and fun to interact with. He just loves Magic.
Yeah, it's really good. Working hard, playing hard.
Yeah, and then we've even got artists like relatively new on the block, like Kellogg Slops.
Yeah.
Who's in Australia, I believe in Melbourne. And I was talking to him when he got his secret lair, or about the secret lair he got. And he didn't know what Magic was. And he told some of his friends, and his friends got super excited because they're like, "Oh, you got a contract with Magic, that's so cool." And he just had no idea about it all. Came to the RC, saw everything going on, and he thought it was incredible.
Yeah, I remember speaking to him very briefly, and all he was saying was just, "This is crazy."
Yeah.
There's 300 people in the room playing a game that's not chess or poker, and it's like, this is just wonderful to see, and awesome to see him wanting to continue being involved, and continue to show up to events, supporting players, signing cards, signing playmats.
We've even brought an artist out for this event. We've got April Prime here today.
Yeah.
She's been here over the weekend. I need to go see her and talk to her at some point.
Yeah, grab an artist proof or something.
Yeah, grab playmat or something cool. Like, I really like these unique sort of things.
Yeah, I'm a massive fan of artist proofs. I think they're tremendous. They're like almost the serialized cards before serialized cards.
Yeah,
thing.
I like unique things, rarities, oddities as well. So I think I might ask her if she plays Magic as well, or like how much Magic she's played.
Yeah. What do you think? Do you think yes or no? Do they play Magic?
I'm gonna hope yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Because like
hope yes, but leaning towards no.
Yeah. It's always more fun when the artists play Magic because you can talk to them a bit more about it.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm sure the ones that don't are kind of sick of hearing about Magic sometimes.
Yeah, they want to hear, "Oh, your card beats me all the time. This is ridiculous. Why did you make this?" And unfortunately, all the artists, they're not in charge of making the actual card, so never blame the artist, folks.
No. I remember talking to Sarah Finnegan, asking what her favorite art piece she's done is. I love to ask artists what their favorite piece is. And she said Thrawn Portal, and I hate
You're
that
like,
card.
why?
It's a wonderful art, but every time you read that card, it just gets worse and worse and worse. Like, this is one of the worst cards I've ever registered in a deck. I just really hate that card. But the artwork is phenomenal.
Yep.
And Sarah is lovely. All right. We have a metagame breakdown and analysis being hosted by Ian and Sam. So we'll cut to that, and we'll see you next for the next round.
Thanks so much, guys. That was a great match. I am once again here with Ian Cormick, and we're here to do you guys a meta game breakdown. So, Ian, how's your day been so far? Let's start with that.
It's been really good. Last night was especially exciting going through all of the deck lists and having a look to see what converted, what didn't, that kind of thing. See what we've got here today.
Fantastic. Yeah, so we went from, I think it was 312 players down to around 90, day 1 to day 2. So, we're losing most of the field, let's say. A little, we keep a little under a third. So with that, there is a bunch of cards that are going to retain their value and a bunch of archetypes that are going to retain their value, and there's going to be some losers as well. So, Ian, what are you seeing?
We're seeing a lot of what we would expect. So Grixis is still the most played deck, slightly below average conversion rate, actually. So has suffered a little bit, but obviously, we saw JLS earlier today. The best pilots are still up there. They're playing the deck really well. Below that, a lot of the mid-range decks we'd expect. Jund still pretty well represented. Mardu, Blue Moon as well. We saw on camera just then. Didn't go so well in this round, but it is still putting up results. Storm's another one. 6 of the 7 Storm pilots made day 2, which is a pretty great conversion rate. But the lands as well, surprisingly. A few lands decks and a few different versions of Breach decks, which is exciting.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That the Black Lotus sort of quotient there of including in your deck, I am assuming, remains quite strong.
Yes, so we had 5 of the 6 Lotus Storm players make it through, 1 of the 2 Bomberman pilots, and unfortunately our Orzhov Lotus player did not make day 2, but still a very strong conversion rate for Black Lotuses in the field.
You heard it here first. Buy a Black Lotus, they're quite good. So when we're talking about these metagame breakdowns, we like to have a look at what pointed cards are in the meta, how well they do, and sort of what is the value of playing these pointed cards. So you've done some math for us, Ian. Thank you very much for that. I don't like doing math. And what cards have sort of been the best includes and the best sort of ways to spend your points in the format for this event?
Yeah, absolutely. So what I've done is I've taken all the pointed cards. We looked at what percentage of the decks were they in on day 1, what percentage of the decks are they in day 2. So we can get a rough conversion rate for those pointed cards, see which cards perform best and which don't perform so well. Now there's one deck I left off that meta because it's the standout deck from the tournament by far, and that is Shops. Bots, Shops, these artifact-based decks. Because if we look at the top cards of the pointed cards and how they're performing, let me give you the top 6 cards. We've got the One Ring, Mana Vault, Talarian Academy, Urza's Saga, Mishra's Workshop, Plane and Nexus. Those are the top 6 pointed cards here this weekend.
And they're all in the same deck. Yeah. One of the things about Shops as well is that I think it really encourages archetype specialists. People who love casting big, expensive artifacts have no other mode sometimes. And I've seen a lot of the people here today at the top tables, at every top table, at any Highlander event I've ever attended. Have you had the same experience with these people out here sort of ruining our days with Trinispheres?
Oh, absolutely. We just had Tom Bott on coverage. The man he's got the archetype practically named after him. Trent Clark's been around as well. He's a well-known bots player. So there's a few of them that love their transfers, love their workshops, and they're out in force today.
Yeah, fantastic. Now, with all those good stats, let's say all those colorless cards are really converting quite well, quite strongly, there is the other side of it as well. So do you have some cards for us that, people are including in their decks and then not making day 2?
Absolutely, we do. Unfortunately, for all the Grixis gamers, the worst performing pointed cards, we got Strip Mine. Excuse me there. Strip Mine, but followed by that, Force of Will was our most played pointed card on day 1. That's the second worst performing pointed card. And then the third worst spot is Psychic Frog, another really highly played pointed card that drives a lot of these blue-black mid-range decks, not performing so well.
That's interesting as well, because that is a 2-point card, and we did point that out yesterday when we did the meta breakdown, that the amount of points you're spending on Psychic Frog in those blue-black X decks is actually a larger proportion of the total amounts of points at the tournament than the representation in hard numbers. Of course, Force of Will, 1 point, not converting, unusual. to be honest. It's normally one of the more effective cards. I don't know if you played with Force Will. I played with Force Will, and it was really fun. So with that in mind, have we had any other cards, let's say non-pointed cards, that have come to the fore this weekend?
Absolutely. I have to shout out, it's a fringe one, but of the unpointed cards, it is Plague On, Master of the Beach, Lord of the Beach. This is a really interesting jumpstart card that just got recently printed. It's picking up steam in walks. Only 7 players registered it in day 1, but 5 of them are here again on day 2. So shout out to that card.
Yeah, big shout outs to Plague On, Lord of the Beach or something.
And welcome back to the booth. We're going into round 11 now, the penultimate round before the end of the bizarre Winter Lotus event, which is pretty fantastic. Like 12 rounds, a little bit of extra room, 2-day event, and we're getting into the penultimate round, the round before we finish. And let's get straight into it. I'm here with Dylan Kakawa. My name is Isaac Lee. Who are we watching, Dylan?
We're seeing Yang again after having him on last round. We're going to see him play a different matchup this time against Grixis. Matthew Judas on Team Bus Stop playing Grixis. Very accomplished player, as is Yang. And Judas leading us off here with an Undercity Sewers, Days in Hand, Flooded Strand, Underground Sea, and some other things being shuffled around. Yang taking us off with a Preordain, and deciding if he wants to keep either of these cards. Keeping one of them. I think Invert Polarity was one of those cards. Yep. But he's chosen to keep a Ponder. So Matthew Judas with Corey Steelcutter turn 2. And it's resolving.
You got to explain to me, right? So Corey Steelcutter, that card was banned in Standard because of how good it was.
Yep.
/ is. And we're seeing it in Highlander, which is a format that you can play things like Black Lotus and Moxen. Does that make it better because you've got like more 0 drops, or is it like is this like a value attrition card? Like, where does it sit in Highlander?
In Highlander, it sits as more of a value attrition card. In other constructed formats, because you get to play 4 of them and you get to play more 0 drops, you can kind of go a bit more all in on the prowess and like killing in one turn. But in this instance, it does act as more of a value piece, and you can grind your opponent out and also kill your opponent quite out of nowhere by chaining together a bunch of removal spells to do so. Life totals in Highlander are a bit stretched normally because people are paying fetches and shocks. So having to take a bit 2 damage here or something, same as like maybe Modern, but life totals can be very stretched here.
I think that this shows a lot of respect to the Corey Steelcutter in a Brazen Borrower coming down with a petty theft action to return it back to Matthew's hand. That means that Yang really respects how much that card can get out of hand, particularly in this, I guess like it's kind of like a mid-range control style deck in Grixis versus like a full-on control deck in Blue Moon.
Yeah, so Judas here with 2 fetch lands, leaving him open to play around Back to Basics or Blood Moon, has the ability to get both an island and a swamp from Marsh Flats and Flooded Strand. Judas choosing to play close to his chest here, choosing not to redeploy the Steel Cutter.
Which is quite telling, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, he doesn't really have much to do with it. He can play a Cling to Dust and draw a card, still leaving open Daze, but you don't necessarily need that level of pressure right yet.
So will we see a Daze on this Brazen Borrower at end of turn? Like, does it represent a threat, or... Okay, that was a swift resolution right there.
No, so Matthew Judas has the Fatal Push in hand. Okay. So with the fetches that he's got in play, it's going to be able to trigger Revolt, so it will be able to kill the Brazen Borrower. And I think that's something Matthew Judas is a bit more likely to do maybe next turn off the back of the Steel Cutter. Yang is a bit more prepared, though, this time. It looks like he's got a Counterspell in hand.
Mm-hmm. Yep, makes sense.
Mental Misstep, Lightning Bolt, or Chain Lightning even.
Now, did we see
I think.
A missed land drop there and pass the turn?
Yeah, so Yang has not got his 4th land drop. Realistically, he only needs 3, but 4th is always nice. Wooded Foothills, the play for Matthew Judas. Sacks the Marsh Flats. Doing this one at a time. Doesn't want to get Shadow of Doubt. Not in the deck, but, that happens to you once. You never want it to happen again.
Now, I note that Judas didn't actually play that Fatal Push at end of turn there, and I suspect that this is because he would like to actually deploy his Corey Steelcutter and the Fatal Push in the same turn, get a trigger if all of these things resolve.
Absolutely. You want to be going for like as much value as you can. Your Fatal Pushes don't necessarily have a lot of targets in this matchup because Yang's deck is a lot more control-focused. His threats are a lot higher mana cost. So, see the Corey Steelcutter come out.
And
met with a counterspell.
Yep.
It's not going to get dazed because Yang does have the ability to pay for it, but Matthew Judas is still going to Fatal Push this Brazen Borrower anyway, taking all the pressure off. But Yang with a Mental Misstep.
Okay.
2 counterspells in 1 turn, getting to keep pressure on with this Brazen Borrower. Now, Judas does have a Pyroglyph in hand, so he will be able to deploy this and kill the Brazen Borrower. So he's not out of answers yet.
But that, down to 15 life, going to start actually attacking that life total. If we see another couple of counterspells from Yang, this could actually be the end.
Yeah, if Yang can ride this Brazen Borrower to victory. Has drawn Mystic Sanctuary for the turn, doesn't have the 3rd island.
Expressive Iteration for Yang.
Galvanic Discharge, Island, and Git Probe.
How good is Expressive Iteration?
It's so good. There's a reason it's banned in Pioneer. Like, I think Sam Loy once said to me, I'd never had a favorite card until this thing got printed.
So Expressive Iteration says, look at the top 3 cards. You get to put one of them into your hand, exile one of them. You can play it into a turn, and then the other one goes on the bottom of your library. So Gitaxian Probe gets exiled there, spending 2 life in order to draw a card, and then another card into hand.
Yep, so Yang is going to just basically draw 2 cards with this Expressive Iteration, just churn through his deck a bit more.
Yep. And note there's a Mystic Sanctuary in Yang's hand. So Mystic Sanctuary is a land that, if it comes into play, would come into play tapped unless you have 3 other islands. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I'll just bring it up now. Mystic Sanctuary, if it enters the battlefield tapped as well, you can put an instant or sorcery from your graveyard on top of your library. So Yang kind of has an interesting decision here if he wants to deploy his 4th land drop or save the Sanctuary for later. But the island he's drawn makes that decision a bit easier. He now gets to just play the Sanctuary next turn, get something back that he wants. And he's going to play a Ponder here as well, so he's going to see quite a few cards.
Yeah, I note that has the ability to go Lightning Bolt you, Mystic Sanctuary, put the Lightning back on top, draw that and Lightning Bolt you again. So with this Brazen Borrower in play, just chipping away 3 damage at a time, with Judas being on 12 life, we're really only talking about 2 more attack swings, and then the Double Bolt becomes lethal.
Yeah, so Brazen Borrower dealing 3 damage a turn. It's a 7-turn clock in normal Magic. In Highlander, you expect life totals to be lower than 18, done by themselves. So it's usually a 6-cut clock, and you think of that as 6 lightning bolts.
Yep.
then you just play more lightning bolts. Mystic Sanctuary, the lightning bolt. This sounds great.
Yep. Is Gush in Yang's deck? Can we pick up the Mystic Sanctuary and then in order to play the Mystic Sanctuary again, in order to put Lightning Bolt back on top of the library and on the Lightning Bolt third time?
Unfortunately not. I think his points were a bit stretched.
Yeah.
Like, Lutri is eating up a lot of the points. He is playing an 8-point list, so he does have that extra point, but Gush is still a bit expensive in terms of points and a bit clunky sometimes.
Let's talk about 8 points in Highlander. For those that don't know the format that well, what is an 8-point deck?
So if your deck has no reserve list cards in it, so anything printed on the reserve list that was established by Wizards and has done some things, you get an additional point. What this mostly means is you don't have dual lands. If your deck does not have the Alpha Beta Unlimited revised dual lands, you get an extra point. There are, of course, a few other cards like the Moxen, Black Lotus, and the other one which appears often in Highlander is Null Rod, and sometimes Seeds of Innocence.
Oh, yeah, so Seeds of Innocence. Green, green, and 1. It says destroy all artifacts, and the players that destroyed artifacts gain life equal to the total converted mana cost of all artifacts that get destroyed.
Yeah, I think based on how some results have shaken out this weekend, we maybe needed a bit more of these in some people's sideboards.
Yeah, powerful card against the artifact strategy. Particularly because it costs 3 mana and is not in red. So red has some fantastic ways to deal with artifacts, and then green's the next best color, and Seeds of Innocence in particular.
So Judah's going at the end of turn, fetch Surveil and Cling to Dust to just try and shape out his hand a bit and do something. So he's drawn an expressive iteration of his own after exiling Yang's with Cling to Dust. Gets to play a Pyrogoyf with 2 open mana. This thing looks big.
Yep. So getting rid of that Brazen Borrower on 11 life, we won't see that Lightning Bolt, Mystic Sanctuary Lightning Bolt play, which I was kind of looking forward to seeing. But
No, that play is also a bit difficult because the Cling to Dust is in the graveyard, and that can be escaped. So Yang's best opportunity right now to use this Mystic Sanctuary is while the Cling to Dust is not... There's not enough mana to cast it from the graveyard.
So let's have a look at Cling to Dust here. Single black, exile target card from a graveyard. If it was a creature card, you gain 3 life. Otherwise, you draw a card. So that drawing a card is often the primary mode that we want to be doing here. It's also got this escape ability. So it's 3 and a black. You can exile 5 other cards from your graveyard, and you can play it from your graveyard. And that means that, like, you know, in a game that goes really long, maybe I exile 5 cards, draw another card. Maybe I exile another 5 cards, draw another card. Maybe I exile another 5 cards, draw another card. It can be quite good, as well as being something that interacts with a bunch of different combo decks.
Yeah, this card was a real sleeper when it came out in terms of 7-point Highlander, and just turned out to be really powerful, like really grindy, especially because the format was so like grindy at the time as well. You know, everyone was like, "Oh, Uro is really good," but like Underworld Breach, obviously very powerful. Thassa's Oracle, very powerful. But Cling to Dust kind of just snuck in there, and little good for all the fair decks. Yep. So Yang going with the stock up here as...
Speaking of ones that snuck under the radar a little bit, like obviously we all know now that stock up is an amazing card, but when it first came out at that Pro Tour Aether Drift, a little bit under the radar. People didn't quite realize just how good it was.
Yeah, we're all a bit unsure how to rate the card because Divination's usually just not powerful, like drawing 2 cards for 3 mana. But the card selection of seeing 5 cards, so good.
Yeah, it ended up being closer to Dig Through Time than to Divination.
Yeah, and that's why it's a vintage staple now as well. So it's no surprise it's a Highlander staple.
Yep.
So Yang picking up a Brainstorm and a Subtlety.
A Subtlety.
So has the Mystic Sanctuary. Zing.
Let's see if we're going to use the ability on Mystic Sanctuary to put something on top of the library whilst that Cling to Dust is shields down.
So lost the EI, but maybe considering taking the stock up here. However, this Pyrogoyf is looking big. We've got creature, instant, sorcery, land, and artifact. So 5/6.
5/6.
Puts Ponder back on top.
Yeah, I like that. So it digs pretty deep. So you can look at the top 3 cards and then draw one of them if it answers the Pyrogoyf. But you also have the option to just go, you know, none of these are good enough. Let's find a 4th option.
So Judas has the Thought Scour, and Thought Scour is himself. He did have the option of Thought Scouring Yang and getting rid of that Ponder, but I think Judas has decided that the Ponder is not really an issue. But Yang has got a hand of Chain Lightning and Galvanic Discharge. So I think what he's trying to do here is find a second red source to be able to remove this Pyrogoyf.
That makes sense.
But this will mean the Pyrogoyf has picked up a lot of value because it come down and ate a creature and then ate 2 removal spells.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing. Expressive Iteration sees a Deadpool a Ponder, and an Orcish Bowmasters.
Okay. The other thing with that Thought Scour is putting more fuel in the graveyard for Clink to Dust. So going, you know what, do I want to mill this Ponder? You know, it is like a little bit more card selection, but it was also -1 mana. So
Yeah. Judas putting Deadpool to the bottom, Ponder in exile to cast, and then the Bowmasters in hand.
yeah,
This looks sick. We've got a Pyroblast, a Force of Will, and a Psychic Frog. Judas is going to be so insulated here.
Hang on. Did you say Pyroblast? Isn't this game 1?
I wouldn't have been a Pyroblast then.
Okay.
Getting ahead of myself.
Well, I was very excited for a second there. I was gonna ask about the team's decision to put main deck Pyroblast into the deck.
No, some Grixis lists or Blue Moon lists were playing mainboard Blast, having a look around yesterday, but this is not one of them.
Hang on, we got to talk about this. We got to talk about this brainstorm response.
To the Bowmasters.
Bowmasters.
So dirty.
Bowmasters is gonna do some damage.
Yang's going to want to commit the Galvanic Discharge at this rate to try and deal with the Bowmasters, but
Yeah, but then how am I going to deal with this Pyroglif?
well, it's going to get dazed by the looks of it.
Oh,
and
the Galvanic Discharge is
Yang-
going to get gazed. Oh.
Yang's got a Pyroglyph of his own, but Pyroglyphs aren't usually good at killing Pyroglyphs. There's some sneaky things you can do by like killing a Pyroglyph and then reducing the amount of damage.
Hold up. Yang has let this resolve. This is...
Oh, no, he's gone with the discharge. He's let the first part of the Bowmaster
and then
resolve.
the days coming in,
Yep.
as predicted. Well predicted, Kakao. Well predicted.
Choosing to pick up a Volcanic Island instead of the basic island, this is really heads up because it means that if a back to basics were to come down, he can just replay the thing and not have to worry about his basic lands.
Yeah.
So
What an application of that days. Absolutely fantastic.
So Yang's picked up a Harbinger and Spell Snare. He's got a Jace the Mind Sculptor in hand. He's also got the Ponder that we knew about that was on top of the deck. So he's got a few awkward things to choose from here and still doesn't have the second red source.
Yep.
So a thing Yang could have also done is subtlety the Bowmasters in response to the Brainstorm, but that might have been too low on cards. So
Yang down to 6 life versus Judas being on 11 with a 4/4 army token, a 1/1 Bowmasters, and it looks like a 5/6 Pyroglyph at this point.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised here if Yang develops his own Pyroglyph just to block Judas's and then like kill the Bowmaster.
Yep, that makes sense.
It's a Spell Pierce in Judas's hand, I believe. Along with the Force of Will and the Tropical Island, Volcanic Island he's picked up. Yang having a big think. This is a complicated turn.
And, like, really important. All right, so Jace the Mind Sculptor is the play.
And what is Judas going to do with it? He's going to let it resolve? Hey, that's not a Spell Pierce. I imagine if it's a Spell Pierce, it's probably being Spell Pierced. So bouncing the token, good way to get rid of it.
Yep.
And then maybe choosing to kill the Bowmasters here with the Chain Lightning. Because Jace Brainstorm's not very good into Bowmasters.
Yeah. Now, we're in this situation. I don't think a Planeswalker is previously in the graveyard.
It is a Spell Pierce.
All right.
So Judas choosing to keep the Bowmasters alive, prioritizing that at the most, because anything Jace can bounce there isn't really effective except for the token.
Hang on.
Yang's just dead.
Hang on. You got to explain this, Kakawa, because that was how heads up was that? That was a 4 mana spell that you could Spell Pierce.
Yeah.
And Judas let that resolve. Now I know Judas. He's one of the best players in Australia.
Oh, yeah.
He's on Team Bust Up. He was close to top 8ing at Pro Tour Ether Drift.
Yeah.
I think what was he at the end of day 1? Like X1 or something at the end of day 1?
Yeah, it was X1 at the end of day 1. Lost a feature match to Sam Putty, but was fine after that. Had a couple more feature matches throughout that tournament and finished in 33rd place.
Yeah, so absolutely fantastic player. I think that this is a bit of a masterclass for anybody watching at home. Seeing this ability to counter a Jace the Mind Sculptor, but saying to himself, you know what? I can actually let this resolve because it's going to, yes, kill one of these creatures, but you can't bounce the Pyroglyph. You can bounce the army, but I've still got lethal on play. So I may as well just keep this Spell Pierce for the second thing because there's got to be something else.
Yeah, you look at the options that Jace really had. It was Fate Seal's not going to do much. Brainstorm's really bad with the Bowmaster in play, and 2 of the things you can bounce are bad, so there's only one good thing you can do with it, and that thing wasn't relevant enough. So the Spell Pierce was then going to be the card that sealed the game.
Yeah, yeah. So I think most players would stop and go, you know what, I have the opportunity to unload this Spell Pierce on a 4-cost spell, but choosing not to. So, yeah.
How are we sideboarding here for Yang?
Well, yeah. Let's have a look at these blasts. What blast are we bringing in? Are we bringing in a Pyroblast and Red Blast? That seems like no-brainers to me. But are we bringing in Hydro Blast versus Grixis? What do you reckon?
I think we are, and because of the way Judas's list is configured, it's got like the Pyroglyph slot, it's got the Deadpool, and Deadpool can be just a nightmare, obviously. So you want to have a bit of wiggle room with these extra like efficient threats, because Grixis is going to try and be trading with you very efficiently anyway.
Yep.
So you need to control the game a bit more and like slow it down, because you can't let Grixis get too efficient, and you're going to hope to go over the top with some value cards.
Yep, yep. And now, are you keeping the Blood Moons in the back to basics, considering you know the caliber of player you're playing against, and there's a good chance they're going to start aggressively fetching basics? Or are you saying to yourself, no, these are actually just too much of a heavy hitter that I have to keep them in? Where are we at?
I like keeping them in. You can just get some free games.
Yep, particularly on the play.
Particularly on the play. There is some of the philosophy of like siding out your moons and having your opponents still respect them, and so if they're still respecting them and not be affected by them, they're not dead cards.
Yep.
And so if they're not dead cards, they're useful cards.
Yeah.
So I think that Yang is going to try and get some value out of making sure he doesn't get outclassed by any of these heavy hitters, because Yang is only playing 2 colors, doesn't have access to things like Deadpool.
Yep.
Which, speaking of, there he is on screen. Deadpool and Kaito.
Now, speaking of Deadpool, considering how few creatures Yang has, does you decide out the Deadpool?
Probably not.
That's how good it is, you reckon, huh?
Yang just has to have 1 creature in play for this card to be good. So we do see that Judas does not have many red spells, but I still think Yang is maybe wanting to bring in the second Blue Blast, because Judas himself is going to be bringing in some Red Blast and some Blue Blast.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And so maybe we also see, does Opposition Agent come in? Does Ashiok come in? Like, or are they like, you know what? You're not searching your library that much.
I probably wouldn't bother with Ashiok or Opposition Agent. The one thing I might consider here, though, is Kolaghan's Command. So it can kill a Harbinger. It can kill like quite a few things, but also the ability to just make them discard a card and buy back a creature. So powerful in this format. Being able to raise dead in a singleton format makes it a much more powerful effect.
Yeah, makes sense. And I could see something like the Dismember coming out, and maybe like a couple of those smaller removal spells, maybe a Lightning Bolt, something like that.
Yeah.
But I'd probably keep the Fatal Push just because of that potential to snag the Pyroglyph. Maybe I want to make sure that I've still got something that can kill a Murktide Regent, because that's going to definitely come down and be quite large. So
yeah. At the end of the day, Yang always has a creature in his deck, and that is Lutri.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
So Yang leading us off with a Mystic Sanctuary. That probably implies to me he doesn't have a 3rd land drop. Has a 2nd, but not a 3rd. I saw a lose focus there when I lost focus. Judas King of the Wooded Foothills. This is a bit of an unfortunate fetch to be using, because it can't necessarily find a basic.
Yep. So we see a Badlands straight off, and maybe we're going to see a Thoughtseize Inquisition Duress.
Yeah, and maybe Judas will make my job easy here and just show me Yang's hand for me. See a Drown in the Lock as well from Judas. He's going to lead off with an Inquisition of Kozilek.
Very nice.
And
this means that, like, you know, shields can be a bit down for that getting the non-basic that I was going to say. But
Yang just making my job even harder, right? Like, see, Judas is working with me. Yang's working against me. This is why I'm on Tim Bustop.
So 7-point Highlander, you get access to 7 points. One of those points can be Mental Misstep. Yep. And that really highlights just how much of a powerful card it is, that you do have to pay a point for it, and it only counters 1-drops, but because there's so many 1-drops in this format, people are definitely paying the point. They're paying the tax. All
right, Judas leading us with the Thoughtseize. Really wants to see that hand, and Yang says no. I'm going to see your hand with the Git Probe.
Do we have the Back to Basics to come down? Do we have the Blood Moon to come down?
No, we've got the Blast, Drown in the Lock, Tassagus, Psychic Frog, and Cling to Dusk. Judas naturally having the Snow Basic island in the deck.
Yep.
Very useful. Do you know why he's using Snow Basics instead of regular Basics?
I'm going to guess it's an aesthetic choice.
Unfortunately, it's not. I think if it was an aesthetic choice, he'd have nicer Basics. It's actually because Ragavan is a card in the deck, and sometimes people play this annoying card called Arkham's Astrolabe.
Are you serious? So there's a legitimate reason why Grixis players should actually be playing Snow Basics.
any Ragavan player, realistically, and it's simply because this Astrolabe, one of my least favorite cards ever printed, exists in this format.
Well, speaking of one of my favorite cards ever printed, Narset, Parter of the Veils. It is a Planeswalker that has a passive ability. Your opponents can only draw 1 card per turn, and then it's got the ability to tick down, look at the top 4 cards of your library, and you can reveal a non-creature, non-land card from among them, put them into your hand, and put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This is something that says, hey, look, no brainstorm for you, buddy.
It's really bad if you play a Brainstorm because you still have to put the 2 cards back.
Yeah. Ponder doesn't do anything. Well, Ponder looks at the top 3 cards but doesn't draw the extra card. Preordain. You can still cast cards like Thought Scour because you can cast in your opponent's turn because you can still draw 1 card per turn, but it does do some really good work.
That's a Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Dragon's Rage Channeler. Okay, thank you very much.
Judas' draw Watery Grave, so he's going to be able to leave open this Drown in the Lock or Cling to Dust if he so desires. Doesn't quite have Delirium, has a land and 2 sorceries.
Yep.
So Narset is going to get to tick down a second time. Sees Subtlety, Galvanic Discharge, Scalding Ton, and Spell Snare. These are not necessarily the things you want, but this Spell Snare is going to line up well into a Frog, and it is one of your better answers to Frog, given that a lot of your removal is still damage-based.
And Yang knows about the Frog, but Yang also knows about this DRC that's in play. So having the option between Spell Snare, which has to be revealed, which effectively says, I'm going to have to keep blue open for the rest of the game, but you can't deploy your Frog for the rest of the game. Well, at least for now. Or the other option is to take that single red removal spell and be able to kill the DRC.
So the Spell Snare also lines up well into the Drown in the Lock in Judas' hand, which Yang knows about, just as a counterspell to that. So I think Yang is just going to choose to get this DRC off the board to keep this Narset passive around.
Makes sense to me. This is exciting, because this DRC, it has the ability to kill that Narset and say, look, you don't have that Planeswalker passive ability anymore. But you also do I want to play it in my first main? Do I want to play it in your upkeep? Do I want to play it after your draw step? Because I don't want you to have the Surveil before you draw for turn. I want you to be, if you've got a counterspell in hand, I want you to be able to do that first. Instead, we are deploying Ghost Vacuum. Let's bring up Ghost Vacuum.
Ghost Vacuum?
I love a bit of Ghost Vacuum. It's a graveyard hate card that also has this application later in the game.
Yeah, it exiles cards from graveyards. Any card from any graveyard, and then 6 mana, you can sacrifice it and put each creature card exiled with Ghost Vacuum into play under your control, and you treat them as 1/1 spirits.
All right, so let's just talk about the interaction that happened here. So Judas let the Ghost Vacuum resolve, and then at end of turn decided to Cling to Dust, and maybe didn't see the interaction between Ghost Vacuum and Cling to Dust, because Ghost Vacuum says you can target anything. So Yang, in response to the Cling to Dust, said, I am going to exile my Gitaxian Probe in response, and when that happens, yes, you get the Surveil, but no longer do you get the draw a card.
Well, Judas has actually managed to get Delirium off this, because he's put the Pyrogoyf into the bin, and the Cling to Dust in the bin, giving him instant and creature. So the Dragon's Rage Channeler is now currently Delirious.
Yep. So it becomes a 3/3 and has to attack each turn available. But I'm going to guess that I'd prefer a card over the ability to have a 3/3.
Yeah, maybe. Might have just been a little misstep, but doesn't matter too much. Judas is going to choose to use all the cards in his graveyard to play this Tasker and develop it while the Ghost Vacuum is tapped.
Yeah, okay. So that's actually... it could be some legitimate reasons. Well, I want the extra card in my graveyard in order to play this Tasker and do some stuff.
Yeah, so it has a Ragavan in hand, a Drown in the Lock, and a Psychic Frog, deciding to leave open Drown in the Lock.
Yep.
This put Yang in a bit of an awkward position here. So he has the Flame of Anor in hand to answer the Tasker, but it runs straight into the Drown in the Lock. This Ghost Vacuum is going to have to start eating Yang's
Let's
graveyard.
bring up Drown in the Lock, because I don't know if it does run straight into Drown in the Lock. Because Drown in the Lock is blue-black. Counter-target spell, if its converted mana cost is less than or equal to the number of cards in that player's graveyard. So if you were to go, all right, I'm going to play a 3-drop here, and Judas says, all right, I'll target with Drown in the Lock, well, then you can actually just tap that Ghost Vacuum, exile another card from the graveyard, and it's no longer a legal target. Gets counted.
You certainly can, and I think that's why Yang chose to not play the Flame of Anor at the end step to deal with the Tasker, because the Ghost Vacuum was tapped, because Judas forced to tap it when he played the Cling to Dusk at the end of Yang's turn.
That's a heads-up play. If you're stopping, I'm going to wait until I untap because I want to play around. Drown in the Lock.
Yang's working with a lot of known information here. Judas only has one card that Yang doesn't know about, and that is the Ragavan. So if Yang mistimes his removal or other things, he might just get hit with a Ragavan. So we've got a Dig Through Time, Ottawara, the Soaring City, Galvanic Discharge, and Flame of Anor as the cards. So this is what we're working with, and we are under a fair bit of pressure. So Ottawaring the Tasiga, always quite nice. It's a expensive thing when you've used your graveyard. Judas drawing the Pyroblast.
And you're baiting a little bit here, saying, hey, look, coast is clear. You can get that Ragavan out. Stash it.
Yeah.
Nothing bad will happen.
So Judas has drawn Pyroblast. This maybe changes how I want to deploy my threats this turn.
Yep,
I maybe
makes sense.
don't want to play the Ragavan to leave open the Pyroblast. I could choose to leave open Drown in the Lock and Pyroblast if I wanted. But this Drown in the Lock is going to start to lose its value pretty quickly as this Ghost Quarter is going to potentially start exiling the graveyard. But also Yang has the Dig Through Time, so he has the ability to remove it anyway.
Yep.
So this is really heads up here because this means Judas is going to get a chance to use the Drown in the Lock even though the Ghost Vacuum is in play if he wants to, but instead chooses to let it resolve. I think he's saving the Drown in the Lock for maybe a Blood Moon or a Back to Basics or something off the top. And Yang choosing to exile the Ragavan because Judas has still got the Tasiga and we don't want him to have cards in the graveyard in order to be able to deploy it.
Yep. And with that Dig Through Time, it has the Delve text, so you can exile cards from your graveyard as part of the casting cost. And that Yang also knows that he can utilize in order to counter the Drown in the Lock as well.
Yeah, how do you feel about Dig Through Time as a use of points?
How many points is Dig Through Time?
I believe it's 1. Maybe it's 2.
Yeah, so definitely like 10, 15 years ago, that card was like underpointed at 2 points. And incredibly good because of the instant speed that it has in... All right, Pyroblast, the Dig Through Time.
This is going to be met with a Mental Misstep or a Mana Leak.
And we've got, just announcing my trigger here.
Trigger DRC.
And Yang's gone, hang on a second, let's stop for a second. How are we gonna deal with this? All right, let's let your thing resolve and see what happens with your
Tameo Inquisitive Student into the bin. Mana Leak the Pyroblast.
Yep.
So this is going to resolve because we can't Drown in the Lock the Mana Leak.
Yep.
No cards in the graveyard thanks to this Dig Through Time. Sees some lands, 3 lands, 4 lands, 5 lands. Five lands, a Mishra's Bauble and a Chain Lightning.
That's, I'm very glad to get those cards off the top of my library at this point. Although, there's a good chance that you want a second red source.
Yeah. You could want a second red source. It's not unreasonable. I think it depends if Yang ever feels like he needs to play 2 red spells in a turn or develop any double red cards he might have. But I think he's pretty happy not having any double red cards in his deck outside of things like Brotherhood's End for matchups like Shops.
Yep, makes sense. So, getting to put 2 cards in hand and then pass the turn.
So Judas draws Verdant Catacombs for the turn. This means he will be able to fetch it for a basic snow-covered swamp. Insulating it against Back to Basics and Harbinger, etc. And it means he also actually has an opportunity here to cast this Tasiga by exiling the 3 cards in his bin. So Yang did have an opportunity there to exile a card from Judas's graveyard in response to the fetch land. And that would have stopped the Tasiga, foiled that Tasiga plan.
Yep.
But Yang's chosen not to do that. And so, like, this Dragon's Rage Channeler looks like it's hitting. We weren't delirious, so there's no point attacking first and doing it. We just want to give Yang as few option points to stop us playing this Tasiga.
Yep.
So stock up the draw, and we've got stock up Urza's Bauble, Chain Lightning, and a Flame of Anor. So we have an answer for the Tasiga. We have an answer for the Dragon's Rage Channeler. But Judas this entire game has been sandbagging this Frog because Frog is such a valuable card and valuable threat that he's trying to run Yang out of any removal he has so he might be able to run away with the game with the Frog. Because when you're left the board like empty or you've run each other out of threats, running each other out of cards, Frog just swings away with it and runs away with it.
Yeah, Frog. Ribbit.
All right. Yang with the stock up. Seeing a lot of cards this game, having Dig Through Time and then casting a stock up the next turn.
Yeah, the Sorcerer's Made Dig Through Time.
So consult the star charts and 2 lands going to the bottom. We're going to keep a Fury. And a land. Prismatic Vista, I believe.
Yeah, so there's a few different options available here.
Yeah, so this Prismatic Vista means Yang's going to be able to get his second red source if he so desires.
Yep, and that actually puts to 6 mana, which means that if you want, you can activate that ability of the Ghost Vacuum and get some spirits that are, you know, like a Ragavan, maybe a Tasigur or something like that as well that you exile. So that Ghost Vacuum randomly does like a little bit of interaction and has a graveyard element, but then turns into a threat later on.
Yeah, and if Yang puts maybe like 4 creatures into play, that can be really hard for Grixis to deal with. Like 1 Grixis can deal with, 2 Grixis can deal with, 3 start getting a bit like annoying, and then 4 is going to be way too many. So this Ghost Vacuum can actually exile this Tasker, and it brings it back as 1/1, which is not too exciting, but it does have the extra text of being able to pay 4 mana to start effectively drawing cards. And Yang can pay for it.
1/1 flying Tasigur. Definitely does some work.
1/1 flying Tasigur with the ability to mill 2 cards and have your opponent pick 1. This Drown in the Lock has a lot more targets now that there's so many cards in Yang's graveyard. And now we have the Frog.
The Frog. And attack for 1. Yeah.
So Yang here looks like he might be trying to develop this Fury. So being able to Fury the DRC and hopefully the Frog.
This is such a good heads up.
Oh yeah, he's
like Yang going, you know what, yes, you have a creature in your graveyard that I could exile, but I'm actually going to be playing around just reducing my graveyard so this Drown and Lock doesn't necessarily counter everything.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get hit by it. He wants to get rid of this Frog, basically. Yeah. So I think Yang as well is considering if he wants to sack the Urza's Bauble. It does mean he will have to use the Ghost Vacuum during his turn. So Yang sees the Lorien Revealed, which is the card that he did not know about.
Yep. Okay. So 5 cards in the graveyard for that Drown in the Lock. We got Fury in hand.
Bloodstained Mire and a Memory Lapse.
Yep.
So Bloodstained Mire here might go and get Steam Vents in order to be able to cast the Chain Lightning if he needs to.
Yeah, currently 5 cards in graveyard, but
he's baiting Judas into it.
A little temptation.
He's baiting Judas into it. It's like, oh, come on, cast the Drown in the Lock and not see the Ghost Vacuum.
Yeah.
But I don't think Judas is falling for it.
Oh, you got to kind of stop and think about these things. But yep. All right. So we got 1 damage and 3 damage. We're going to see a discard and a discard. Say, you know what? I actually value my Frog being alive more than these things, so I'm going to put all these in the graveyard, and then we're going to see a crack on the fetch land and the Chain of Lightning.
There is a small thing Judas missed there, which was he could actually island and cycle the Lorien Revealed, which would put that into the graveyard, and then he can discard the land, and then discard the Drown in the Lock, which would actually give him Delirium to keep the Dragon's Rage Channeler alive.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Cacao, this is why we pay you the big bucks.
But Fury, Hell hath no Fury, and the Chain Lightning comes down to finish the Frog, leaving Judas completely hellbent, and this Ghost Vacuum sees a yummy Frog. Isn't Frog great when it's always got flying? Doesn't change the card much. One toughness less for always flying. It's pretty good.
Yep. All right. So we see that Frog going into the graveyard. Some really excellent heads-up play by Yang here. Really impressive to see.
So we've got Memory Lapse in hand as well, which is exactly where you want to be in this situation. Because if your opponent tries to do anything, it just goes back on top. And hopefully it's not relevant.
Yeah, it can be an actual time walk, just like Blue and 1, take an extra turn because you did nothing except for play your card and then put it back on top of your library and I get to attack again.
And Yang gets to pick up Lutri here as well, just for some extra insulation. Again, Lutri the Memory Lapse. So Counterspell and Bowmaster in Judas's hand.
Right, so we see another exile on that Ghost Vacuum. And this Fury hits pretty darn hard.
Yes.
3/3 double striker, 6 damage a turn. We've got 2 attack swings and it's lethal.
So I might have considered the actually flashing in the Lutri end of turn. You still had the ability to Memory Lapse in case something went wrong. And it means that you actually put your opponent to 1, and you can activate the Ghost Vacuum and get 3 1/1s. So you'd present 5 lethal threats, which isn't easy for Grixis to deal with.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So we might actually see an activation of this now in order to get 3 1/1s and say, you know what? Like, I've got this Memory Lapse, I've got a Lutri, you have to like sweep the board, and I've got this Memory Lapse that can stop that from happening,
So the Bowmasters is actually quite good here, because it is going to get to kill one of these creatures. Yang, probably considering this Memory Lapse, and thinking about the consequences if the Bowmaster comes down next turn, and what that means. But decides it's relevant.
Yeah, I don't know the actual interaction. Oh,
He
no.
picks him up. I believe the Ragavan should have still been in exile.
Yeah, but it was pretty quick. Just let's have a look at what's on top of the library and go to game 3.
Yep, I think it was pretty clear from that point. Yang had controlled the game enough and kept it alive.
Yeah. Now both players going back to the sideboard, acknowledging that there may be a significant difference, but maybe not, in terms of being on the play versus being on the draw, particularly when it comes to those Blood Moons, Magus of the Moon, Harbinger, and back to basics.
Yeah, because a lot of the game can revolve around those cards, it means it's revolving a lot around a 3-drop. So whoever's on the play is very important because it means you have 2 mana interaction versus 3 mana interaction. It also means that your ability to deploy a threat before it comes down and get on board, or apply pressure in other ways. Also gives you more time to snipe it with things like Thoughtseize Duress. So being on the play here is quite important. Or just very powerful, I should say.
Now, you might have noticed in that game, there wasn't really a lot of interaction from not having basics in play versus not basics in play, because Judas had 2 basics in play, so back to basics wouldn't have done much. But I can also point out that there was a Chain Lightning in Yang's hand that when it was deployed, there weren't 2 red sources open. And one of those things being Judas is going to prioritize having basics, and that means that you're not going to have as many of the dual lands, and that means you might not have double red available when something like a Chain Lightning comes up.
Yeah, it's a nice little thing you can be doing with the deck itself. Is even if you Blood Moon your opponent, if you time it right, Chain Lightning is not necessarily coming back at you.
Yeah. I want to talk about the difference between Harbinger versus Magus. So Grixis has a couple of basic lands, so a basic island and a basic swamp. What do you think about Harbinger versus, would you prefer to see Harbinger on the other side, or would you prefer to see Magus of the Moon on the other side?
Oh, Magus every time. Magus is a way less scary card because it makes everything red, and what a lot of decks play? Lightning Bolt. Very clean answer, but
Lightning Bolt, Pyroglyph,
can't
Blast.
cast a Lightning Bolt through a Harbinger of the Tide.
Yeah, and you have the basics that are in the other card, whereas you don't have basic Mountain.
Yeah, and let's not forget the most important thing about it is that it pitches to Force of Will. It's blue.
Yeah, that is a good point. All right.
So Judas going with the Mishra's Bauble looking at the top, seeing if he wants to crack the fetch land or not, or wants the card. Decides he wants the card, which is a Scalding Tarn or another land. Has Dalthy Voidwalker, Quantum Riddler, Lorien Revealed, and some nice hidden cards.
So you crack on the fetch land. We're probably going to get a Surveil land here or a basic. They're the 2 that my head goes to.
Yeah, so I think we get the Surveil land, trying to dig, and I think we want to play this Dalthy on turn 2. So Yang has Hydroblast, Mental Misstep, Expressive Iteration, some other things like Dig Through Time.
I think the Mental Misstep is the big one.
Memory Lapse and a Thundering Falls.
Yep, for sure. So we're seeing a Surveil into the graveyard, putting 3 cards into the bin on turn 1. So having access to things like Tasiga here on turn 2, which could actually be quite difficult for Yang to deal with, just because it's got 5 toughness on 1 mana. Yeah, pretty hard to deal with.
So Judas sacking the Bloodstained Mire, choosing to get the Badlands instead of the basic. Which I can respect that a fair bit. One of the cool things about Dalthy Voidwalker or any of the black threats in this deck is that there are no Black Blasts.
No Black Blast. All right, so the Dalthy Voidwalker resolves, passing it over to Yang. We see a fetch land. The Dalthy Voidwalker has obviously 3 power, basically unblockable, Shadow. But the fact that it says, you know what, you dig through time is going to be pretty hard to cast.
Yeah, and just going with the Inquisition Kozilek here. Seeing what Yang's working with, and I think he's trying to make sure he doesn't get Blood Mooned here, basically. He does have the Lorien revealed in order to go and find a basic island.
Yep.
So he's not too worried about that, but it's still going to be really frustrating, and it could stumble Judas enough to lock him out of the game.
Yep. So, have option of Mental Misstepping here, and do I want to cast it or not?
Choosing to cast it.
Yep.
Paying 2 life. So it's exiled under the Dalthy, and here's a funny thought. Do we want to attack with Dalthy or leave open a Mental Misstep?
Yeah, considering Yang stopped and thought about that for a while, I think I'd still get my beat on.
Yeah. Pointed.
Yeah, it is pointed. I have had some situations with Dorothy Voidworker where I've played the Dorothy Voidworker and then played like a Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
And taken something like in Cube, I've taken an Emrakul. And like, yeah.
It was how the finals of Pro Tour Lord of the Rings was won by Scam Thoughtseizing on turn 3 with the Dalthy on 2, hitting an Ulamog against Tron, and game was over.
Game's over.
All right. So Judas playing the Thundering Falls and surveilling Cling to Dust into the bin. Yang going for the Steam Vents end of turn, taking 2 damage, or maybe just shortcutting.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But I think that this is worth noting for anybody just having a little bit of a, like, whoa, Steam Vents. Why Steam Vents over the Volcanic Island? And that's because this is an 8-point deck,
Yeah.
which we talked about earlier.
So it gets to bounce the Dalthy with the Brazen Borrower. Draws a land for turn. Can play this Thundering Falls without having to worry about the Dalthy, which is kind of nice. Prismatic Vista to the bin. And Judas deciding if he's going to cycle this Lorien Revealed, but I think he knows that, or has a feeling that there's no Moon effect at the moment. So I think he's maybe thinking about if he wants to draw 3
Awesome
cards.
cards. Oh, I love that. I love that.
So Dalthy Voidwalker here. Might get met with a Memory Lapse. So Judas' other cards, Molten Collapse, Kaito, and Quantum Riddler. I think we're about to see the Quantum Riddler, which is going to undo the Memory Lapse.
Yep. Quantum Riddler is a new card that has certainly been causing some waves in Highlander, particularly because its interaction with Ephemerate.
Oh, it's not just Highlander. This thing has been popping up all over the place. Like, this was the card of the set.
Yeah.
This was the powerful card of Edge of Eternities that.
It's so many tickets on Moto.
Oh my God, my rental services. They're so struggling with it.
Struggling to even just get 4 Quantum Riddlers.
So Marsh flats here the land for turn. Judas gets to redeploy this Dalthy. Yang has a counterspell for it this time. Judas kind of left with nothing else to do. So
Distinctly different here is that we're not seeing attacks with Brazen Borrow. We're not seeing any threats here. So even though Judas is getting hampered by, can he spell, it's not can he spell hit you for 3, can he spell hit you for 3, can he spell hit you for 3. So
yeah, there's no clock on Judas right now, so he's got a bit of time, and he does have the Molten Collapse as well as an answer to something. I think he's trying and find a way to sneak this Kaito into play with Ninjutsu.
Yeah.
But also just playing Kaito onto an empty board if your opponent's got nothing. It's pretty good.
Yep, but you got a couple of other options to use your mana. So Quantum Riddler, the 5 cost and the Lorien Revealed. So you can just start running these big hitters out, trying to go, you know what, like, one of these is going to stick.
And so Yang uses the Mystic Sanctuary to put the counterspell back on top. So he's going to be able to draw that. And then play an EI here. He's digging for a land, which is a bit unfortunate that he didn't hit one. So I think he wanted to hit an exiled land, play that as his land drop for turn, put a card into hand, and leave open the counterspell. But he's seen 3 reactive cards here in the form of Mana Leak and Subtlety, which are not really very good on your turn. And the third one being a Lorien Revealed he can't cast. Can't even Island Cycle for it. How sad is that? Unless he puts it into his hand. He could do that. Put it into his hand, tap one of his lands, go find an island, and still leave open counterspell. And what's he choosing to exile? Chooses to exile the Lorien Revealed.
Yeah,
so
the
that's
land that is not the land.
Land that is not the land. Judas has one of those as well. But so Yang here definitely trying to slow the game down. He wants to be able to answer things and eventually try and get ahead with his dig through time with maybe a Hydroblast backup in case it gets met with Pyroblast or Red Elemental Blast.
So this is Dorothy. This is Dorothy.
So if you're in Judas' position, you've got these Haymakers, you've got these 5 quests, you've got Lorien Revealed, you've got Quantum Riddler, and you've got the Kaito. You know about the counterspell, so what are you running into that counterspell first? Or just doesn't matter, just roll the dice. Like, they're all kind of like interchangeable. They're all like,
I probably wouldn't run the Quantum Riddler into it. That card is just so valuable, like late game. It's also very expensive, and there's a bit of a problem with Judas' hand at the moment is how expensive it is. Yang choosing to use the Hydroblast on the DRC here, and Judas is going to respond with a Cling to Dust.
Yeah, so responding with a Cling to Dust here, exiling something from the graveyard, but also getting a Surveil in with the DRC activation. So I believe this resolve to start with, and we're seeing an end of turn Hydroblast here.
Ah, yeah. So Judas getting to Surveil, keeps it on top and draws it.
Yep.
Yang on tap still has the counterspell in hand, draws a Mountain for turn. So he's got subtlety as well, dig through time, and counterspell. And so he's looking to try and get ahead. Would love to put more cards in his graveyard.
Yeah. I mean, both of these players being incredibly patient, saying, you know what, no, I'm not going to play my 5-drop. I'm going to play my 1-drop and my 4-drop. I'm going to try to leverage my mana the best way possible, which is a pretty good strategy.
Yeah, I think I spied a Merc with a mouth as the draw from Cling to Dust.
The Merc with a mouth.
Never heard Deadpool refer to Merc with a mouth?
Yeah, no, I have. I know Deadpool when I see it. So,
I think most Highlander players do, but
expressive iteration is
it's a Baraglyph, not a Deadpool. I guess I don't know Deadpool when I see it. That being said, Baraglyph's got a hell of a mouth.
Yeah, it does. So we're going to see a counterspell deployed on that expressive iteration, and then Baraglyph coming down. Again, Judas prioritizing the double spell in order to play around the counterspell heavy deck from Yang.
Oh yeah, it's the best way to play against counterspells really is by just trying to be more mana efficient. So Yang's going to be completely reliant on this dig through time here, which picks up a Force of Will, 3 lands, stock up Brainstorm, and Lightning Bolt. These are some pretty powerful cards here.
Yeah, now look, a Daze in response could pick up that Mystic Sanctuary as well as countering that Baraglyph, but the fact that one of these cards wasn't immediately slammed down makes me think that maybe Daze isn't in that.
Oh, Daze would be so sick here.
Oh, so good. How good is Daze?
Daze is very good.
Yeah. It's one of those cards. It's either like insane or terrible, and quite often you don't see the number of times that it's bad.
Yeah. So Yang's first card that he's picked out of this is the Force of Will. I think he's gonna think about forcing this Goyef, which is not really how you want to be spending your dig through time. Not going up on cards.
Not going up on cards, but still countering a particularly relevant threat that is hard to deal with just because of how much toughness it has with red cards in your deck.
Yeah, so
you don't have anything to destroy his creatures. You've got to do the damage.
Yeah, he took the stock up as the second card here, so he's going to force pitching the subtlety and untap and cast stock up and hopefully see something out there. So if he finds like another land, for example, which an island, and then finds a Blood Moon effect, this could be a little scary for Judas.
Yeah, okay. So one basic in play. Moment.
So Mishra's Bauble, Murktide, and 3 lands.
Even that Murktide coming down is a big old fatty.
Yeah, we're a little bit way off the Murktide at the moment. There's only 2 cards in the graveyard because we just ate them all with the dig through time.
3 cards with the stock up.
And takes the Bauble. Bauble's Judas's deck. He's going to draw a card next turn. Can deploy the Murktide.
Yeah.
7...
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Now, if Deadpool
bigger
is
than a
one
Quantum
of
Riddler.
then yeah.
It was not. It was the Baraglyph. But we have a Kaito here as well and a Molten Collapse. So we're just going to stun this Murktide.
Let's bring up Kaito for those that haven't played much Standard in recent times. Kaito is a 4-cost Planeswalker that has the ability to ninjutsu. And it has a tick-down ability to tap the target creature and put 2 stun counters on it. So we see 1 stun counter on it as well as 3 +1/+1 counters. So it's a 6/6 with another stun counter on it. And that just means that Kaito has the ability to just tap it down, get in there, draw some cards as well. So many different available options on Kaito.
Yeah, and Judas choosing to use an unreadable Kaito almost. Judas likes his pimp cards.
Yeah, jeez.
So Yang casting a Ponder, finding a Fury, Furying the Kaito. Judas thought scouring end of turn. So he does have this Molten Collapse as an answer for this Murktide, or this Fury. Has Lorien revealed to draw some cards, and Quantum Riddler. Judas is ahead in the resource game right now, which is not where Yang necessarily wants to be, but Yang has got the aggression. Pyrogoyf coming down for the Fury. That is real bad for Yang. This is going to start applying pressure because this Murktide is not tapped for another turn.
Yep.
And
Yang being on 11.
Now, we are in turn 0 now, as you can see on the screen. This game, these players have played so tight and so long that we've gone to turns.
Oh, how the time flies.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even realize that we've been watching this, because this has just been highly entertaining watching these 2 masters of 7 Point Highlander play the game in a way that is just so value-orientated and going like, you know what, we need to edge every single value here. We need to respond to things. We need to be able to understand how the triggers are going, where the cards in graveyard are heading, and how to play around all the different cards in each other's decks. Absolutely great to see. So 6/7 Pyrogoyf here. Yang is on 11.
That unholy hit in Yang's hand looking a little sad right now.
Okay.
But an Otawara, well, you don't usually want to Otawara a Pyrogoyf.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so Yang is turn 0. Lutri to hand. We can definitely Lutri double Unholy Heat.
Yep, yep. Now, if you exile some more cards as well with that Murktide region, it can actually get bigger to the point where, you know, if you get it to, it's 6 power now, if you manage to get it to 8 or 9 power, right, 8 power and then 9 power.
Yeah.
All right, that's going to be 17 damage in order to defeat Judas in the time that is available, in the turns that is available.
So Urza's Bauble the draw and play, and gets to see Yang's Otawara. So that's going to be something you can choose to play around.
Now,
goes in for 6.
Playing a Bauble in your first combat main phase, I don't know about you, but that means that I'm just committing to not drawing a card. Because I'm going to forget that. I mean, like, there's just too much stuff going on for me to remember to draw a card.
You might be. I think Judas is going to remember.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like
saw Yang earlier put the dice on top of his deck to remind himself. So Judas.
Yeah, but you kind of got to put it on top of your opponent's deck. Have you done that before? Have you asked your opponent if it's all right if I could put my dice on the top of your deck?
No, I would never consider that.
I have done it, and most people are actually pretty cool with it.
Okay. So I'm going to stop you drawing these cards. All right, we got a flashed-in Lutri here.
So consideration from Yang is, do I actually just not have the ability to win this game in the amount of turns, the amount of attack steps do I have left? Is my option here to actually be playing for a draw?
I think that's what Yang is trying to do. And we see the K command here, killing the Lutri as the blocker and getting to buy back a threat. Or make Yang discard a card. Either is a pretty good outcome for Judas, as he's going to be able to Molten Collapse this Murktide, which means that...
Unholy Heat goes to the graveyard, keeping the Otawara in hand. Pyrogoth gets in for 6 damage, putting Yang to 5. That Otawara is a bit awkward.
So Judas choosing now to cycle the Lorien Reveal to find the basic island. Snow basic island. Gets to... Oh, no, goes for the underground. Oh, he needed the black mana, of course.
Also I want to deploy this whilst Yang is hands open, no counter spells. I want to be able to get this Pyrogoth into a position where I can attack, or it gets bounced with the Otawara, and it's good times.
So currently, Yang has just had the one draw.
Yep, one draw.
Needs this one draw to be good. Because the Otawara, if it bounces this Pyrogoth, Pyrogoth's coming back down. He's going to need a counterspell. He's going to have something.
Ooh, is it the Otawara?
Goes to the Otawara. Judas redeploys the Goyf. And there's the handshake.
Right,
Judas wins.
Good.
Judas takes it in turn 3 of turns.
Yeah, so these players on 8-2, turn 3 of turns. Matthew Judas eking out the win in the last, well, not quite the last, but pretty darn close. Very impressive play from both of these players. We're back in the booth with Isaac Lee, Dylan Kakala. Dylan, how amazing was that?
That was fantastic. My favorite thing about this is Judas made a choice to play a slightly different change from the rest of the team in the 4-drop slot. He ended on Pyrogoyf. The rest of the team ended up on Sheoldred. Pyrogoyf there, very good.
Yeah, if you auto-wired a Sheoldred, then the Sheoldred just comes back down, but maybe doesn't do the damage, right? Like doesn't do the heavy hitting of the Pyrogoyf, and that Pyrogoyf coming down and killing the Fury as well, meaning that the application, what a different choice
was all very, very good in that matchup, especially when you try and grind back and forth as opposed to just slam something and hope it sticks. Because a lot of things aren't sticking in this matchup.
Yeah. And did you notice that we actually didn't see a Blood Moon, a Magus of the Moon, a Back to Basics, or a Harbinger in any of those games? So potentially Yang stopping and going, you know what, I respect Judas, and I think that he's going to play around it in a way that I'm going to replace those cards with some other interaction. Really tight play from both players. The interaction with that Ghost Vacuum, amazing to watch.
So good.
I'm looking forward to going back and watching this again.
That was a great match. It was a really, really tight back and forth, and both players played really well, and like a lot of interesting decision points that, you know, these blue-red mirrors kind of encourage, especially post-board when 8 blasts are suddenly in the equation between them.
Yeah, for sure. Fantastic stuff.
So, just to give a little update as well, I did go and talk to April Prime, asked her if she liked Magic. She's played a little bit of Magic. I also asked her what her favorite card is. Would you like to take a guess at what her favorite card is?
Oh, I can tell you what my favorite card is from April Prime, the artist that we got at the venue here. It's the card Art Appreciation.
Art Appreciation. She does appreciate a lot of art and a lot of artists. Her favorite art is Wolf in Blank's clothing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She, I was talking to her earlier, and she said that that was actually the first set that she worked on, was the Unfinity set.
Yeah, it was the first set release. She's maybe got some new cards coming out soon. Some interesting stuff, which will be exciting to see. She's moved back to Australia, so we expect to see her at a lot of events going forward.
great. Great.
She's great. Great to talk to as well.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Well, thanks everybody for watching. You want to sign us off?
I'll sign us off. Join in for next round for the final round of Swiss, being commentated by one Isaac Lee and Matthew Anderson. That's going to be a fantastic match. We're going to see someone winning in for a top 8 for a Lotus.
Yeah, good times, good times. Thanks, Dylan.
Thanks,
Always a pleasure.
Isaac. Signing off.
don't stop.
Let me explain something.
Welcome back to the booth. I'm Isaac Lee, joined with Matt Anderson. Giga Chat extraordinaire. You ready for this?
Always going to be ready for this.
Yeah, for sure. So this is the last round of the Bazaar event for a winner Lotus before we cut to the top 8. Do you know much about what's in the prize structure for this top 8?
Oh, there is a lot in this prize structure. I mean, first place, obviously, our Black Lotus.
Yep.
Second place, getting a Mox.
Mox. Second piece of power.
Third and fourth, both getting time vaults. Rest of the top 8's walking away with, I believe, a Volk.
Yep. So blue dual land for 5th through 8th, which is pretty fantastic. 312 players, I believe, battling over the space of 8 rounds yesterday, 4 rounds today. Everybody that made X3 or better cut today too. And now we're in the last round before cutting to top 8. And we've got a couple of players coming up here that are playing for the opportunity to win a Black Lotus. This is a win and in round between James Larson Scott and Beckett Wolf. They are shuffling up at the moment. What are you thinking here? Like, you know a bit about James Larson Scott and Grixis.
I've spent a fair bit of time testing this Grixis list with Team Bustop.
Yep.
This Grixis list, have to be real, wasn't set up specifically to target the land style decks. It's not. We're not playing like the Blood Moon, the Harboring of the Seas, the Back to Basics style Mana Damar plans. So this mono green lands deck is going to be very, very interesting the way this matchup plays out.
Yeah, for sure. We've got those names swapped around in terms of Beckett and James Larson Scott, so we'll get that fixed up in a second. But James Larson Scott, yep, all right, there we go. Yep. Mono green lands. So Beckett is known for brewing some pretty cool Highlander decks and testing some things out. Sometimes they're terrible and sometimes they're excellent. I'm so glad to see this is the one that's in the excellent category, considering we're at the win and in for a Black Lotus here. Mono green lands. There's a new card in here that has been making some waves, been talking a little bit about it. Can you tell me a little bit about this new card?
Are we talking about our lovely friend here from Avatar, the last set? We're taking a look at Badger Mole. Badger Mole card. We're bringing it up on stream right now. So this is going to highlight one of the new keyword abilities from Avatar.
Yep.
Earthbending. Another way to turn our lands into some threats.
Hang on a second though, right? Because this is a 2-mana 2/2 that when it enters the battlefield, Earthbend 1, and whenever you tap a creature for mana, add an additional green. So that's going to turn like your land into a 1/1 so it can gain an additional mana. Are we talking about the mana ramp here, or is there another factor?
Look, not only having the mana ramp as a big factor, but also just having more bodies in play, more ways to attack. This Grixis deck is trying to 1-for-1 a lot, and then pull a little bit ahead with some 2-for-1s. But if all of your cards and all of your lands are now creatures, that's going to be able to cause quite a few problems for this Grixis deck. Yeah.
The other thing that can happen, which I think is pretty cool, is that you can create, put a +1/+1 counter, Earthbend onto a wasteland. You can wasteland your opponent, and then because of the way the Earthbending works, it actually immediately comes back into play tapped. So you can wasteland your opponent, comes back into play, wasteland them again the next turn, so it can get a lot of value that way as well. So we see a Once Upon a Time from Beckett, as well as a tap land from JLS, and a Mox Diamond to start off with. Mox Diamond, a bit of an all-star in the lands deck and Legacy, so seeing it coming into play on turn 1 for Beckett, that's going to be pretty good.
I do like the idea of discarding the Urborg and not helping the Grixis fix up their own mana.
Yeah, now speak of the devil in terms of the card.
Oh, here we go.
Right.
Badger Mole turn 1.
Yeah, so just on turn 1 here, Beckett now has 1 mana producing from the Mox Diamond and 2 mana producing from the Yavimaya here. So able to play another land here on turn 2 and then be able to tap for 4 mana. Pretty amazing.
4 mana from the lands plus the extra mana from the Mox. We could see a pretty powerful 5 mana play.
Yep. Now, JLS deploying an Emperor of the Bones here on turn 2. Got a couple of different options in terms of what you can be focusing on from James's side.
Keeping those lands out of the graveyard does seem kind of important, though, with Beckett Wolf playing quite a few recursive cards in his deck.
Okay, well, by recursive cards, you're talking about like Crucible of Worlds, things that can play lands from the graveyard. What's the closet card? Like the green and 2 Crucible that also has the ability to play cards from graveyard. So having a bit of utility on that Emperor of Bones by just exiling some cards, good times.
The Ramanap Excavator, this card you were thinking of?
Okay, yep. And the other one is the Into the Closet or something. So Thespian Stage, Mando. Tell me about Thespian Stage. How does that interact with one of the most powerful cards in the lands deck?
One of the most powerful cards in the lands deck? Well, I think we'd be talking a little bit more about trying to remove some ice counters here.
Yep. Okay. Okay. So we're searching
kind of-
for a or any land in your deck and putting into play. We're searching for Dark Depths here. Now, for those at home that might be playing this on Moto and might be, nobody in particular, but might be actually like kind of clicking on the wrong thing and sacrificing the wrong thing. As a judge, tell us how this interacts, Thespian Stage and Dark Depths.
So Dark Depths is a really interesting legendary land. The way that this card works, when it comes in, you get a bunch of ice counters on it.
Yep.
But our Thespian Stage is going to copy the Dark Depths, but it's not going to get that Enter the Battlefield trigger. So it's going to be sitting there as a Dark Depths with no counters on it. Now, as Dark Depths is legendary, we're going to have to go and check our legendary state-based actions. One of these two will need to be sacrificed.
Okay, so do you sacrifice the one, at that point, do you sacrifice the one with the counters on it, or do you sacrifice the Thespian Stage?
Oh, we're going to sacrifice the original one.
Okay,
the legendary.
so the one with the counters on it goes to the graveyard straight away, and then we resolve the Thespian Stage Dark Depths ability of having no counters on it, so I can make a 20/20.
Yep.
Okay.
So we are going to end up losing these two lands, but a 20/20 indestructible seems well worth.
Yeah, especially considering this is turn 2 getting both of those things into play, so turn 3 creating a 20/20. Does JLS have much in terms of the ways to deal with this interaction or interact with this? Is there an Otawara in the deck maybe that can bounce a card? Because the legendary Marit Lage token also has indestructible, makes it really hard to kill.
An indestructible Marit Lage token is one of the worst things for this Grixis deck to see.
Yep.
Unfortunately, at the moment, we're not playing the Brazen Borrow, and we also aren't playing our Otawara.
Okay, so maybe Deadpool is the option here? Swap to the text boxes so that my Deadpool has indestructible and flying, and you have a 20/20 Ground Dork.
I mean, 20/20 Ground Dork will have to sit there and play running straight into that indestructible Deadpool.
Yep. All right, so we see a Murktide Regent being deployed here as a 4/4 after playing that Dismember on the 3/3. Shields down for James, so not saying that I'm going to have a Stifle, not saying I'm going to have a Tidebinder Mage or something that can interact with that. Oh, hang on. What's going on here? How's that little dog that's being tapped from mana?
Hey, we've got a Yavimaya sitting in play.
Ah, I see.
He may be a creature, but he's still the Yavimaya.
Yeah, so Yavimaya turning all of your lands into forests, meaning that even the Dark
all
Depths...
of everyone's lands.
All of everyone's lands. Oh, crop rotation. So...
What do you reckon we're crop rotating for this time?
I don't know. I actually don't know what's going on here. Beckett is going to
Strip mine?
rotate for the strip mine. Maybe Beckett's sitting there going, I know how this works out badly for me.
He's playing around that Deadpool.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to kill your land so that I can make a 20/20. You can't Deadpool me. I'm going to get at least one attack in, and you're going to have to chump block with that Murktide Regent. This is cool. This is
very heads-up play here from Beckett.
Yeah,
He's taking a quick look at JLS's list and noticed you have very, very limited ways to interact with my Marit Lage.
Yep. So Beckett just lining things up here, making sure that we're doing things in the right order. Tapping 2 lands, and maybe we're going about a different route. Maybe we're actually like a little bit more scared of the Deadpool interaction than I maybe thought. So...
it's a Life from the Loam on the top?
Yep, okay.
I
So
guess we
gain
may
one
be
life
playing
with
the strip mine plan.
Yeah. Oh, well, I've still actually got 2 lands and the ability to tap and make a 20/20 token. And Beckett's saying, you know what, I'm just going to not have it in play on your turn. I think we saw a sneaky Kaito there as well. So that is actually a way to tap down the 20/20 if Beckett was to do it in the main phase.
Oh, heads up, playing around both Kaito and Deadpool here.
Yep. Very cool to see. So Balfour Strix, the play, coming into play, drawing a card, and having the text. I think it says has the ability to chump block to a Marit Lage token. I believe that's what Balfour Strix says.
Let me just check the rulings on that card. Yes, you are correct.
Great to see. So,
can go under the 20/20 bus.
It can go under the 20/20 bus. 20/20 coming into play now. Does Beckett have the token?
Oh, we do.
Oh, great to see. Well played, Beckett. Well played. So cards being revealed from that Courser of Crucifix and gaining life, being able to play lands from the top of the library. I tell you what, even if JLS does manage to deal with this 20/20 token, that life from the loam, How much have you played with and against Life from the Loam?
I have played my fair share of Life from the Loam in a lot of different decks, and the sheer value that we're going to generate, especially with the ability to pick up Dark Depths, Thespian Sage, and the Strip Mine, this is looking really rough for Grixis.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so we see a chump block with the 4/4 Murktide Regent. Baleful Strix stay in place. For those viewers watching, why are we chump blocking with the Murktide Regent, the bigger creature, rather than the Baleful Strix?
Well, I mean, our plan is to swing in with this Baleful Strix, pick it up to Ninjutsu from the Kaito, so we still have a 2-mana card that we can play, draw another card. Oh, our Life from the Loam is picking up our renewable 2020 and our Strip Mine.
Yeah, so we just saw an activation of that Strip Mine, and then the Life from the Loam. So maybe we don't actually have the ability to play this Kaito. Maybe this is actually just bad times.
This is looking very rough for our Grixis heroes here.
So I believe the JLS has a mana floating from that Strip Mine. And so just looking at his hand going, what can I do here? I think that's a Drown in the Loch.
It is indeed.
It's targeting those
three
cards.
It does have the
there.
ability to deal with this Courser of Krufix.
Yep. So we see a Strip Mine on the Underground Sea, kill your Corsair, and my turn again, thank you.
I think we may be heading to a pretty swift game 2 here.
Yeah, look.
Turns out Marriott Liege, 2020 Flying Indestructible, it's enough to end the game pretty quickly.
Yeah, so, and also just strip mining 2 of your lands, right? Strip mining 2 of your lands. And so
that's going to be more than 2.
Wow, yeah. So Life from the Loam, those that don't know it, it's green and 1, sorcery. Return 3 target lands from your graveyard to your hand, and it has Dredge. So Dredge is the ability to replace your draw step. And
as we see right now.
Yeah, and mill 3 cards, put it into your hand. So you can actually just see Beckett going, you know what? I'm going to actually just play 1 card for the rest of the game. I'm going to mill 3 cards, dredge it in order to then just play it again, and I'm going to keep strip mining you just by playing Life from the Loam every single time.
And James has had enough.
Yeah.
We're going straight to our sideboard. It looks like it's going to be needed here.
I've had enough. So do you think that Beckett, knowing that there's going to be a bunch of Grixis players in the room, Team Bust Stop being some of the best players in the room, the Pro Tour team here in Australia, sponsored by Pat, actually. So, there's a good chance that they're going to turn up to Pat's event playing their namesake deck. Do you think that he's gone, you know what, I've specifically tuned this deck in order to play into Grixis? Or do you think that he's come to try to, I guess, attack the metagame at large?
I would have said that he's more attacking the metagame at large, knowing that there are a lot of players, both on Team Bus Stop and in the room, that have come in with these Grixis piles or these blue mid-range decks. And just having that ability to outgrind these decks. Having these really tough to interact with lands, because most players in this room haven't brought enough. There's not too many Blood Moons, not enough back to basics in this room.
Yeah. Okay, so looking at this sideboard, against the land player, as a Grixis player, or I assume that you're a blue mage.
I am a blue mage at heart.
Yeah. What cards are you thinking about bringing in against the land?
Well, off the top of my head, we've got this Ashiok. We're going to be able to stop that Life from the Loam recursion. We've got Consigned to Memory. It's going to be able to stop a few triggers here. Being able to counter that.
Okay.
Being able to counter that 2020 trigger.
Hang on. Well, what happens if you counter the trigger? Because it says that if you don't have the counters, then you sacrifice it and create the 2020. So is there a triggered ability that you can counter and a triggered ability that you can also counter but does nothing? What's going on here?
There's a reflexive trigger.
Reflexive trigger?
Reflexive trigger on Dark Depths. So
Yep.
I'll bring up Dark Depths quickly. Don't know if we can see it on stream. We might wait till the game starts. But Dark Depths says that if there are no counters on it, you sacrifice it.
Yep.
Then it says, if you do, you make this 2020.
Okay.
So we have our reflexive trigger that happens if you sacrifice it.
Yep.
So we're going to sacrifice our Dark Depths, which will be our Thespian Stage. That gets sacrificed. Now we have the, cool, I've sacrificed my Dark Depths. I want to now make a 2020.
And so then your opponent has the opportunity to counter that second trigger.
Exactly right.
All right. So coming in from the board, there's also a Submerge. I did see a Submerge there, which is definitely going to come in.
Definitely coming in.
Yeah. Bit of choke, bit of Carpenter Flowers. 2 of my favorite cards to see from the green deck. I imagine they're going to come in order to both generate a bunch of mana if your opponent has islands in play, and then choke, tapping down any islands that they don't untap.
We also have the ability to bring in our Encrypted command here.
It's
only going to cost 1 mana.
Only going to cost 1 mana. A little bit of Veil of Summer. Yeah, being able to counter a Thoughtseize on turn 2, because Beckett is going to be on the draw, so not going to be able to counter on turn 1, but
There
counter
is
your
also
Thoughtseize and draw a card.
potentially a strong desire to bring in this Vexing Bauble, try and shut off any of those Force-style effects from the Grixis deck.
Also, shuts down the baubles that are in the Grixis deck.
Try and force you to play a fair game against my very unfair lands.
Yeah. So what's coming out though? Because like this deck seems to be like well positioned against Grixis in terms of like quality cards here. But do you take out like a 5-cost card in Titania? Do you take out like something that's going to maybe be on the more aggressive side, or do you just go?
If I'm coming at this approaching from the lands perspective, I'm going to cut a bunch of my aggressive creatures because the Grixis deck is set up to beat those creatures.
Okay. Yep.
The Grixis deck is not set up, as we just saw, to verse the Merit Liege.
Yeah. Okay. So focusing more on the combo side of things.
Yeah, I'd be
rather
looking.
than the Cubs and that kind of thing.
I'd be looking to generate a lot more value here.
Yeah. And just that interaction with something like a walk-in closet or Crucible of Worlds, being able to play land cards from my graveyard.
We've also got the Remnant Excavator in the deck list, so we've got a treatable creature for the same effect.
Yep. And Ice Till Explorer.
Yeah.
Oh.
Another new card.
Yeah.
Coming out in Edge of Eternities.
So if we bring up this Ice Till Explorer, green, and 2 for a 2/4. Has the ability of Crucible of Worlds, which is you can play cards from your play land cards from your graveyard. But it also has an extra little piece of text here that is very, very relevant, which says you can play an additional land every turn. Now, there is some other text in that when you play a land, you mill a card, which can be a good thing, can be a bad thing, depending on what's going on. It does give you access to more lands in your graveyard to then be able to play. But it also means that if you're creating an infinite loop, then you actually mill your entire library. Not that I've thought about that in a specific scenario in Highlander whilst building decks myself, but it can be a drawback.
Definitely never used a Spring Hunt Nantuko, though.
Yeah, I do like Spring Hunt Nantuko as well. So we see a Submerge in hand as well as a Misty Rainforest as the play from JLS. And then what card's that from
the
Beckett?
Elvish Reclaimer.
Elvish
Coming off the
Reclaimer.
Lair of the Hydra. Elvish Reclaimer is another way just to start chewing up some of these key lands.
Yeah, so single green, 1/2, has the ability of 2 tap, sacrifice the land, search your library for any land, and put it into play. I think it's tapped, put it into play tapped. And it also has +2/+2 if you have 3 or more land cards in your graveyard. So firing off that unholy hit straight away, no, I don't want to deal with that thing. I don't want Strip Mine to be in the vicinity. Like, I want that Strip Mine to be in the library. Because even if I deal with the Strip Mine, it's going to come back with all those ways to interact with the graveyard, such as that Ice Till Explorer on the end of Beckett's hand.
See 3 more lands out of Beckett's hand. That includes the Maze of Ith there.
Ooh, Maze of Ith. With the Yavimaya as well, which allows the Maze to tap for green.
So if you're James here, what are you looking at as the big concerns?
Well, knowing that Beckett knows that James knows what's in Beckett's hand, right?
So with all our levels here, yes.
Yeah. That natural order, like if you just like keep mana open, or even the Force of Negation that's in JLS's hand, means that as Beckett, I'm like going, I don't want to sacrifice my green creature just to get it countered, because I know that James knows that I've got the natural order, so it becomes less scary in a way. And that Force of Negation, I reckon there's a good chance that James puts Beckett in a spot where it encourages him to sacrifice the creature, knowing that I've got the Force to back it up. So less scared about that
the
one.
Endurance being flashed in.
Ooh, okay. So 3/4 here.
3/4 reach.
Yep. So I can block your Wedge Shredder here and get rid of your graveyard so that things like Tastiga aren't getting played for free, or the escape cost on Cling to Dust, and just saving a bit of life.
Do you see the aggressive plan here from James? He's got the Price of Progress in hand.
Okay, so Price of Progress, red and 1, instant. Each player takes 2 damage for each non-basic land they have in play. Heads up play from Beckett here in terms of like, I'm just going to aggressively play my Endurance here to block, because I know that Price of Progress might actually clock me. So I'm not going to just needlessly take this damage and put myself in a position where I am going to die to Price of Progress. And James is acknowledging that by discarding it to the Wedge Shredder.
Look, this Price of Progress heads up play here from the Endurance, but it's also been combined with this Maze of Ith. This Ledger Shredder has dealt 0 damage.
0 damage. And I suspect that that Psychic Frog will not be doing damage anytime soon.
I've got to agree with you there. Oh, we've just drawn the Wasteland.
All right, so a couple of different options available to Beckett. We're tapping 2 mana.
Would you be looking to go for the Ice Steel Explorer soon with that Wasteland in hand?
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of different options available. Playing the Scythecat Cub and the Wasteland in order to trigger, get a +1/+1 counter, and we're going to go on the Cub. And Wasteland is going to hit that Volcanic Island. So Beckett's still got a couple of lands in hand, and I think that he knows that JLS missed a land drop there. No, because we played Legislator on turn 2 and then Psychic Frog.
Yeah, we haven't missed the land drop just yet.
Yeah.
So we are now surveilling, hoping probably to find some way to interact with this.
Yeah, yeah. Well, some way to get that Psychic Frog in to start creating some advantage. But that Maze of Ith is actually just,
It's a really nice hard counter to the Psychic Frog right now.
Yeah, yeah, and uncounterable, right? Like, hard to deal with, right?
We're not actually playing Stifle, so Consigned Memory won't be any good against this Maze of Ith.
Yep, yep, yep. But yeah, even just like 1-for-1ing, like that would just be cycling your Stifle at that point to draw a card. So was that a weave on top with that?
No, that was a Bind Watery Grave here.
Bind Watery Grave. All right, all right. And we're drawing
the
Badlands, and we've got Fatal Push, which can kill the 2-drop and Submerge, which can put the Endurance back on top of the library. And then we see a draw from the Wedge Shredder, and an attack, and the Psychic Frog will probably be Maze of Ith, and we'll get in for some damage here.
Likely again for 4 damage here.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
It does get us a little bit closer for Price of Progress, but...
Well, that Price of Progress is now in
it's
the
all
graveyard.
gone.
Yeah. But that is the pathway to victory for James, is to create a situation where Beckett has to start deploying things in a non... all right, so we're going with Upkeep Fatal Push. Acknowledging, you know what, that Maze of Ith, it's actually just going to stop me. And I don't particularly want to submerge your Endurance. I kind of want to maybe save the Submerge for 2020. Right?
Oh, here comes... Is it our Ice Steel, or are we going natural? Oh, we're going for our Mycosynth. So we're going to cast trigger, go and search for another land.
Yeah, so we might see a strip mine here.
What about the micros?
Yep, okay.
I
okay.
very much agree with the strip mine choice here, after JLS has shown to miss a land drop.
Shown to miss a land drop, but there's actually a land in hand.
There is the Badlands in hand.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, I remember playing against somebody once, right? And they told me that they had 5 lands in hand, but they wanted to present that they actually had real cards in hand. So on turn 4, they deliberately missed their 4th land drop in order to signal to me that I have a bunch of cards in hand and I'm like missing land drops because I don't have lands in hand. And then, I just basically ignored that and attacked, right? and they're like, yeah, I did this. And I'm like, oh, I didn't even notice that you missed your land drop. And they're like, oh, I respected you too much.
They're giving you too much credit,
A little too much credit. Sometimes there's just a lot of stuff going on that you missed, that your opponent missed the land drop. But Beckett and James know exactly what's going on with the number of land drops that they have. So Psychic Frog becoming flying in order to get in. And the Submerge on the Endurance in order to be able to draw that card. And trying to get some advantage with that Psychic Frog.
Well, if I'm Beckett here, I'm looking to play this Ice Steel next turn. Bring back my strip mine.
Yep, that makes sense. So Dorothy Voidwalker.
Dorothy Voidwalker is a good way to shut down this recursive element.
Yep.
So we'll still get one more
we've
use.
also got a Natural Order in hand, if I'm not mistaken.
We do.
And
we know that James
shields
has
it down.
James has 2 cards in hand.
Could be Force Negation in the
Could
blue
be
card.
Force Blue.
But it's actually not. It's Force Negation in the Colgan's command.
Yeah.
So definitely some different options available. Although you do have to sacrifice a green creature, and currently Beckett doesn't actually have a green creature, so no, Natural Order is not available.
No, that
in the mix.
Devoid. That Devoid line. Really shutting off.
Oh, this is just gross. This is filthy. Nice lands you got there. But
do we want to take
Voidwalker.
Yeah, but we can take out both lands here.
Yep. Okay, so we
both
move some
lands
cards
gone.
here. We're gonna exile both the strip mine and the wasteland. So no more like recursive components to that. But it
No
does
blocking
say,
with that Dorothy.
Yep. But it also means that now we've got a Psychic Frog able to exile 3 cards, gain flying and attack.
So we get an extra redraw here from James.
Yep.
We did draw a land. I guess that's a start.
Yep. And now we can also natural order for something like Atraxa, if Atraxa is in the list. That's certainly going to create some life gain opportunities.
I can tell you there is no Atraxa.
All right. So it might be Titania as the option there. Or...
it could be a Primeval Titan.
Primeval Titan?
Go and get our combo.
Yeah, okay.
We could get Thespian Stage and Dark
Thespian
Depths.
Stage. Yeah,
We saw how effective a 2020 was in Game 1.
Yeah. And we're trying to find just flyers and blockers here. Reach creatures. Certainly what we're trying to do in order to not lose this game, because if we don't lose this game, we're going to win it.
Right? Usually how it works. Sometimes we both end up at 0 life at the same time.
Yeah, well, occasionally. But what I mean by that is that if the game goes for longer, then Beckett's going to be able to pull in front because Beckett has lands.
Lands are very crucial for a game of Magic.
Yeah, I have heard. So we see a +1/+1 counter being added to the Psychic Frog, getting in for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage, putting Beckett to 6 life, drawing a card with the Psychic Frog and saying, you know what? Oh, we got a Lightning Bolt as well.
Oh.
I
think Lightning Bolt's crucial here.
I think the game's over. Like, if we don't have an Atraxa here, even with the...
So we have the Endurance in hand. We have the Maze of Ith. That's 2 creatures dealt with. If we manage to Endurance in our main phase to prevent the Psychic Frog from jumping.
Yep. Okay. So put all the cards in the graveyard on the bottom of the library and say no more flying for you for this turn at least.
We then have the option of potentially blocking a Psychic Frog with one of our other creatures, using the Endurance to block the Legislator, and mazing this Dorothy.
Okay.
So we cannot go to 3.
We cannot go to 3, but that's going to be tough work. We'll update these life totals that are incorrectly displayed at this point in time, but definitely in the crunch time. Definitely crunch time.
Look, when you're so busy concentrating on game Magic, it's real easy to miss updating your life total like that.
Yeah, especially because the life totals are both being represented by paper, writing it down, but also then we've got a little button system in order to represent the life totals. All right, so Beckett on 6 and JLS on 11, and then we see a natural order sacrificing the Ice Steel Explorer, which is the only green creature.
So what do you reckon we're going to find here?
Ooh, is there like a Tamu, what's that old 5-mana 5/3 that like, gains 5 life when it comes into play? Primeval.
Tabernacle.
Tabernacle. Oh.
Tabernacle plus Maze here, we're good.
Yeah, so Tabernacle, it says that every creature has an upkeep cost of 1. So
it's pay 1 or this creature is destroyed.
Destroyed.
It is not sacrificed, it is destroyed.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to have to see JLS go, well, I need to get a land. I need to be able to have at least one of these creatures survive. Beckett's going to be on 6, but JLS is also on 11. And we've got 9 damage worth of power coming in. But, this is such a great play.
We do have a Lair of the Hydra in play as well. So we do have the option of animating that to push through those last points of damage.
All right, so you're going to have to bring up Lair of the Hydra. Because I don't like, it's been a while since I played a Lair of the Hydra. And I'm pretty sure that people watching at home are also going to be like, what are you talking about, man? What is this Lair of the Hydra?
This is a card I've played against far too many times playing Pioneer.
Okay, yep.
Forgetting it's in my opponent's land base. Thinking I'm all right, casting my sweeper.
Yep.
Have my opponent on tap. Look at me a bit quizzically. Pay 1 green. Pay 6 extra green. Push this lair into the combat zone, turning it sideways, attacking me for a good 6 damage to kill me.
Yeah, amazing stuff. So, what we can see here is crack a Bloodstained Mire at end of turn, get a red source, bolt Beckett to the dome, 3 damage here, pay 1 mana to have the Dorothy Voidwalker survive, attack, and get Maze of Ith. I just worked that out halfway through. That's what's going to happen here. That's probably what I've been doing. Not having that extra blue card for that natural order. Big game here.
All right, so we are cracking our Bloodstained Mire. We're going to go find one of our lands. Got to be a red source, probably the Volcanic.
Yep, but we've only got one creature that I can...
Volcanic's already,
Oh,
Volcanic's already seen place.
oh, so maybe it's
Steam
Stevens.
Vents.
Go to 8 and be dead
Dead
to the
on board.
swing back. So,
At least we have the option of keeping one of our non-shadow creatures alive.
yeah. Is there anything that's like that James can play with the Dorothy Voidwalker that's been exiled?
I believe there was an Explore
that
was milled off the ice till earlier.
All right, so we see a lightning bolt, not to the dome, but instead to the creature. And an untap, we've got a trigger here, or three triggers. And Dorothy Voidwalker is going to say, well...
Should be casting something. What do we have to cast?
Yeah, let's pull
See
up
this
those pile of exiled cards.
Yeah, there was an Explorer.
Probably Natural Order is not going to do the trick. And looks like nothing was played there. Are there time restrictions on the Dorothy Voidwalker?
There are indeed some time restrictions.
Yeah, so it says you can. Does
You
it say
may
you can
cast it. Let's bring up.
cast it without
Dorothy.
paying its mana cost? Dorothy Voidwalker. Black, Shadow, 3/2. So can often get in a fair bit of damage. And if a card would be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exiled instead with a void counter.
So we did bring in our ice still.
All right.
Very nice.
So we have gone with Ice Steel Explorer, so I can play cards from land cards from my graveyard, and that means 2 extra land drops from JLS. What are we getting here? We're getting some surveil lands because I've run out of lands, or some other things.
We need the untapped mana. We're going to try and cast our spells.
Yep. Untapped mana. But going down to 6 life means that prime time is going to be lethal as well.
Well, our Ledger Shredder is currently a 4/6.
Yep.
So there's no trample damage here.
That can chump block, but we definitely don't want to be chump blocking.
Still see that Lair of the Hydra sitting there, though.
All right, and then we mill 2 cards because we responded to the first trigger by milling a card and making sure I didn't accidentally mill my underground sea.
That could have been really awkward.
Yeah,
no blue sources.
Some heads up play from JOS, just making sure that don't make one of those mistakes. We have a Ice Till Explorer trigger, mill that one, and Scalding Tarn in play, and we pass the turn. So not having a second card there, a second spell to be able to then draw and discard, and turning the Ledger Shredder into 7 toughness, particularly relevant. And
how much mana does Beckett have? Should that Tabernacle be untapped?
It is actually tapped for a green mana because Primeval
Titan. To pay
Titan.
for the Primeval Titan.
Yes, exactly right. So it has the ability to, let's have a look here, pay 1 green and then 1, 2, 3.
We could make a 4/4.
After 4/4, which is an awkward number.
It's not quite getting that. Looks like we might be playing a Sylvan Safekeeper.
Yep, just saying, you know what? You're not targeting my
We
prime
also drew
time.
an Expedition map.
Yep,
So
okay.
we have more ways
to
go and search our library for some of these utility lands.
Yeah.
Primeval Titan coming in. At this point, I'd be looking at double block.
Yeah, double block, which is going to mean that you either kill the Ice to Explorer or trade with the Ledger Shredder.
Or do we play sneaky and maze it?
Oh, maze your own Primeval Titan. What an interesting play. So if we bring up the text on Maze of Ith, it actually says untap target attacking creature. That creature doesn't deal damage, which makes sense, but it also doesn't receive damage. So that being quite a cool play here to just say, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to search for 2 lands, and we're not going to trade here.
Well, given that we have the Endurance in hand, we do have something that can come in, block this Ledger Shredder if it tries to attack. We have a Sylvan Safekeeper, so we can protect our creatures if we need to. Make sure that we can still block. We're going to go Field of the Dead and something else. We're going to start making some zombies.
Make a zombie. Field of the Dead, another great card. I reckon you've played a bunch of Field of the Deads in your time. Is that correct?
Oh, it is actually not. I played against a bunch of Field of the Deads.
Okay. Field of Dead, and it looks like maybe a Cavern of Souls, or maybe a Buelo's Entertainment. I can't quite see the exact card there that has come in with that Field of Dead. But a couple of zombies, which creates a bit of a lethal situation for James again. And James just going, like, how am I actually going to deal with this? What are we going to do here?
Well, we've only had the single block. Looks like we don't need to maze our prime time.
Yep. So single block here, so I don't die to the trample. and still able to use things like my Scalding Tarn here. But trying to find like maybe a... Ooh, what are we trying to find here?
Surveilling off the top. This is a really,
Price
really
of Progress is out of the
complicated
question. It's gone. But Price of Progress also is out of the question because of Sylvan Safekeeper. And we see a Surveil and into the bin, as well as the trigger from the Ice
Ice
Till.
Till should not be in James's graveyard.
Yeah, we should probably put that where it belongs.
As common as it is, I always pick up my creatures, put them in my graveyard after they die.
Yeah.
It's not often I have my opponent's creature.
All right, so tapping the Hydra here and playing the Expedition map.
Leaving...
This map good.
Yeah, that's
Oh, we're not worried about playing our Endurance, are we?
Yeah.
We do have Maze. There's only one creature in play, one threat. Oh, has that been phased out? That's why it's upside down over the other side.
And it's going to trigger the field of the
Oh, okay, yeah. So the land that came into play is the one that phases a creature out until end of turn. It's got 4 mana to put it into play. Talon of the
Talon Gates of Mandra. I'll bring that one up for us.
So Talon Gates is going to the graveyard, sacrificing it to Sylvan Safekeeper.
phase back in at my instead.
And I'm not entirely sure why. But that's all right. We'll work it out here. So it phases out, enters the battlefield. Up to 1 target creature phases out. So that's now phased back in and can attack. We've got 3 2/2 zombies, the 1/1 Sylvan Safekeeper, and the Primeval Titan, as well as the Lair of the Hydra to be able to attack. And Beckett's gone, you know what? I actually really don't want to die to like a double lightning bolt or a Pyroglyph or something like that. So I've gone and got Glacial Chasm. Tell us about Glacial Chasm, Matt.
Glacial Chasm, a very old land from Ice Age.
Yeah, you can see it looks really quite old.
So Glacial Chasm is one of those really interesting lands. It does have a cumulative upkeep, which is not an ability we see very often. But he's going to have to pay 2 life when it comes into play, or you sacrifice the land. But
How big is he? Lands,
all damage that would be dealt
creature.
is now reduced to 0. Meaning that any of these creatures coming in, any lightning bolt effects, any Price of Progress, any Pyroglyph, no damage.
Yep. So Beckett tapping a bunch of lands here in order to pay for all of the creatures that he has available. Actually had the option of going, you know what, I could have actually just sacked my Tabernacle and not paid for any of these.
We could have sacked it.
Yep, but we're choosing to not pay the upkeep there, going to stay on 6 life. We got that Maze of Ith, which has that interaction to untap your own attacking creature so the lifelink doesn't become relevant from the Baraglyph. But instead, we're going to see a Sylvan Scrying.
Do you reckon we're going to find the Gaze Cradle or we're finding the Echoing Depths?
Echoing Depths, which allows you to
phase out the Baraglyph
in order to be able to attack with all of my creatures and deal lethal damage. Excellently played by Beckett Wolf, guaranteeing, well, not guaranteeing, but high likelihood of then making the top 8 at this Black Lotus event. What a match, Matt. What a match.
That was an excellent match to see. Beckett really did have the upper hand all throughout that game.
Yeah.
And that match.
Throughout the match, just seeing the power of lands, absolutely incredible. If you're going to sit down and play, like I know that you are like blue mage through and through,
If
but
I'm going
would
to
you be
sit down
tempted?
and play, I'm still going to play my blue cards.
Okay.
That said,
okay.
it did look like a lot of fun playing those lands. I have played some lands in Highlander in the past. It looked very different.
Yeah. I played a little bit of lands in Legacy, and that deck in that Highlander setting with the Ice Till Explorer and the Natural Order and having all these different utility lands and watching Beckett play that made me pretty excited to sleeve up some land sticks in the future.
Look, I've got to say, it does feel really good just strip locking your opponent every turn.
Yeah, that turn
There's
with
no lands for you. You don't need to cast your spells. Don't worry
Ice
about
Till
it.
Explorer in play. I've got 2 land drops now. I haven't played a land yet, so I'm going to play the Wasteland and the Strip Mine. Yes, you're going to exile with that Dorothy, but
you're going to have no lands. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and even though JLS got the Ice Till Explorer on his side and was able to play lands from the graveyard, the damage was done at that point.
It just way too much tempo was gained.
Yeah, way too much tempo.
Yeah,
and we talked about like, are you going to go get a Traxxas, right? And instead, the Primeval Titan came into play. I think it was better than a Traxxas.
Look, Primeval Titan, tutoring all of those high-value lands out of this lands deck, sets up any game plan you want. At that point, we're just going to attack your land base. You've got nothing. I now have plenty of time. I'm going to set up what I want to do.
Yep.
I was kind of excited to see him maze my own Primeval Titan. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I was excited to see that too. But Beckett's like, no, I got other ways to do this. I'm going to do some fancy stuff like sack my land and then get an echo in order to play, like have it be a copy of something in my graveyard to phase your thing out and attack because I want to phase rather than maze it with my own creature. I want to keep that on defense. That's what maze is there for. So.
That maze was very, very crucial in that game.
Oh,
it prevented
absolutely.
a lot of damage from that early Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, and that play that you had, like lightning bolt your face, untap, pay 1 for my Dorothy Voidwalker and attack for lethal. No. Maze of Ith.
Still got this maze. What else are we going to do about it?
Yeah, awesome stuff. Well, I'm Isaac Lee. This is Matt Anderson. Really happy to be commentating with you. We're about to take a bit of a break, and then we're going to cut to the top 8. We'll also have the announcement of the top 8 coming live. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the event to end all events. After 12 rounds of Swiss, we have finally cut to our top 8. But before we get to those names, which you may have just seen, we're going to have a look at what's up for prizes today. So right here in front of me, I've got our lovely prizes for our top 8. So let's have a look at it. 4 underground Cs for anyone who just made the top 8. This is the minimum prize. We have 2 time walks for 3rd and 4th. For 2nd, we have a Mox Emerald and the lovely Black Lotus for number 1. Amazing prizes here at the event to end all events. Now, as we go into it, we're going to have a look at some of our matches ahead of us today and the qualified players that we have. So from the top down, we have Thomas Bott, we have Michael Leslie, Jared Alsop, Matthew Judas, Christopher Tong, Volty, Richard Owen, and Beckett Wolf. Obviously, as is the case in all Magic events at this point, most players who are going to, if you're on the high result, you'll be on the play. So we will have Tom on the play, Jared on the play, Chris Tong on the play, and Richard Owen on the play. So without any further ado, we're going to go to our lovely commentators who are going to take you into our first match.
We're back, and we're here for quarters. I'm Dylan again, joined with Ian.
Still down here. Yeah, only 8 players left. We just saw the pretty incredible prizes on offer. This is it. These are the serious rounds.
I know. This is the I know we said the last time we were here, it was the pointy end of the stick. It's getting pointier. We're sharpening it more and more as we go.
Infinitely more pointy as we go. Absolutely.
And, we've got a nice spread of areas. Unfortunately, as a New South Wales local, not our good event. We got 6 Victorians.
Hell yes, we do. 6 Victorians, but nice spread of decks as well. We've got 2 Grixis decks, 2 Storm decks. There's a Blue Moon deck. We've got a Lands deck, and then 2 Shops decks, one of which we're going to see in the hands of Volty on the left here. Shops, robots, bots, whatever you want to call it.
Some amalgamation of, constructed beings.
Yep, exactly. Fast mana, artifact creatures. And then on the other side, Chris Tong playing the preeminent deck of this format, I would say.
The police, the bus stop Grixis boogeyman that's been playing the format for a long time. Sorry.
So we've got police versus Robocop.
Yeah. Honestly, not the worst. It's kind of like Inspector Gadget in a way, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So Chris, being the highest seed, is going to be on the play. Volty is one of our committee members for the 7-point format. So, if you have any problems with the points list,
yeah, correct.
Send her a message on Twitter, follow her on Twitch, keep complaining. She loves it. It's fine.
And after Volty wins the Lotus today, I guess there will be no more points on Storm.
No. And
now, you might notice Volty wearing a goose suit today.
I did happen to see that, and all weekend, actually.
Yeah, all weekend. All 3 days, actually.
It's actually her favorite outfit, she was telling me. Yeah.
No, of course, Volty is a Twitch streamer, and last week, about a week ago, set up a goal, had a sub-goal, basically saying, if I get this much donations, I will wear a goose suit. Bit of an in-joke. And immediately, the next stream, it filled up. And so now we see Volty here has been wearing this goose suit all day, and now we get to finally see it on camera.
Yeah, and she's been calling it the humiliation ritual of the goose. She's been suffering from heat stroke and is still out there molly-whopping players with this Shops deck.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, we all, I personally love Grixis. Chris is on the play. Chris is an incredible player. He's qualified for the Pro Tour, but much like Aang at the Crossroads, I don't know who to root for. Do I want to root for the Grixis Menace, the Cabal that I'm a part of, or do I want to root for the People's Champion in Volty here? It's a genuine dilemma.
Such a difficult choice.
To be fair, I get to make the informed decision on commentary of, we're not biased here, so I'll just pick whoever wins at the end, and then I'm the winner anyway.
Absolutely, the coward's way out.
Exactly. I cannot block Boulder Intimidator to save my life.
The coward's way out. I will say, my pick from the start of yesterday, Richard Owen, in the top 8. Still live.
He is still live.
I really went out on a limb there, picking the most well-known Storm pilot when we think Storm is the best deck in the format.
Yeah, look, my Storm player that I picked, Alan, Polish last name, he made it pretty far. He did lose his winning in, though, in round, I think it was round 10.
Yep,
and then the wheels just fell off for Alan, unfortunately. He ended 8-3-1, but...
We did see him on stream at the end of yesterday, though.
We did, yeah. Yeah, I asked him how that match went. I said, I heard you won 2-0, it was not close. And he said, yes, it was not close, it was just stressful. I think that's a lot of how the Storm players feel with how many actions you take. But look, this is going to be, I would expect, pretty one-sided in Volty's favor. We are making a lot of jokes around at this point, but the Grixis deck is not very favored into bots. It is a really rough matchup. You obviously have some tools, you have some pressure elements, but if workshop decks have, an above 60% hand, like a 6 out of 10 or better, you are going to lose.
Yep. They're just quite consistent at getting ahead of schedule and playing quite well through Grixis's efficient but often one-for-one interaction.
Yeah.
And I know
and
talking
you just
to
go so much bigger.
Exactly. And talking to Volty, talking to Trent, who worked alongside her in the testing process, they said Grixis is what we want all day, every round.
Every day. And, I mean, luckily for Chris, Volty's mulliganing.
And Chris does get
And
to be
Chris is on the play.
Makes a difference. It does make a difference if you can get out ahead of the bot's deck a little bit.
I mean, the deck also mulligans pretty robustly as well. It's not going to be struggling too much.
Yeah, when all your lands tap for multiple mana, you don't need so many cards.
I did watch Volty beat someone who wastelanded them on turn 1 and then strip mined her on turn 2. And then died on turn 4 to a hardcast Ugin. So, sometimes it doesn't matter what you do against these workshop decks.
That is the thing about these workshop decks. The mana base is so good. When you play all these colors cards, you can sort of see as Volty flips through her hand, they get so many good utility lands as well.
Yeah, you have these nice utility land package that you get access to with, cards like Urza's Cave, Expedition Map, potentially Crop Rotation.
Abstergo in the hand there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really nice.
And every land you have taps for 2 mana sometimes. Sometimes. Caveat.
A lot of them do. There's a lot of fast mana in this deck. Try and get on the front foot. Try and get out ahead. And for the Grixis deck, it's about keeping your head above water, really.
Oh, is Chris Tong doing the forbidden smiley face technique?
Beautiful.
Look at this.
Excellent.
Good job. Have you seen the new 6-7 hand technique for all our alpha generation out there, our little boomers?
This makes me feel old.
It's so bad. You can, with a 7-card hand, you can make the numbers 6 and 7 and aim them at your opponent and be like, yeah, I'm going to keep.
I hate it so much.
Oh, so do I.
I hate that so much.
I saw someone do it in the tournament hall this weekend and I just wanted to kill myself.
My favorite part about that is that you talk about, it's great to see younger players picking up Highlander. And I'm not immune from this. I also have this. Frequently playing with cards that are older than you are in this format.
Honestly, nothing is older than me. I am actually as old as Magic the Gathering.
Okay.
So
Not even the Lotus?
No, yeah, I'm older than that cardboard. I tell you what, I'm more crusty than the cardboard. It is a pretty nice condition Lotus.
It is a really pretty Lotus.
Okay, so we have a DRC coming down for Chris on turn 1. We don't have a bauble or anything to trigger the Surveil, but it looks like the hand has a Spell Piece in it. I see an Undercity Sewers. Chris keeping the cards close to the chest. A little sneaky on this one.
But this is important for Grixis. Get some pressure in play, pressure that will eventually become evasive as well, and try and get on the front foot.
And it's going to help with card selection as well. Every time Chris does get to play a spell, try and interact with Volty's little robot army, Chris is going to get to look a little bit deeper, figure them out. And yeah, this is, I know yesterday we had a little clown car bit. This is literally the clown car.
Send in the clowns. And Chris recognizes it. Chris has seen this card. This looks like a funny joke card. Chris recognizes the power. He's going to Force of Negation and pitch away a Murktide Regent.
Yeah, that's losing 1 point to deal with this clown car. And look, Volty has started with a land that produces 2 colorless. Great.
Yep.
She's on the front foot. This land also does damage you though. And with Chris having the pressure in play of this DRC already, and we've just surveilled a Quantum Riddler away.
Yeah, that one not for this matchup. That's a really nice, slow, grindy card. Chris checking a little bit maybe for the Grixis mirrors.
The mid-range hell.
I know Bustop had them in the sideboard this weekend, but this is not the matchup for that.
No. I actually think Bustop ended up moving the Riddler to the main deck, purely based on how the Invitational went. We had them in the sideboard, and then after the Invitational, we didn't want to reveal the full deck list that we were going to play for the Lotus event. So we had the Riddlers in the sideboard, a few different changes with avatar cards and non-avatar cards. And then Jim, about 4 rounds in, went, guys, we were wrong. Riddler's been cracked all day.
I think then this must be a case because we saw Matthew Judas have it in the sideboard. And I believe he didn't get the final updated version of the list.
Judas went to bed early before we gave the final list. And so, I mean, Judas is the only one who made top 8.
I was going to say, he ended up on an old version of the list, including a Pyroglyph, which we saw win him a game 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, he wasn't supposed to.
Yeah.
He didn't read Jim's last message where they said, we're swapping the Pyroglyph for Sheoldred. We don't think it's good anymore. And Judas out here being like, I think it's good.
Yeah, it's good to me. Look pretty good. Now,
expressive
Volti,
iteration is huge there.
and more significant, I would say, is that Volti didn't have an explosive turn 2. Just had
No.
a Vexing Bauble, but no big follow-up, which gives Chris the room, the breathing space to mess around with cantrips and card advantage spells in the expressive iteration. Bauble, a little bit awkward into Vexing Bauble.
You'll still get your Surveil, so we're still getting, 2 looks with the DRC, and this will give Delirium as well, because we have land, creature, instant sorcery, and now artifact. And yeah, I think the fact that Volti went turn 1 Clown Car for 2 is a pretty significant indicator that her hand is not going to make too much more mana, and she wanted to try and get on the board early, knowing that she's not got too much going on until the later portions of this game.
Does look like there's a Kozilek's command in Volti's hand, though, so that is a very powerful card that obviously scales the more mana you have. A couple
Correct.
more lands, it seems like. So maybe a little bit mana heavy, but Kozilek's command a powerful one that might.
And we did make notice that Chris does have the Spell Pierce in hand, chose to pitch the Murktide over the Spell Pierce to the Force of Negation.
Really smart.
This Spell Pierce might end up being like back-breaking.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a case where that's Chris recognizing this Murktide's going to be a little bit slow to put it in play. Putting it in play will eat my graveyard, so that'll shrink back down my DRC. I sort of already have some pressure, but what I need to do is make sure Volti can't get a foothold.
And that's amazing play pattern by Chris right there. Not doing the whole modern player, I'm going to crack my fetch end of turn, because that would have opened you up to, I'm tapped out, that possible K command is going to hit me harder than anything.
Well, the joy of Highlander, of course, now you have perfect duels, right? No need to save the life and not put a shock land in play. You're going to put a dual land in play anyway.
Absolutely, absolutely. Chris just really showing a mastery of playing this deck. And Chris, no slouch. I don't think we've brought it up yet, but Chris has qualified for Pro Tour Richmond.
He sure has, yep. Qualified for the next Pro Tour, so as you say, no slouch.
No. Definitely not someone you want to sit across the table for, and he's definitely showing the prowess.
Yep, he's a well-known Magic player from Melbourne, has been crushing events down there all year as well. So a familiar face to those of us in the Highlander scene.
Exactly, exactly. And I think as well, like picking up, Volti just passed with 4 mana open. It's like, the alarm bells are screaming.
There aren't
something's
that
going on
many
here.
instants in this deck.
This is another one, Eldrazi Confluence.
It's a really sweet one.
So I believe one of the modes on this is Spatial Contortion, which is going to be +3, -3. And then we've got, you can exile a non-land permanent and then flicker it essentially.
Yep.
Or make Scion tokens.
So probably this will be attempting to +3, -3 the Channeler, make a couple
2 mana.
Scions,
Yeah.
I would expect. Which is a pretty powerful spell for 4 mana.
Big fan of this. Unfortunately, Chris is going to have the Spell Pierce, and every spell that Volti has played is costing her 2 life.
It is.
This DRC is crunching in for 3. We're getting the Surveil trigger before the spell resolves. Just good, clean sequencing.
On the flip side of this, the power of instants for Volti. Now the Spell Beast is gone, and she will get to untap and potentially just try and jam the Kozilek's command.
True. It is going to cost 2 life, and we're already down to 9.
Oh yeah, running out of life rapidly.
But Chris doesn't have another threat, at least not in play. There may be, with the way Chris is fanning out the graveyard, something like there we go, a Tasigur as a potential play here.
That one's really hard to Kozilek's command.
Yeah, that's a big boy. Oh,
Psychic
Psychic
Frog.
Frog is the other card in the hand.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Also
Okay.
very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, this card just got moved to 2 points, and I know one of the loudest voices to make that card 2 points is Volti on the committee.
Now Volti has also drawn a Thran Spider, which the 2/4 reach, a good blocker for.
Great blocker for this
DRC.
DRC. Really good blocker for this DRC.
It has 1 removal spell in hand in the Kozilek's command. Has to decide which creature to go after.
And a Devourer of Destinies as a top end, but we're not getting there anytime soon. Without this Kozilek's command making an extra token, we'd have to draw a land off the top. It's going to be a bit tricky to try and develop that Devourer, but that's going to be a thing that Chris's deck isn't able to deal with, the cast trigger at least.
Absolutely. And this is sort of a crossroads for Volti.
Much like Aang. What a difficult banned creature.
As Volti weighs up which spell to cast, because you really do need to pick your ordering right, because you're under so much pressure. There are not that many turns left in this game, potentially.
Yeah, I feel like you don't get a mistake from here.
Yep, pretty much. Especially, as you say, with that Ancient Tomb dealing you 2 damage every turn, you don't have that many more spells to cast.
Yeah, Volti's on 7, so I would be not surprised to see this hit the frog. The DRC hitting you for 3 is more of a point of damage, but the DRC is going to get cleanly checked by this Thran Spider, and you could at least, so she is making the tokens. We are getting rid of the frog. The frog's ability to fly and grow, avoid graveyard interaction as well, and with that Tasigur in Chris's hand, I did see some very interesting Grixis mirror gameplay from Chris versus JLS earlier in the Swiss, where they both had Tassigas in play. But Chris was using Psychic Frog in JLS's end step to exile the garbage cards from the graveyard to then make sure this Tassiga only hit bangers.
Really nice.
There was a point where Chris's graveyard was Quantum Riddler, Force of Will, Drown in the Lock, and nothing else. And he's just constantly getting to this point and then activating Tassiga and being like, maybe I hit 2 lands and you can't beat this.
That's pretty nice. Pretty good.
Here's the Tassiga in play.
Absolutely. We mentioned, though, those Scion tokens made off the Kozilek's command means if there is a land on top, we could see Devour of Destiny come down next turn, exile the DRC, and then be able to block the Tassiga potentially.
I would more prefer to take out the Tassiga potentially as well. Just Chris does have the option to start activating that 4 mana, but then the graveyard is full of some kind of stinkers at this point. So maybe, yeah.
And the problem is the 3/3 flyer is so threatening when you're at 4, going to 2 if you have to tap that Ancient turn.
Yeah. And we've got Mystic Forge as the card drawn for the turn.
Yep, that one not so much help right here.
No.
A great, really powerful card advantage spell. I saw it last round in Volti's win, and I saw her cast 5-6 spells off that Mystic Forge in 1 turn.
Yeah. This Mystic Forge card is it's not bad.
Yeah,
it's
pretty good.
Basically the corner piece of these shops decks. Every card is colorless to an extent. I believe they do play like Ancient Stirrings as one green card. Or
there's
so.
an Asika's Chariot currently in Vice hand.
Oh, my lord, there is.
Pretty sweet.
It's a lot of cats.
That's a pretty good one if you resolve it against Grixis. That's just a lot of stuff.
Okay, so we are now at the point we cannot tap this Ancient Tomb again. Grixis does play Lightning Bolts. There is a chance that you could just die to this to a Lightning Bolt effect, to maybe a Deathrite Shaman activation at some point in the future. You know, 4 is a safe life total to an extent. 3 and lower is not.
At least in the pre-board games it is.
Oh, yeah.
Post-board, we'll get there. We'll get there.
We could see. Is Chris on the little cheeky price of progress? The pop?
I hope so.
I hope so too.
Meanwhile, Thran Spider comes down, makes a Power Stone for each player. Look at how fair that is. Oh, boy.
Uh-oh. Everyone's
boy.
favorite trading card. Deadpool.
A powerful one right there.
Deadpool, a little bit of a problem. This card is an absolute menace in the format, kind of ruining every mid-range mirror. Every format just becomes about the Deadpool. That's all it is. And Volti's going to have to sacrifice this Thran Spider, or he's going to take 3 damage from the Deadpool ability.
The problem here, of course, now that Dragon Rage Channeler is clear for takeoff to attack through for 3 damage.
So
No,
we're
3
going to have
damage
to
in
see.
the upkeep.
That's it. That's game 1. Wow. In a matchup that is incredibly shops favored, Chris managed to navigate that really, really well.
Absolutely, and it's the early pressure. We saw that DSC come down on turn 1, couple interactive spells.
The Force of Negation backup.
Yep.
The knowledge to keep the Spell Pierce.
Absolutely.
After ruining the open deck list.
Yeah, looked awesome. Didn't want another big creature in the Murktide. Said, no, I need more interaction. This is how I catch up. Trading 1 mana for 4 is a great way to catch up against this bot's deck.
And it's one of those things that they're cheating as well. I mean, 1 mana for 4 isn't really 1 mana for 4. It's 1 or 2 lands.
So if we take a look at the sideboard, this is a slightly different variant of shops than we've seen from someone like we had Tom Bots on earlier.
Yep.
This is a green-white based version. So you can see in the sideboard quite a lot of green and white cards. Many of which come in this matchup.
Yeah, I think Volti at one point this morning was talking about when she plays against these Grixis decks that she boards in 13 to 14 cards, and the other one she doesn't really board in is sometimes the All Is Dust if she doesn't think that they're going to get a big enough board that she will need it.
Yep, that's about it. I mean, some of the cards, Weathered Runestone and Grafdigger's Cage, may also not come in.
Thorn of Amethyst too, it's one of those things that it could be fine.
Thorn on the play sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, so it
Grixis
might be
does love to mess around with cantrips, you know?
Oh, they're messing around. The classic Grixis Cabal mess around.
But every other card here, Khan, great value card. Archon, we'll see about that one.
Archon's a bit stinky.
Haywire Might also not amazing, but going down the line, pick your poison. Yep, we just saw a great flyer.
Swords to Plowshares, great.
If you can keep Grixis from pressuring you through a longer game, your big creatures will take over. Same
Carpet
with,
of Flowers.
Yeah, Carpet, obviously
Banger.
amazing. Touch the Spirit Realm is another removal spell. Rest in Peace, we saw there. DRC uses the graveyard, Tasker uses the graveyard.
Murktide uses the graveyard.
Yep. And then you got Sphere and Thorn if you want a little bit taxing to slow down the early game, especially on the play if you can get them out quickly.
And here's the Grixis deck. So looking at this list from Chris, it's a slightly different list than we would have seen from the bus stop list earlier. We are on Nethergoyf as one of our points.
There are some heavy hitters in the sideboard, though. Consigned to memory, obviously excellent. K-Command's a nice one.
We got that price of progress. Bang, bang, pop.
Yep. Volti will have to be aware of that. And then down the bottom, Nullrod, Energy Flux.
Yeah, these are the haymakers, the lights out cards, essentially. So Volti's list has a lot of artifact ramp as well as those lands that are going to produce extra mana. So it is quite a problem to have to fight through this Nullrod. If you have one of those explosive starts of, say, City of Traders into Grim Monolith into like 2 other artifact pieces, and then your opponent plays a Nullrod, all of a sudden, you've really got nothing in play.
Absolutely. But on the flip side, we can also see, in fact, I saw Volti in her win-and-in beat an Energy Flux by playing Dotnotzea, Glaring Fleshraker, all these creatures alongside the 2 mana lands to be able to play through sort of this colorless Eldrazi part of the deck and just push through artifact hate.
Yeah, and speaking with Volti this morning, getting ready to start day 2, she was pretty confident that Deadpool is terrible against her in, 8 out of 10 games. There's not many things to swap with. Her things come down after turn 4, so Deadpool doesn't have that big swinging factor.
Yep.
And she actually is of a little secret info for you guys. She's of the opinion you should probably cut it in this matchup.
Interesting.
Which I don't think most people would instinctively look at that, because we are so conditioned for the last 6 months or so to think this Deadpool card is unbeatable.
On the other hand, Chris Tong is not most Grixis players,
Yeah,
so
no.
he might have figured it out.
He might have. So we'll have a look and see. We do have the one avatar card in Chris's list of Wan Shi Tong, the librarian. Shout out to Mrs. Lathuris.
Yep, we saw that card on and off throughout this weekend. 82 copies in day 1.
Interesting.
Yep, about 30 odd into day 2, so standard conversion rate. Nothing amazing, but
yeah. And I think,
card.
as we were talking about yesterday, me and when I was on the mic with Matt Anderson, Wan Shi Tong, when you are playing around it, and when players understand that this card exists in the format, and it is being telegraphed, it's all right. It's a solid 6, 7 out of 10.
Yep.
When you are newer to it, and you haven't played around with it before, this card feels incredible.
This is the weekend where it will be getting the most bang for its buck. When
For
people
sure.
are not used to playing around it and you're just going to catch people. People are being reminded of fetching timing rather than defaulting to pass, do it in your opponent's end step. We had this a little bit when Opposition Agent first came out and was in main decks everywhere. People very quickly learned to fetch on their own turn or fetch in response to your opponent's fetch.
Yeah, I watched Richard Owen earlier in his winning in for top 8 literally just go like land, and on turn 2 he cantripped, and then played his fetch land, cracked it immediately, got a surveil land and passed. And his opponent was very shocked that he would just very aggressively fetch for the surveil land without even wanting the information of how their turn progressed as well.
Yeah.
But Richard was like, yeah, I don't want to walk into that bird.
It's not worth it.
It's not worth my time.
The other thing that I have seen Richard do is cast an Opposition Agent of Dark Ritual. So everyone doesn't look like he's representing Opposition Agent. Sometimes there's a surprise one.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm curious to see how Wan Shi Tong develops further into this format. I think it's a pretty powerful card, but it's not something that we need to really worry about potentially pointing in the future. And I would say that the numbers of Wan Shi Tong being as low as they were this weekend might have something to do with the fact that, Avatar came out yesterday, or 2 days ago.
I believe NVG Bazaar here sold out of them.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that they opened a lot. Like, they opened, I think every single copy of Wan Shi Tong in this room was bought through Pat, and there's not that many still left in, the city of Sydney to be buying for people who wanted access to them. So I would 100% assume that it's an accessibility issue and has nothing to do with the fact that people go, no, I don't think I want to play that card in my blue X mid-range deck or my control decks. Right. Right, so Volti's going to be on the play here for game number 2. Get a quick look at the hand. Looks like Witch Enchanter, Ballista, Touch the Spirit Realm, Dismember, Beseiju as the only land I see so far. Devourer of Destiny. It's got a nice little pre-game effect there.
So we can
And
try and fix the
Thornot's
draw.
the,
There are a couple lands there with the Witch Enchanter as well, but not an explosive hand, that's for sure.
I think Volti understands. She needs to send that back.
She knows that, especially on the play, this is her opportunity to punch first and punch hard.
Yeah, exactly. And as I said, when the Shops deck has like a 6 out of 10 or better hand, that's so powerful into Grixis. When you keep these average hands, we play Magic the Gathering. You get to mulligan. That is a thing you don't get to do in many other card games.
Mulliganing is real powerful.
It's so good. Jerry T unlocked my that portion of my brain at one point when he said, "You get to mulligan. This isn't a oh man, I have to mulligan." It's like you get to do this. That's an extra choice you get to start the game.
Absolutely. Send it back. Look at a fresh one. And it is all about the first couple turns as well. It's not like we're going to play an attrition game where Volty's going to go, man, I wish I had a 7th card for all this 1-for-1 trading we're doing. It's not how these games play out.
Volty wants to smack the pants off Chris as fast as possible, get it to a point where Chris feels that there's this impossible thing to overcome. Whatever big robotic monstrosity Volty wants to assemble on this factory floor, we need to do it quick.
Absolutely.
And see, this already looks much better. We have Ancient Tomb, Beseiju, Urza's Tower, Urza's Bauble? Yes. Sowing Microspawn, Dismember, and green card. Green card at the back there, which we actually have the Beseiju to cast, but I can't tell what it is. It's a Pick Your Poison. Okay.
Right. So a very interactive hand here from Volty. Not the most explosive, not the fastest, but it does have mana, has some interaction, so
maybe we can throw hands. You know, we can use this Microspawn to fetch something like an Urza Saga, which can help us develop further onto the board. We have a Dismember and a Pick Your Poison as key pieces of removal against Chris's list. This Pick Your Poison can also go after those key cards we talked about, Essence Flux and Null Rod, as well as all the flying threats that are in this deck. You know, we've got Tameo, we have Murktide, we have sometimes a Psychic Frog if something goes horribly wrong.
Dragon's Rage Chandler. There are a lot of cards that this Pick Your Poison can deal with. Really flexible, really cheap, just an excellent sideboard card for.
100%. I was so excited when they printed this card for the first time in Murders of Karlov Manor. Very, very strong card. And this is one of those other things where Volty's cards, while she may only be tapping 2 or 3 lands to cast them, they always cost so much more mana than they represent. So Inquisition of Kozilek being the worst discard spell Chris could have in a scenario like this. Luckily, this hand does have 2 available targets for it, but I have seen a lot of Grixis versus shops today, and I've seen a lot of Inquisitions miss.
And from Chris's side, you have to just be breathing a sigh of relief that Volty's first turn was land go.
Yeah.
We saw Tom Bots put 6 permanents in play on turn 1 a couple rounds ago.
I mean, to be fair, it's in his name.
It is. It's true.
How do you not play this deck when your name is Thomas Bot?
Yeah, if he ever shows up with Grixis, we know things have gone
gone horrendous.
For Chris, it's interesting now. He gets to try and pick a hole in this hand based on his own hand. Taking the more flexible card there, so still a Dismember in hand, but potentially could slip an enchantment in or something like that.
And when you see the Dismember in hand, you know to play around it, you know?
Exactly.
You can stagger your threats in a way where you can say, hey, you want to Dismember this one? Or do you think I have another better threat in hand? It's a little bit of a mind game. Thief of Existence, the card drawn here. This is another out to potentially problematic permanents that could come into play.
Really nice, flexible card as an answer to a lot of those tricky non-creature permanents, like an Energy Flux, like a Null Rod, that kind of thing.
Or even a cheeky Kaido.
Ooh,
I don't think we're going to see that.
I don't know if Kaido... Well, we'll see where the Kaido's on the deck. And here is the Nethergoyf you mentioned during sideboarding. This sort of Chris's last point. This is one of the ones that is in contention. I know some people will play DRS, a few different options, Bowmasters. But this is the one Chris has gone with. And in this matchup, this is actually a nice spot for it. Because it's going to be a large creature very quickly.
It
Currently
does
just a 1/2.
It does, however, play into the problems that Grixis can fall prey to, which is that Rest in Peace messes up a lot of your game plans, as we were talking about. So Nethergoyf being, you know, relying on your own graveyard, not just both graveyards, but your own graveyard, means you can attack Grixis' graveyard quite effectively and shut off a lot of their threats. Murktide, Tasiga, DRS, DRC, Nethergoyf. It's a problem.
It is. It is a bit of a weakness Grixis has.
Yeah.
Very flexible deck, but not impervious. For Vaya now, the board is clear. 4 mana this turn. We might see Sowing Microspawn come down. Try and find a land to progress the game plan. Urza Saga, an option you mentioned. Could go for some more mana. I believe we drew a second Tron piece, so could just be looking for the 3rd Tron piece.
Or Planar Nexus as well, which counts as every Tron piece.
Yeah, it's every Tron piece all at once.
Every Tron everywhere all at once.
Very good, yes.
And there we go. She's
pulled to the front.
Straight to the front. Then I do think it's going to be Urza Saga here.
Saga does feel very powerful. Without a huge amount of proactivity in Volty's hand at the moment, kind of just wants a threat. There's 2 reactive cards in Volty's hand right now. So a threat that can pressure the battlefield and then eventually find another artifact as well.
And funnily enough, there's no pressure on Chris's side.
Exactly.
You know, that Nethergrowth got dealt with. Grixis is not fast to the board by any means, especially considering the scope of this matchup. One of them is very fast to develop mana.
So you've got the time to put into this Urza Saga. Now, here is a null rod from Chris. This has been in hand for a couple turns.
It has.
It hasn't chosen to deploy because there aren't any artifacts in play.
Seeing the Urza Saga come down, I think we are going to play this. One of the most common play patterns we've seen from these new variants of the Shops decks is using Saga a couple of times, make a couple of constructs. Chapter 3 goes off, we go and get Expedition Map. We Expedition Map for Abstergo Entertainment.
Ooh.
We exile all the graveyards.
Get it back.
We get back the Saga. We do it again.
However, this lines up really nicely for Volti. Has just enough mana to activate the Urza Saga and also put in this Thief of Existence to deal with the Null Rod.
And Volti's also drawn Ugin Eye of the Storms, it looks like, as well. And, okay, this is one of these weird artworks that was given for the dragons of Tarkir, where it's double-sided. One side is the ancient beast of a dragon. The other side is a little itty-bitty baby version. So, question for you. Which one do you like? Because there is the big daddy Ugin, or there's the little itty-bitty one.
I mean, I personally love the really weird-looking, like rainbow one that we've got up on the screen.
Yeah, see, this is the money one, though. This is for the rich people out there.
Yeah,
okay?
Obviously.
Ian out here is telling us to not have our avocado on toast.
So this is our beautiful adult one.
Yeah, and then we could have...
Or on the other side...
Little baby man.
I think the baby one is... No, it's definitely the adult one. I'm sorry. Ugin looks wrong as a baby.
It does. It looks really unpleasant. And I got to say, I think that's the way Vi has it sleeved up.
That's upsetting. It's a little bit upsetting.
It's another little tilt factor. Got to get in your opponent's head, you know?
So in for 3 with the Sowing Micro Spawn. It looks like just going to hold back. Vi recognizes, yeah, I have this Thief of Existence. I could deal with the Null Rod, but it's not doing anything right now anyway. And there's no need to overextend.
Now, Chris's hand is looking pretty good in most matchups. You know, I don't know how much time Chris is going to have to keep playing this game. We saw Unholy Heat. We see Expressive Iteration. I think a Brainstorm's just been drawn. There's a Polluted Delta as well.
There is that Brainstorm. Very powerful, but this is not the matchup that Chris always has time to be.
Okay, that's the key card of this matchup. Chris has Price of Progress in hand, and that Deadpool we talked about. So Chris understanding, it won me last game. It's Deadpool, the trading card.
Hey, you know what one of the neat things about Price of Progress is? It's one of the few common ways in Highlander to get a draw.
Yeah, I did see a game go to game 4, and they went to time in game 4.
So fingers crossed. This is an untimed round, though. We can play as many games as we need until someone wins 2.
And honestly,
just saying.
Chris winning the first game, I'm more than happy if I'm taking a draw with Price of Progress. If the game is not in my favor, let's just run it again.
Exactly. This is sort of the secret with Price of Progress. It looks like a burn card, but in these Grixis decks, sometimes it is, but other times it's just, oh, I'm about to lose. How about we just shuffle off and go again?
I know when we put Price of Progress into the sideboard, it was a joke.
I was going to say, this was your fault. This was a bust-up innovation from about a year ago.
This was a bust-up. I think it's even longer than that now. One of the... I'm going to say innovators, because I don't want to use other derogatory words on broadcast. Stephen Hitchcock, I think, was the one who originally suggested Price of Progress. Now, Stephen's a bit of a mad scientist when it comes to Grixis.
Oh, yeah.
He has suggested some absolutely heinous
I don't
cards.
think there's a Grixis card that Stephen hasn't at least considered.
At one point, he had Gonti's Machinations in his options.
He also branched out to green cards at one point.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We've also thought about white cards, too. He's pioneering all this. And Price of Progress started as a meme when we had Lutri and we had Gush. And you had the option to, you know, Price of Progress your opponent, pick up your own lands, take a little bit less damage. And then it ended up coming up in way more matchups than we ever thought possible, that we wanted to be popping people. And so a lot of our group chats when tournaments are going on and people are talking about how their games are going, a lot of people just respond with, there's a gif of someone going pop, pop, and like dancing with guns.
Beautiful.
And it's constantly filled with this. Because as a card that, it's usually seen as a card from Mono Red Burn in Legacy from all those times ago. It just gives you the option to draw games against these big decks when you're losing. But also, if you can get that early pressure, like we saw, you know, the Nethergoyf, the DRC, Ragavan kind of thing, and you can chip at them before they can hit you in those big chunks, then you can cleanly win a game with Price of Progress.
Now, we saw there from Chris, fetch to basic island. Are there any alarm bells going off in Volty's mind, do you think?
So the volcanic island in exile.
Yeah. Well, we saw fetch basic island off a fetch land, cast expressive iteration, and then unfortunately had to exile the volcanic island, so couldn't find a spell to cast this turn.
Interesting.
Basically,
yeah.
just got that anticipate from expressive iteration, but clearly showing could have fetched volcanic island. Chose to go with basic instead.
Yeah, look, I've known Volty for, I want to say like 15 years now, right? She's always been around. She used to be from Sydney. We claim her.
But not in this case when we're saying there are 6 Victorians in the top 8.
Yeah, okay, sure. Volty used to play a lot of poker. A lot of poker. She is one of the best people I've ever met at reading players at the Magic table.
Yep.
The fact that there's a basic island that was fetched, 100% she knows.
Yeah.
I'm telling you now, if she dies to Price of Progress, she is accepting that.
I was going to say, I think we're going to be very hesitant to tap this Ancient Tomb from now on.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
And there's no need at the moment. There's going to be an attack for 6 this turn. Knock Chris down to 9 if he doesn't have interaction. The pressure is well and truly on.
Oh, yeah. Now, one interesting thing we get to do with this Deadpool is... Because I can imagine we can see Deadpool come down. Now, these constructs, their power and toughness is set on their abilities. So they're technically stars. We could kill a construct with Deadpool by swapping its power and toughness.
Yeah, so the way that works is that the constructs, they actually have an ability that says this creature gets +1/+1.
Yes.
That's in the text box.
When you swap that text box, your Deadpool will become a 5/3 with this ability, and the Null Rod will pump itself.
Absolutely.
So it'll be a 6/4.
And the construct is just 0/0 with no text box, so it dies.
It's going to get out of here, which will then shrink the other construct as well.
Yeah, it is a really clean answer to construct. So that's really nice for Chris, the ability to slow down the game a little bit.
There is also the other side of this argument where Chris may want the Deadpool to actually deal the damage every upkeep, force Volty to actually sacrifice the creature. So we could also see Deadpool swapping with the Sowing Mica Spawn, maybe fetching out the basic swamp.
Could see that.
Don't look anywhere else. We're not trying to set off any alarm bells again. Just a basic swamp. Just look somewhere else.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. So we see the Unholy Heat take out the attacking construct. So this is going to slow down a little bit more of the damage. Chris wanting to clean up the board a bit, not fall victim to his own Price of Progress potentially in the future.
Volty did go find a Vexing Bauble, trying to shut off some of the forces, the free spells from Chris, and clear the way here for this Thief of Existence to deal with Null Rod.
And yeah, Chris is reading this card. We're going to read it too, again. Just put it up on the screen here. Very clean, very efficient answer that came out of MH3 for these Eldrazi decks.
With a weird mana cost, but this shop deck is set up to cast it.
This mana cost is disgusting. Like, just as a templating, looking at that, this card is not colored. It is devoid, but it's also a colorless cost to cast it and a green cost. Just, I hate this. I hate looking at this.
But it is a very efficient answer to a lot of the hateful permanents that the shop decks do have to play against. So slots in really nicely there as part of this really flexible, interactive sideboard.
You know what Chris gets to do, though? Oh, no, it's a cast trigger.
It is a cast trigger.
So is Sowing Mica Spawn. I'm so sorry. Wow, this Volty was right. She's always right. Deadpool's bad against this deck.
I mean, it's still going to come down and be a 5/3 that kills a construct. So it's not the worst card ever.
It's not the worst. It's not the worst. We don't even have an artifact to pump it anymore because the Null Rod's gone.
But Chris's life is rapidly dwindling.
Yeah. And Deadpool is not going to be the biggest thing on the board. You know, it's going to be biggest power, but either of these creatures can trade.
Yep. Murktide Regent. Okay, so
Tide.
Chris trying to put a good blocker in play.
A good blocker. This is a almost lethal attacker.
It sure is.
8/8.
An 8/8, and there's a pop in hand?
There is.
Interesting.
Pop, pop.
Very interesting. Of course, Volty, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana in play at the moment. Chose to get the Vexing Bauble rather than a mana-producing artifact. So now we need to draw a 2 mana land somehow.
City of Traders.
Mana Vault will also do it as a mana-producing artifact, as a way to put this Ugin in play to not only get rid of the Murktide, but then also Ugin gains life.
It does.
Which is very important.
Gains 3 life on its +1 ability. So come on, fingers crossed for Volty. We'd like to keep playing some Magic here. Hiya! Ah, it's a basic
Basic
planes.
Planes. So Golos probably the play here. Could also crack the Vexing Bauble, get a redraw. But if we don't see that,
I think we're seeing lights out for this goose.
it might be pop time.
The goose might be cooked, chat. The goose might get cooked here. Much
Well-
like you walk down a street and you see those ducks hanging from the Chinese restaurants by their necks. I think Goosey here, Volty, is it's not much longer for this world.
Definitely in a tight spot. The Murktide just turns the game so fast.
She's feeling the heat. She's under the pressure. How many cooking jokes can I get in before we get out of this game?
This is progress. This is the price of progress.
Exactly.
Sacrificing our geese. If there's a way out though, Volty's going to find it.
She'll figure it out. I mean, this Plains is a land that she can play without taking damage off it from Price of Progress. Slight plus.
The other question is, can you get 6 damage in this turn? Because if you can push 6 damage across, that'll draw the game.
It's a draw.
And then we get to play more Magic. That's what I'm hoping for.
I'm always down for more Magic.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been off the mic for a little too long, and I've been watching some games going around, wandering the tables, and I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the itch. I need to sleeve up some cardboard. I'm getting that cardboard crack fix that I need.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The other notable thing is that there is a Golos in hand. So what can we find with the Golos?
Let's have a look at Volty's list for a second. Do we have something like a Glacial Chasm as a potential land to find that we saw from the lands deck yesterday?
Palingate's a Madara, but phasing out means it will come back in time. Cracks the Vexing Bauble, finds a Rest in Peace. That's 1 turn too late.
Yeah.
Didn't manage to get down before the Murktide.
And the problem as well is that if there was any instant sorceries, unfortunately Chris fed all of them to this Hungry Dragon. This Rest in Peace would actually grow the Murktide.
Yeah, it is. Not a card you want after Murktide. Definitely need that before Murktide comes down.
And if this is the play from Volty, looking at the hand, I think we're gone.
Looking very dire. We have to assume Chris will be able to find it. Chris is going to respond by giving his Frog Flying, just in case.
Just let him know. Send a message.
Yep.
And I knew all along this was a Grixis format. This was a Grixis gamer's chance.
That's what I've heard you say all throughout this match. Was this matchup's very favored to Grixis. Absolutely.
Never
Chris is
didn't
gonna
have
win.
it.
Yeah. The whole time. That's all I've heard.
Yeah, exactly. No one can say otherwise. Chris has got to assume the coast is good here. Shove.
Yep.
Oh, riding with the pen. See you later.
I mean, pop, pop. And here it is.
Yeah.
That'll be Chris Tong moving on to the top 4. A great showing from Volty, though. Going to take away an Underground Sea for her troubles.
For sure. And also, to be fair, even more impressive doing it in a goose suit the entire weekend. It is a hot day out there.
You can finally go take that off now that the tournament's over. Get back in something a bit more temperature appropriate.
Yeah, for sure.
So congratulations to Vi on that top 8 finish rather. And for Chris Tong, moving on to the semi-finals, we will see him again later.
Let's go, Grixis gamers.
Absolutely.
Don't ask for pointings in the channel, please. For the love of God, please.
Stick around, more Magic coming up soon.
suppose it did sound funny. I used to lie out on the beach, close my eyes, may there be a pretty girl lying on the sand next to me.
Hello, I'm Dylan Kakawa, and this is Isaac Lee. Welcome back to MTG Bazaar coverage, where we are going to cover the first of 2 semi-finals.
Yeah. So what are we looking at in the semi-finals?
Well, we have Grixis versus Bots.
And who's on bots?
Mr. Bot himself.
Mr. Bot himself!
Thomas Bot, our first seed in Swiss, going undefeated in the Swiss. 701 day 1, and then XO202 day 2.
Wow, okay.
So, actually undefeated. Did not drop a match.
Hasn't dropped a match yet.
Picked up 1 unintentional draw and 2 intentional ones.
Wow, that's amazing effort from Thomas Bot on the workshop's bots plan.
Yep.
And Judas on the Grixis plan. What's this matchup like for Grixis?
It can be hard.
Okay.
It can be very, very hard sometimes. Bot's fast mana can really outpace what you're trying to do by playing all these efficient threats and like spells or counter magic, which allows you to just have a mana advantage earlier to go over them to like where Grixis is struggling because it's trying to play fair.
Yeah, things like Fatal Push can't actually target things that cost 4 more mana. So for more than 4 mana.
More than 4 mana.
Yep. What are the kind of cards that Judas wants to see in order to actually jump in front?
So in game 1 pre-board, Judas is going to want to slow any of Tom's mana if possible. But ideally what Judas is hoping for is Tom has a bit of a stumbly hand because Bots is one of those decks where it has nut draws that some decks just can't beat.
Yeah. Workshop, Mishra's Workshop, taps for 3 mana, play a mana vault, and hello, little 5-drop artifact on turn 1.
Yeah. Judas is going to be wanting to look for Force of Will mainly as his primary card and use of points. That's going to allow him to break serve effectively by throwing Tom off and then maybe being able to catch up by actually casting spells a bit more fairly.
Yeah. So you can definitely invest a bunch of mana as the bots player into one big threat, and if that gets Force of Willed, sometimes you're like, I do have a lot of mana, but I don't have any additional threats, because that balance between mana producing lands and artifacts and ramp versus the actual payoffs sometimes can be a bit tenuous.
Yeah, and while Shops has like some very big and scary threats, much scarier than Grixis normally. If Grixis can keep the board clear, its threats are still very powerful and efficient and can get the game over with really quickly. So Tom only needs to stumble for like 2 turns and he dies, basically.
Yeah.
And Judas will not be taking the pressure off. When he sees weakness, he goes for it.
Oh, yeah. You know, one thing that I actually really like about this is that we're playing in the top 4 here, right? So obviously, first place, Black Lotus, huge to take away a Black Lotus, the most expensive card in Magic the Gathering. But even in the top 4, these players, if they lose this match, are going to walk away with a Time Vault.
Oh, yeah. And the winner is going to walk away with, at minimum, a Mox Emerald.
That is fantastic. So who's playing some big stakes Magic here in 7 Point Highlander?
Yeah. Difference between 3,000 and 5,000 or so.
Nothing to sneeze at. All right.
But it's definitely been a successful weekend for both of these players here.
Yeah, going undefeated day 1. And then Judas also, we've covered him earlier, the 2 of us.
Yep.
Some really tight plays in order to navigate around all the different complexities in 7 Point Highlander in order to then get into this position of top 4, walking away minimum Time Vault, and then looking into Mox or Black Lotus territory.
Oh, yeah. He's a phenomenal player, and I'm sure he'd be plenty happy to pick up an extra bit of power or something else.
Yep. Now, I spy with my little eye a City of Traders and a Mana Vault there, which is some heavy producing mana cards, but also City of Traders as your first land can be a little bit awkward.
It can be a bit rough, and because you got the Mana Vault, you don't necessarily need the second mana, so you can just play it off 1 land. You maybe want to go a bit slower. Depends what kind of thing you're playing on turn 1.
Yeah.
So I did see a Nettle Cyst in Thomas Bot's hands as well. So you could play a turn 1 Nettle Cyst.
Turn 1 Nettle Cyst, and that would turn on the Gaia's Cradle that is in hand as well. So, and yeah, just I guess it depends on what's on the top of the library, but even a tapped Mana Vault actually gives +1/+1 to the Nettle Cyst and can create a lot of pressure really early on.
Yeah. Judas is definitely on the back foot being on the draw because Tom has crushed his way through the Swiss and earned himself the privilege of being on the play every match.
Yep.
Very powerful thing when you're a bot stack.
Mm-hmm.
So Judas picks up Spell Snare, Fatal Push, Dragon's Rage Channeler, Force of Negation, Drown and Lock going to the bottom, Quarry Steel Cutter, and a Marsh Flats.
Okay, and we're starting off. City of Traders into Automaton.
Patchwork Automaton, I believe.
Patchwork Automaton.
So this is a really sticky creature because it has ward, but it also gets bigger every time you cast an artifact spell. You put a +1/+1 counter on this card, and this thing is so annoying on turn 1 because it has ward 2. So I can't even kill it.
Can't kill it. Judas kept the Force of Negation hand, but you can't Force of Negation that either. So instead we're going Fetch Land into Dragon's Rage Channeler, going down to 19, over to Thomas Bot. Thomas Bot still having access to 2 mana from the City of Traders, can then also play a land, and then tap that for at least 1 mana if it's the Gaia's Cradle, as well as that Mana Vault, which is going to make that Patchwork Automaton grow. And yeah, going to be good times for Thomas Bot at this start.
Yeah, he could choose to play the Mana Vault and then use it to cast the Nettle Cyst, putting an extra creature on board for the Gaia's Cradle. Judas seeing this and goes for the Force of Negation.
Oh, this could put a bit of a foil into the plans.
Yeah, so he's pitching Spell Pierce and has Daze. So he couldn't Daze there because, well, Tom had 1 additional mana floating from the City of Traders. So
Yep. So Thomas has the option to play a land here, but that would get rid of the City of Traders. He's got 1 mana floating, so really could only play 2-drop spells. So we are going with a
Stonecoil Serpent?
A 1-cost Stonecoil
Serpent?
Yep, and then attacking for 3.
Yep, scary card, Patchwork Automaton.
So choosing not to play a land this turn because of that ability on City of Traders, that when you play a land after you play City of Traders, it's going to put a trigger on the stack, and that trigger, when that trigger resolves, you're going to have to sacrifice that City of Traders.
Yeah, I think he's wanting to save up for 4 mana to play in that turn because he does have the Mystic Forge in hand. So if he can get a Mystic Forge into play, maybe he can mitigate the damage of like the city going away and recoup it with other lands off the top or just anything else. If a Mystic Forge resolves against Grixis and stays on the battlefield for more than a turn, it's so much value.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward. Although, not as much value when you don't have mana to cast the spells that are on the top.
That's true. You are looking to draw your mana rocks and stuff at that point to just keep going and then untap with a whole bunch of mana. Thought-Knot Seer is also a possible play here that Thomas Bot has. So losing the City of Traders, Gaia's Cradle, 4 mana, casting a 4-drop, which Judas is probably going to Daze here.
Makes sense.
Thought-Knot Seer clearing the way, but Judas gets 2 things out of this. He gets to get rid of the City of Traders.
Yep.
And he gets to deny Tom another creature for the Gaia's Cradle, which he's currently reliant on.
And don't forget a little Surveil from that Dragon's Rage Channeler as well.
Ah, very true. It's always a good thing to remember those triggers.
Yep. And no growing of the Patchwork Automaton because Thought-Knot Seer being an Eldrazi, not an artifact.
Ah, yes. Imagine if Patchwork Automaton was colorless spells.
Yeah. All right, so we'll resolve that Surveil. Get that Thought-Knot Seer out of here.
So Surveil's staying on top. I think this might be a land, because I believe Judas has a Fatal Push in hand, so he might be looking to deploy Corey Steelcutter and Fatal Push the Stonecoil Serpent, really attacking Tom's mana.
Okay, yep, makes sense. Now, at this point, because the Patchwork Automaton is a 3/3 and potentially could get bigger, do you want to just spend all of your mana on the Patchwork, or do you want to, like how good is the extra 1/1 on the Corey Steelcutter?
It's difficult to say at the moment. Being able to basically have a bunch of 1/1s that you can keep making each turn, you can just block the Automaton forever.
Yep.
So I think I just want to be mana efficient. But you can definitely make an argument for killing the Patchwork Automaton and saving the Corey Steelcutter for later. Because this thing is going to be harder to kill overall, and the Stonecoil Serpent is just a 1/1.
Yep, makes sense. And that's what Judas has gone for. So we see a Surveil and keeping that on top. And then we're getting in for 1 damage or 3 damage here. We got instant, land.
It's just a 1/1 here.
Yeah,
at the
just a
moment.
1/1.
So Tom obviously choosing not to block because then he'd have a Gaia's Cradle with 0 creatures. Tom showing that he doesn't have another land drop. Judas has kept a spell to the top previous turn. Corey Steelcutter into Brainstorm.
Yeah, okay, so had Surveilled that, left it on top, knew that that was going to happen, and then attacked for 1 damage there. Now, normally that would be a bad idea when you're on 12 life and your opponent's on 20 life. Attacking for 1 damage and letting your opponent deal 1 damage, not great. But when you know that you're going to be able to create a monk next turn, you're going to Surveil, then you're going to resolve this Brainstorm, you go, you know what, maybe I'm actually going to get in here and do the damage whilst the damage is good, and I'm actually happy to trade one damage for 1 damage at this point in the game.
Yeah, so Judas has picked up a Wanshing Tong, a Duress, and a Drown in the Lock. But the Drown in the Lock isn't able to kill the Stone Coil Serpent. We don't have Delirium.
I do not believe so
No,
at this point because we just
we-
put another land in the bin, so we've only got lands and instants actually. We're still...
Well, we put a Deadpool in the bin earlier with the Dragon's Rage channel
Ah,
after
okay.
casting the Corey Steelcutter.
Yep.
Judas surveilled Deadpool into the bin.
Okay, cool, because we didn't have access to the 4 lands. So Candelabra being the play from Thomas Bott. I gotta say, I love all these cards coming out from Thomas Bott. I've certainly seen their fair share of concrete.
Oh, so this is a bit unfortunate here. Judas has a Drown in the Lock, which doesn't have any targets for, because the Stone Coil Serpent has protection from multicolored.
Yep.
Also doesn't have a second black source. Gets to surveil, sees Walking Ballista, Night Scythe, ship of some description. It's one of the 40k precon decks. Makes a Necron. I'll bring it up.
Ah, yes, yes.
And then Nettle Cyst and Mystic Forge.
Yeah. So can't take the Walking Ballista. Night Scythe in the bin.
Yeah, that's definitely the scariest thing, I think, at the moment, because it does make 2 creatures.
And that is the sorcery that adds the last type needed in order to get Delirium on. Thomas Bott going down to 10. 10 versus 9 at this point. So
Yeah, Judas's clock is still quite fast, and if he's able to cast multiple spells, these monk tokens are going to get pretty scary.
So Jeweled Amulet coming down for Thomas Bott. So can charge a green into that in order to have potentially 2 mana next turn to be able to cast maybe a Walking Ballista. But it's looking dangerous here. We're getting in for 5 damage, putting Thomas Bott to 5, and then passing the turn with Drown in the Lock open.
So this Walking Ballista might actually be a lot worse for Thomas Bott than he realizes, because if this gives Judas the ability to Drown in the Lock during his turn as a target, might give him an extra monk token as well as buffing the previous ones with prowess.
Ooh, that is spicy. Because, like, I don't know. Like, I think that if I got Drown in the Lock, there's a big part of me with that Gaia's Cradle in play that my instinct is to say, I don't want that to come into play. I don't want it to be anywhere near there. So let's see how Judas responds.
I'm going to flash in a Wanching Tong for 1.
Yep.
Another note is because the Duress was played last turn, it did give the Dragon's Rage channel Delirium.
Yeah. That's why we got in for 5 damage. And so Washington coming into play, Walking Ballista coming in as a 1/1, and that gives the Drown in the Lock target as well.
Yeah, so the reason he's played Wanching Tong in response to Ballista is that Wanching Tong doesn't actually enter with counters. It is a triggered ability.
Yep. So you're going to take 4.
So it's a bit funny. So Bowmasters works kind of well into it as well. But Judas here with the Drown in the Lock removes the blocker and
that's enough, yeah. So that little stumble, and honestly, the biggest point here was that Force of Negation on that Mana Vault. Absolutely clutch play, and that's what Judas was mulliganing into. First hand, didn't really have anything that you could really interact with. Second hand, we saw that Force of Negation being kept there, something else being put to the bottom. I'm going to keep this Force of Negation in a blue card, and I'm going to hope to snag something like a Mana Vault, and that's exactly what happened. So really well played by Judas, and then that acknowledgement that I want to kill as soon as possible, so that something like a Mishra's Workshop doesn't come along and bust open Thomas Bott's hand. Let's have a look at this sideboard. So we're going to have a look at the difference between Thomas Bott and Matthew Judas's deck, just making sure that we've got the right one up on screen.
So Matthew Judas has cards like Consigned to Memory, Energy Flux. He can choose to bring in a Toxic Deluge as he's on the draw if he's feeling a little scared. But other things that he's got access to, like the Null Rod, Price of Progress. And let's have a look at Thomas Bott's sideboarding here. What do you think? How do you think Bott sides into Grixis?
That's really interesting because losing game 1 is a little scary for the Bott's deck because you know that there's a lot of artifact hate coming. And so you might want to go, you know what? I think I need to bring in some lower casting cost things, like maybe Khan the Great Creator. Maybe I want to be on the play, have a Trinisphere so that I can possibly go, yep, all right, workshop Trinisphere, or turn off the Force of Negation, Force of Will aspects. But other than that, like, I'm looking at a lot of cards here that like don't have this like huge impact against the Grixis deck because you're kind of feeling a bit safe against Grixis. Like there's a big point of positivity playing the bots deck is I've got a good matchup versus Grixis.
Yeah, you can just go over the top, but as a result, you're lacking a bit in sideboard, whereas Grixis does get to bring in some really powerful haymakers against you.
Yeah.
Sometimes people bring in Unlicensed Hearse against Grixis just to tax the graveyard and stop things, but it's usually for the grindier matchups. Stopping Tascos is just kind of like a bonus, but it's not really necessarily what you want to be focusing on in this matchup.
Yep, yep. So really interesting setup here. I'm hoping to see a Serum Powder. Do you know Serum Powder? Have you played much with Serum Powder?
I've played a lot of Serum Powder in my day. I've played a fair bit of Vintage.
Yeah, cool.
Do like me some Serum Powder.
All right, so here's the Grixis list from Judas. What do you reckon Judas is bringing in here?
Definitely the Energy Flux and Narod. Those are two things to start.
Yep.
Price of Progress is how you win a lot of these matches.
Yep.
Colligan's Command destroys an artifact, might hit a creature, discards a card. Thomas Bot does run a lot on cards, doesn't have a huge amount of ways of getting pure card advantage. And then Consigned to Memory as well is just something that snags everything.
Okay, yeah.
You're never really replicating it in this matchup, but it's a 1-mana counter spell, and that's what kind of axis you need to be fighting on, because turn 1 you might be able to get away with not doing anything. Chops might not do anything. Turn 2, they're almost certainly doing something, assuming they haven't mulliganed to a really poor hand. But Thomas Bot knows how to play this deck really well. He knows how to mulligan with it really well. He's played this deck for many years and had a lot of success with it, including winning a Mox Emerald in a Moto tournament that you hosted, Isaac.
Yeah. Thomas Bot won a Mox Emerald in a Moto-based tournament for 7 Point Islander a couple of years back.
Yeah, during COVID lockdown, Isaac said, I want to give away a Mox Emerald. I still want Highlander being played. And then Pat sponsored the other prizes. Isaac ran it. It was a fantastic tournament.
Yeah. A lot of international players getting into 7 Point Highlander for the first time in the middle of COVID, having the opportunity to play online versus other people.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
When word spread that a paper Mox Emerald was like up for grabs, Moto, like a lot of the internationals joined.
Yeah, sweet.
And they had a great time. 6 of them in the top 8.
Was there 6
internationals? Yeah, there were only 2 Australians in the top 8.
Thomas Bot was one of them.
Yeah.
Saved me on paying for postage.
To America.
Well played, Thomas. Well played. So what cards are we siding out here? Because I'm thinking that pretty easy one She coming out because Thomas isn't going to be shuffling his library very often. But do you take out cards like Daze and Counterspell, or are they like ways to like...
Oh, no, we need those in. Like, even though they can be bad late game, you sometimes just need to have them like to catch up. If you can go like Consigned to Memory into Counterspell, that usually buys you enough time and enough traction to then maybe get on board and leave open some interaction so that you can sort of swing the game into your ball court here. The cards you're looking at removing...
Voidwalker?
Voidwalker's a bit rough. That being said, you can do some really funny things with Voidwalker and discard spells. Steal the bot's cards and then play them yourself.
Speaking of discard spells, Inquisition of Kozilek, whilst you're on the draw against the bots deck. Is that a card that we're coming out on the draw but leaving in on the play?
I think it's a vibes thing, to be honest.
A vibes thing, yeah.
I think it's a vibes thing. It's probably better on the play because you're more likely to be able to hit a Mana Vault or something else. But the Shops deck is so wide in all its questions that it asks that even it doesn't know what questions it's asking. So it's really hard to predict what questions Shops is asking when it doesn't know.
Yeah.
So that's why it's always hard to sideboard out cards in this matchup. And that's why I say it's vibes-based.
Yeah. And you can see that power of a card like Force of Will or Force of Negation when you can just get the linchpin on the bot's deck and say, you know what, I stopped one piece of your mana generation that actually stopped multiple pieces of mana generation. Because the Mana Vault would have been able to play more creatures, which would have turned on the Gaze Cradle, which would have been play more creatures, which would have been more mana available to Thomas Bot.
Yeah, a lot of these Shops hands do focus on like a linchpin, and it can be easily broken up by a Thoughtseize. But definitely harder when the bot's deck is on the play and gets to deploy something first. I think.
Although we did see Thomas on the play that game, but we saw a turn 1 City of Traders into a Patchwork, not into the Force of Negation on like a Mana Vault.
Yeah, if that city had been like, if that city had been an Ancient Tomb, probably a very different game there. But you never draw the right one.
Or actually, if you're Thomas Bot and you have gone undefeated, you've actually drawn the right one many times this tournament.
No, I reckon he's drawn the wrong one every time. He's just that good.
Yeah, look, that could be the solution.
All right, Thomas Bot in the tank. He's got a difficult decision here. A Saga, Ancient Tomb, Mox Opal, Lodestone Golem, Spire of Industry, Waterscape Battle Mage.
Yeah, the Battle Mage. Now, bringing that in, acknowledging that Judas has Energy Flux.
Yes.
And say, you know what, I do actually need a way to actually just kill that Energy Flux, even though it might mean that like I've lost a bunch of my artifacts. Energy Flux itself is such a powerful card and interacting with the bot's deck, not just on that turn, but all subsequent turns. So sometimes you can come back from something like destroy a bunch of artifacts, but Energy Flux sticking around and saying all your artifacts now have an upkeep cost of 2 colorless mana. That makes it really, really hard unless you have a Tolarian Academy out and something like a Candelabra of Tornos.
Yeah, so like, Wastegate can be a bit of a funny card sometimes. I think it does solve a lot of issues that you might have, but it's a bit clunky.
Yeah. Being a 3-cost answer, it is a bit awkward like that, but it also gets hit off a bunch of things like Ancient Stirrings and things that look for colorless spells off the top of your library. So
yeah,
can be quite good at finding the right thing.
So Thomas Bot leading off with a Urza's Saga into Stonecoil Serpent and a Mox Opal. Just getting the spells deployed as quickly as possible so there's no chance for Judas to snipe it out. Doesn't need to save the Mox Emerald, the Mox Opal for anything. Also has the Ancient Tomb, which is why he's played the Urza's Saga first, because he is going to start being able to make constructs, which is going to put so much pressure on board so quickly and onto Judas's life total.
Yeah.
He's got Misty Pass, and then Bot's also got a Talon Gates Madara to just clear a blocker that might exist.
Yep. So you can just play that and phase something out. Ancient Tomb coming into play here, tapping to add 2 colorless, which means that we can use that to generate some constructs with the Urza's Saga. It's such a powerful play. Turn 1 Urza's Saga, turn 2 Ancient Tomb, even without any other artifacts.
Oh yeah, and this is going to allow Thomas Bot to play around Judas's early interaction and punish him for not getting on board, and then punish him if he does get on board by going over the top.
Yep.
So Judas choosing to fetch for a Surveil land instead of deploying the Ragavan turn 1.
Yep.
Likely signals he's got some kind of interaction, if not bluffing it.
Yep. The other thing that this sets Thomas up for is, you know what, Judas, if you kept a hand with like 2 lands and an Elrod, I actually don't care. Because I'm just going to beat your face in with some big XX construct tokens.
Oh yeah, it's those things get big, scary, and really fast.
So we surveilled and found days on the top of our library, which Judas decided to keep.
Yeah, one thing that's going to be a little awkward about this days now is that this Urza's Saga can choose to find a Mana Vault.
Oh, it can choose to find a number of things.
It can choose to find many things. And it's going to really... Thomas has got pick of the litter here. Getting to make a construct, then probably another construct, and then maybe something else.
Yep.
And turns the Mox Opal on as well. This is now online.
Now online.
So Judas has 1 Shintong in hand. I think that's going to be his play if nothing else happens.
Makes sense.
So like, the 1 Shintong is going to come into play because in response to the Urza's Saga.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's going to draw him an extra card. And because of that, Thomas Bot is going to have used 3 mana, or invested 3 mana, to make these constructs.
Yep, makes sense. And is going to get a possum, with that Possum counter, it can actually do some damage when you've got an Ancient Tomb on the other side, tapping all the time. You can actually get into a situation where you might be able to race, especially if you put something like a Price of Progress in the mix there, or a Pyroglyph, something that deals damage to the dome. You might be able to race these constructs, but I do think you're going to have to do something about them because they're going to be quite large. So Thomas just hitting the tank here at the moment, choosing to tap for colorless and not make another token.
Yeah.
Are you scared? Are you scared if you're...
I'm a little scared. I think Tom has worked out that there's maybe free counter magic there. Maybe worked out that there's a daze and choosing, maybe I don't need this and I can just play the cards in my hand.
Yeah.
Maybe he's wanting to not overcommit into something like an Energy Flux as well and just start getting things out of the way. He does have a Chalice of the Void in hand as well as an Urza's Power Plant, so maybe he's thinking about what he wants to do with this Chalice. Ooh, goes for the Vexing Bauble. This is going to turn off the daze and any other free counter magic Judas might have, which means Judas is tapped out and Thomas Bot is free to run rampant this turn.
Yeah. So we might see a Chalice deployed knowing, hey, you shields are down, mate. You don't have any counter spells. I know you got like Daze, I know you got Force Negation, I know you got Force of Will, but not this turn because this Vexing Bauble has turned that off.
Yeah, Consign of Memory, the draw from the Washitong, Got a Urza's Power Plant, 1 mana and floating. We have access to 5 mana this turn.
Yep.
Using 4 of it. Got a Chalice on 2 here if you want it, but I like Lodestone.
Lodestone's pretty good.
It means that Judas is only going to be able to play 1 spell next turn because everything is going to cost more than 1.
Yep.
Judas being going to 3 lands. And the Vexing Bauble, of course, countering anything if no mana was paid for it. But it is a bit of a funny interaction, Lodestone Golem and Vexing Bauble, because you end up paying mana for your free spells.
Ah, yeah, what an interesting interaction. So we see an attack with the Constructor token. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage coming in, putting Matthew Judas to 12. Thomas Bot on 16, with that Ancient Tomb being tapped a few times now.
Yeah, so Washi Tong also has Vigilance and Flying.
Yep.
Just goes in.
Yep, got to pay the tax.
Yeah, pays the tax.
Right.
No, Stonecoil Serpent has Reach.
Yeah.
There's 2 cards in Eldraine that have Reach, where you're just like, why does this thing have Reach? And the other one being questing based, of course, which doesn't have Reach.
Really?
Does it have Reach?
Haste, Trample, Vigilance. It does not have Reach. So Thomas Bot, stopping for a second here. Really important. We're playing for a potential Black Lotus into the finals. So sometimes we just got to slow down a little bit and go, okay, what am I losing to here?
So Talongate's Mandara here gets to phase out the Washi Tong. And then we get to pay a bunch of mana. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which also means we can filter with the Talongates and Mandara if we need the colored mana for the Waterscape Battle Mage. But we have a Forsaken Monument as the draw for...
And that exact interaction.
That
exact interaction. Wow. So that Lodestone Golem, wow. Let's be clear. Still really good here. It's still 5.
It's hitting it for 5, and it buffs the construct. So what it likely means is Judas doesn't lose on the spot here.
Yeah. So 2 artifact creatures coming in for 5 damage each. If that goes unblocked, then that'll put Matthew Judas down to 2 life.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure what Judas is outside here. Like he might have to be chump blocking with this Ragavan. Maybe he needs an energy flux.
Yep,
Even
but he
then,
can't play that because of the Lodestone Golem.
Yeah, he's had to return a land to hand with Daze. So he takes 5, goes down to 7. He's going to have the Washi Tong next turn. Phase back in.
Yep, so you got an extra blocker there.
Tom passes the turn. I think he was debating if he needed a Chalice on 0, but he's got a Vexing Bauble in play. And that would be bad for 2 reasons.
Yeah, like redundant and bad.
Yeah.
Tax for 2. Get in there, you little bird.
All right, Judas is trying to make the scoreboard as even as possible. Plays land and passes. Murktide in hands, brought to the front. Consigned to memory another one. I think maybe Spire Deadpool.
Okay. So Judas is on 7 at this point in time. We've got 2 5-power creatures and a 1/1.
Yeah, things are a bit scary right now for Judas. Thomas Bot has drawn the Urza's Bauble, which he cannot cast. Because it is an artifact. And Lodestone Golem says, not artifacts.
Well, he can cast it. It'll just get counted.
Yeah, not a good idea to cast.
Yeah, look, it's not the best idea. So we might see a deployment of the Chalice here.
Yeah, I think Chalice on 1 or 2, shutting off some of Grixis' outs, might just be a bit of a safe play. Like, one of the scarier things Grixis is going to do is play a bunch of spells in a turn, but Tom has insulated himself against that by playing both the Vexing Bauble and getting the Vexing Bauble and playing the Lodestone Golem.
Yep. I could certainly see just going, you know what, I want to turn this construct into a 6/6 so that I can then also attack with the Serpent and say you're going to have to chump block this 6/6.
Yeah.
Right, so that I then get in for 6 damage, putting Judas down to 1, turning off fetch lands, and meaning that the Stonecoil Serpent is lethal the following turn. So just wanting to have 1 extra artifact in there before we attack.
Right. Yep, so he's going to have to chump block one of the 5 costs anyway, so it's just really forcing which one he has to drop. But Waterscape Battle Mage gets to come in and bounce this. But we have a consign with more than 1 trigger this time.
Yeah? So, explain to me what's going on here, Dylan.
So, Wastecape Battle Mage has been kicked. It's come in, and what it's trying to do is bounce the Washi Tong.
Yep. And was it trying to also be a 2-2?
And it was also trying to be a 2-2.
Okay, so counter the 2-2 and the triggered ability of bouncing my creature.
Yep. So play an island and Colligan's command ourselves. Yep. Good play. I'm having full agency in this. Judas going to -1, not letting Tom take those last few points.
Yeah, and you see that chuckle at Judas as he's shuffling up. Definitely, I'm going to take the style points here. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah. You gotta really show who's in charge.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so what do you think changes from the Grixis side as you are going to be on the play for the last game?
So game 3, when you're on the play, your Thoughtseize effects are much more appealing in your opening hand.
Yep.
So you're needing to rely less on things like Force of Will, Force of Negation. It also means Daze can be really powerful as well on the draw if you get to like develop something like maybe a discard spell, maybe a Ragavan, and then cast the Daze onto whatever they have. Any sort of information. You have a wider breadth of hands that you can keep in the matchup when you're on the play.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like turn 1 Ragavan with something like a Daze backup, or Thoughtseize Inquisition. Do we have the Duress? Like, does the Duress
I
stick in the mix?
keep Duress in this mix. It's especially good on the play if it's in your opening hand. You do get to usually break up the mana that exists out of the deck. You may not be able to take some of the payoffs or anything else, but you can hit the mana.
Makes sense.
This is all also being on the play means you get to your 3-drops faster, which means you might be able to land an Energy Flux on turn 3 in case you have some really explosive start. It means you could Colligan's command on turn 3 if you really needed to just take them off that extra piece.
Yep.
It also just means that you can deploy some threats, leaving open counter magic.
Yeah.
Things like Tassiger or Dragon's Rage Channeler, some just cheap stuff. It also means you get to Deadpool faster.
Yes.
So if you play Deadpool on 4 when you've made your bot's opponent stumble and then that's the next thing, that might be enough to just win the game.
Okay, yeah. I think from the bot side of things, the real big difference here is how you mulligan. So being on the draw means you have to acknowledge that Thoughtseize Inquisition and Duress are far more likely to rear their ugly head. And so you're going to keep a wider variety of hands because you want to be able to do things even though you get something countered, destroyed, or Inquisitioned out of your hand. And so that means that like maybe I want to slow down a little bit as the bots play. I don't want to rely on this like hyper-aggressive, like really good turn 1 play. Instead, I'm going to be saying, look, this game's going to go on for another couple of turns. I'm not going to have this haymaker on turn 1 because the likelihood of some kind of interaction is much higher. So really, the similar kind of cards you're going to have in your deck, but very different in the way that you approach the mulligan decisions.
Yeah, you don't want to just get run out of resources too quickly because you've gone all in on something that got broken up by a single piece of interaction. These games go much longer, and Judas being on the play means he will have that mana advantage and more ability to have agency over what does and doesn't resolve.
Yeah. One of the big cards that I want to see as Thomas Bot is that Urza Saga. Uncounterable.
Oh, card is so good into Grixis.
So good.
Card is so good into any fair deck.
Yeah.
And
So
like,
creating, wow, we saw here, not creating 2, but just creating 1 construct, but going, I'm going to use this mana to then be able to do a bunch of different things. I'm going to play my Lodestone Golem out. I'm going to tax your mana, as well as having the construct from the first one and getting the Vixen Bauble so that you can't play the Force of Will.
Yeah, I think because Judas played the Washi Tong, Thomas Bot chose to not make the construct and instead deployed the Lodestone Golem. But I think if mana had just been left open, Thomas Bot would have gone for the make a second construct and maybe found something else instead of the Vexing Bauble.
Yeah.
All right, Judas getting ready. Thomas Bot looking ready.
And look at these two, just smiling, laughing, talking to each other, having a good time, even though we're talking about thousands of dollars worth of prizes. Hats off to the 2 of these players for being such good sports in this awesome game.
They've been in these spots plenty of times. They know what it's like to play for high stakes. They know what it's like to be at the top tables. They know what it's like to have really large prizes on the line. They are no stranger to it.
Yeah, for sure.
These guys can play under some of the most insane pressure. Like, you can watch some of Judas's Pro Tour coverage matches, like stone cold master sometimes.
Yep, for sure.
And then maybe we'll see Thomas Bot later at Worlds this year.
Oh, yeah.
He was qualified for Worlds as he won one of the previous RCs, playing Eldrazi.
Eldrazi, yeah, bots. yeah.
He loves his colorless stuff.
Yeah, like really taught the world really how good Fleshraker was.
Yeah.
So hadn't really seen a lot of play before Thomas actually put it in his modern deck and then won our Australian RC, and then it kind of rippled throughout the world. So no stranger to high stakes Magic, old Thomas Bot here. Oh, that was the fastest mulligan I've ever seen.
There was no lands in that hand. There was a Force of Will, but no lands. And you know, you need lands out of Grixis. It's not like you can cheat mana some other way.
Yep.
Not like you have free spells.
Yep.
They're all reactive, unfortunately. But
Yeah. No. Look, sometimes you can get away with one land with like a Ponder, a Preordain, Brainstorm, that kind of thing. But 0 lands, yeah, no. Can't really justify that one.
Yeah. Thomas Bot looks like he's kept. I see a Forest. I see a Tezzeret Cruel Captain.
Oh, jeez, that card.
That card is scary.
Yeah, 3-cost Planeswalker. It enters with 4 loyalty counters and has got -3. Search your library for an artifact card with mana cost either 1 or less. Reveal it and put it into your hand, then shuffle. And then 0 is untap target artifact or creature. If it's an artifact creature, put a +1/+1 counter on it. So often it untaps things like Mana Vault, Grim Monolith. And then it's also got this ability of whenever an artifact you control enters, put a loyalty counter on Tezzeret. So when you're generating artifacts out the wazoo, sometimes you can just go, yep, I'm going to play this, and I'm going to tick it down, I'm going to find an artifact. And the next turn, I'm going to tick it down and find another artifact.
So this is a really interesting hand from Judas. He's got a Verdant Catacombs and Expressive Iteration in hand. He's got a Force of Negation in hand. Dalthy Voidwalker.
So a lot of
Lorien
requirements.
Lorien Revealed. So I think he's going to Badlands, cycle the Lorien Revealed, go get Underground Sea.
That makes sense. So I can deploy this Dorothy Voidwalker and then potentially do some shenanigans with the Thought Seize off the top.
Yeah, so Thomas Bot leading with an Ancient Tomb and not having a turn 1 play. Very, very good sign for Judas.
Yeah, well, this is what we talked about earlier, where something like a hand that is like a little bit more resilient to interaction and disruption means that Thomas Bot isn't going to mulligan to this great turn 1, do a bunch of things play, but instead go, look, I got to make sure that I've got game if I get interacted with. So keeping a hand with Ancient Tomb, which does tap for 2 colorless mana, and then seeing what's up, I think that's a great play by Thomas Bot.
So Thomas Bot has a City of Traders in hand, meaning he's going to have access to 4 mana if he so desires it. Also has a Nettlecyst in hand, which is can be very big and scary. Basic Forest and Urzaland by the looks of it, or maybe that's a Mana Vault. So City of Traders, we're going to have access to 4 mana. We just have a Thought-Knot Seer. We can't force a negation that's a bit unfortunate. So it just shows us the Colligan's Command, Preordain, Expressive Iteration, and Force of Negation. So
interesting. So you're going to have a look at your hand. Do I want to take that Force of Negation because it's going to maybe counter my spell?
Well, Thomas has got 3 lands in hand alongside a Nettlecyst, Khan, Scion of Urza, and Tezzeret Cruel Captain. So the Force of Negation currently looks like the scariest spell as it hits every single card in your hand.
It does, but it also costs 2 cards from Judas.
That is true. And if you've got enough threats, then maybe you don't need to worry about it too much. Maybe you're worried instead about the Expressive Iteration drawing into some cards that are going to like maybe take over the game.
Yeah, or even just finding lands. So you might want to go, look, I'm going to take this Expressive Iteration. I'm going to get my next spell Force of Negation. But that means that you're going to have to pitch that Preordain, and that's not going to find you any lands, and you're going to be stuck on 2 lands.
Yeah, so it'll be a tight race at that point between the Dalthy Voidwalker and the Thought-Knot Seer.
And the Ancient Tomb. Don't forget about the Ancient Tomb.
And the Ancient Tomb.
Yeah,
not to mention the City of Traders as well.
Yeah. Well, the City of Traders isn't doing damage. Ancient Tomb is doing...
the City of Traders is going to go away soon, though.
Currently MVP for damage is Ancient Tomb.
All right, Tom goes with the Force of Negation. I think he's just going to want to force through, like, maybe this Khan, to be honest.
Yep.
So goes for the EI. Says land, Price of Progress, and Thought Scale. Puts the Price of Progress into his hand.
Immediately.
Wooded Foothills into play and Thought Scale to the bottom.
Yeah.
So
and that Ancient Tomb, MVP again.
Yeah.
Like with the doing extra damage with the Price of Progress.
Maybe we're a bit more keen on the City of Traders now. Going away. So Judas also like put a card in his hand, which makes it look like maybe interaction or something else. Goes and gets the Volcanic Island here and gets cast the Preordain.
Maybe I did the wrong life total somewhere.
Players just making sure there's not Delirium or something.
Yeah, and also making sure that we've got the right life totals.
Yep, Judas has taken 2 damage from his own fetches, and Tom has taken 2 damage from his mana and 3 damage from Dalthy.
Yep.
So just goes for the Ponder. Very pretty Ponder, mind you.
Yeah, yeah. Time shifted.
So he's Counterspell, Null Rod, and Duress. Oh, these are all really good cards, but these all might be a little late.
Yeah.
Like, if Khan's Scion of Urza comes down, things could start getting a bit scary, but Judas does have the Kolaghan's Command. So he chooses to put the Duress into hand. I think he's left Counterspell on top afterwards.
Yep, makes sense.
So next turn, looking to Duress and leave open Counterspell. Or maybe this Douthie sees something Judas likes.
You know what I'm hoping for in this game?
What?
Well, I really enjoyed commentating with you, Kakawa.
Yeah.
And this is game 3.
Oh, you want to go to a game 4?
Oh, I want to go to a game 4.
Okay, yeah. Look, I would love to see a game 4 too.
Yeah. So how will we see a game 4? For those at home wondering exactly how that's going to happen.
Draws do not... Most games of Magic do not end in a draw naturally. You can draw games, but usually it requires both players to lose at the same time. And this is probably the most common thing we see in Highlander of hack games drawing, is price of progress. Because it deals a lot of damage to both players at the same time, and life totals are pretty stretched in Highlander, so it's pretty quick way to kill you.
Yeah, so you can definitely get to this situation like, oh no, I'm going to lose next turn, so I'm going to play this price of progress and kill both of us. Let's start again.
Yep, and the player who was on the play gets to once again decide who is on the play for a drawed game.
Yep.
So if Judas feels like he can't get out of it, needs to get back in, and it's a nice little out to have.
Yeah, nice little out to have. So Tezzeret Cruel Captain coming into play, going down to 1, searching for a 1 or less artifact, and we're seeing Mana Vault come into play. We've got 1 colorless mana floating at the moment, so have the ability to play that Mana Vault, and then see what else we got available. See what else we want to do.
So there's an expedition map in his hand, as well as the basic forest. And Thomas Bott is well aware of the price of progress plan against him. We saw him previously playing around it.
Yep.
Just in other rounds. Been watching a bunch of the tables and stuff. It's been scary watching him, really.
Yeah. All right. So the Mana Vault deployed, ticking up the Tezzeret Cruel Captain. And if we can get 2 more artifacts in there, then that Tezzeret Cruel Captain no longer loses to the Dorothy Voidwalker.
Yep. So we're going to play a Nettle Cyst.
All right, so
and
that's
then
ticking up to 3.
I think we're going to play the Expedition map to tick up the Tezzeret to 4.
Wow. So just saying, hey, look, you can put pressure on my Tezzeret. Right? You can do 3 damage, and you probably want to, because otherwise they're going to search for another 1-cost artifact. But it's still not dying.
Yeah, and it's just going to get bigger, and if Thomas plays 2 artifacts, he can just tick it up again and search if he really wants to.
Yep.
And I can imagine him finding something like Shadow Spear here, to be honest.
Yeah, just going, I want to make sure that I am out of price of progress range. So Judas is on 14, Thomas Bott on 13. We've got a 3/2 Dorothy Voidwalker that has Shadow, so unblockable, but also can't block, unless they've got Shadow. And just stopping and hitting the tank, like, let's just take a beat here. I was very, very quick with putting that prize of progress into my hand. But now I've got to make sure how I can maximize this.
Yeah, so Judas knows the top card of his deck as well. So he's definitely thinking a lot about this stuff. Maybe he's thinking if he wants to leave a Kolaghan's Command open. But I think he's going to go for the Duress, make sure there's no funny business, gets the Khan, gets it under the Douthie Voidwalker, which means he could try that game plan if he wanted, but I don't think it's going to be particularly effective. So instead, Douthie Voidwalker going to Thomas Bott. We're ignoring this Tezzeret.
Yeah. Now, if you're Thomas Bott, what are you thinking there? Are you like we've seen him play around the price of progress, and maybe that means he goes, you know what? If you're attacking me instead of the Tezzeret that can search for an artifact, that means that you really want to do some damage.
Yeah, so he's going to take 1 damage off the Mana Vault here.
So down to 9.
Down to 9.
4 damage in play.
What's your favorite card he's just drawn? Serum Powder.
Serum Powder. Not the. Yes, it is one of my favorite cards, but not exactly where you want to draw it.
I mean, at worst, the card is a Mana Rock. It's a very slow Mana Rock, but it's a Mana Rock.
So we've got 1, 2, 3 artifacts in play at the moment. That Tezzeret can make a 4th artifact and might get that equipment to give lifelink.
I wonder if Thomas Bott is currently thinking about sacking the Expedition map to find a Slayer in Academy.
Yep, and then going, if I want to do that, though, I'm going to have to tap this Ancient Tomb. I'm going to have to go down to 7.
Yeah, and that means the price progress is going to be 6.
Yep. So he's stopping and he's in the tank. He's thinking about this. He's aware of the potential for that, but he might also be thinking, am I just dead to the price? Like, am I able to like stay in this and do enough damage? We've got 1, 2, 3 artifacts at the moment, so 7 damage.
Goes and searches. The other thing is, if Tom just attacked with the Nettle Cyst and the Thought-Knot Seer, it would make the Price of Progress a draw. So it cuts off the line of Judas potentially going end of turn, Colligan's Command, deal you 2 damage, and then Price of Progress for lethal.
Yep, makes sense.
But I think we're going to see a Shadow Spear here from Thomas Bott.
Well, he might have also sided it out, though.
He might have.
So Thomas hitting the tank for quite a while, but then picking up his deck and searching out a couple of different options in order to assess exactly what he wants to do.
Oh,
this is actually like it's so close.
He's looking at Walking Ballista.
Oh, like maybe I can just kill this Dorothy Voidwalker.
1, 2, 3, 4. So that would be 5 artifacts plus the Thought-Knot Seer. So 9 damage. We need to make a 5/5 Ballista.
Well, in order to kill here, but you can also just kill that Dorothy Voidwalker and get that out of the way.
Oh, yeah, that's true. So it does choose to go for the Walking Ballista.
Yep.
Makes me think he's trying to play around removal, if not, playing around Price of Progress. May not have the Shadow Spear.
Now, importantly, Price of Progress is about non-basic lands, and we've also got a forest.
Yep, we've drawn the basic forest, and I think Tom might be heads up enough to play that. Takes 2 damage, plays a Ballista on 2, and eats Counterspell.
All right, and then straight underneath, that was a very fast Counterspell. We're seeing an attack here for 7 damage, putting
Judas to 7.
But also, Judas has got 3 damage on the Dorothy Voidwalker.
And the pop.
And the pop.
That's lethal.
That's lethal.
And Judas is surviving on 1.
6 damage. From 7 down to 1, attacking for exactly lethal. You see Judas like, oh, that's a fast untap. That's a fast untap. That's a fast attack. Get in there. Get in there.
Price of progress. Oh, that's so good. Judas takes it.
Takes it down. So amazing.
What a masterful play.
Yeah, Judas just going, I know exactly what I'm doing here. I'm going to play this counterspell. I'm going to Price of Progress, and it's going to be exactly lethal, putting me to 1 life.
Every point there mattered, and Judas showcasing that precursor, game 2, by Colligan's commanding himself. He says, no, I control the life totals. I control your life total. I control my life total. No shops for you.
Down to 1 and pulling out the win. Amazing stuff there. Really well done. Congratulations to Matthew Judas, and congratulations to Thomas Bott as well, taking away your time vault for making the top 4. Absolutely nothing to sneeze at. And third, 4th in 312 players. Absolutely amazing. So congratulations to both of these players. Oh.
And Judas has just secured himself at least a Mox Emerald.
At least a Mox.
At least a Mox Emerald.
That's absolutely amazing.
How many tournaments have you say you've been to where second prize was a Mox Emerald?
Oh, I couldn't even tell you how many were like first place was a Mox. Like, absolutely incredible. Such a good tournament, and congratulations to both of these players. I'm just like shaking in my boots. This is absolutely great.
It's great, and even better, we have the other top 4 match to bring you, being hosted by Dylan and Ian.
Excellent.
They've got a fun one of you, Christopher Tong and Richard Owen.
Yep. So we're going to see a Storm versus Grixis. Okay, so that'll be really interesting, and then we'll have a Grixis versus one of these in the finals.
We could have a Grixis mirror. We could have a Grixis versus Storm final.
Yep.
But whatever it's going to be, it's going to be interesting.
And that's going to come up real soon. So we're actually just getting the players set up at the moment. We'll switch over the coverage team so that you can have Ian and Dylan commentating in this other semi-final match, and then we'll get into the finals.
Yep, we'll be back for the finals, and I'm really excited for it.
Black Lotus time. Black Lotus time. So good. All right, thank you very much. I'm Isaac Lee. This is Dylan Kakawa. We'll see you very shortly with another semi-final match and then the finals for the Black Lotus event.
Signing off.
Hello, we're back for the second semi-final match. We're deciding to stagger them so we can get as much coverage for you this weekend. Once again, for the final time, I'm Dylan Brown.
And I'm Ian.
And we're going to be watching Chris Tong, who we covered earlier in the quarters, against Richard Owen.
Sure. We've seen a lot of price progress in the feature match area recently.
Have. And we're getting straight into it, it looks like. Richard, the progenitor of the Storm deck. Now, for the viewers at home, we haven't had Richard on camera, I believe, today. So there's an interesting way that he likes to track his Storm, his mana. Judges don't really want him to be using dice, apparently, or writing it down.
Dice are a bit easy to knock, so Richard does have Pokemon energies there, so you'll see him pull them out to visually show how much mana he's got floating, what the Storm count is, that kind of thing. What you need to know is that if he pulls them out, it's probably not a good sign for Chris.
Did you ever play Among Us when that was coming out in COVID? And yeah. You know, like the emergency button smack?
Yes.
That's Chris Tong's going to be smacking that button every time Richard's like, give me my sec. I'm going to grab the Pokemon cards out. It's like, no, wrong game, help.
That's what the playmat is actually. You see the
it's the ruling. Stop, please.
Please. Richard will also be on the play as our second seed.
Oh no. Oh no. Let's see who's going to have a lovely date tonight with Judas in the finals to see who's going to get that Lotus and who's walking away with the consolation time vault.
I know we talked about, you know, maybe Grixis wasn't doing so good. I think its death may have been exaggerated.
Yeah, look, what is dead may never die. The Grixis players at these top tables, they're pretty good. I don't know. I mean, Christopher Tongs qualified for the next Pro Tour in Richmond.
Yep.
Matthew Judas, no stranger himself to the Pro Tour.
Nope.
He's definitely, hit that a couple of times.
And Richard, as you say, one of the most accomplished Storm players, really built this version of Storm up over the last year or more. He knows his deck inside and out.
Yeah, and he is the I am the one who stocks. He makes the stock list. Everyone is basically copying Richard's list, making their own little innovations, but this is where it came from. This is the progenitor of the deck.
Yep.
And Richard is currently so far. POG monthlies and the Highlander events that they run, there's a leaderboard. Richard is so far ahead on the leaderboard that he could not play for the next, 4 months and still be in first place.
Pretty sure he's lapped everyone else at this point.
Yeah.
I think he had double the points of everyone else. And also, on a hot streak, not only there, but he came second in the Invitational on Friday.
Yeah, losing to another Storm proficient, Brennan Crawford. Also, as I'm dubbing him now, Brennanos, the God of Storms. Brennan walked away with a Volcanic Island last night. On Friday night now. And then Brennan, he didn't make day 2. Let's not talk about that.
That's all right, though. I think he was bouncing back in the Underground Sea. But for Richard, he went 10-2 through the Swiss today, then won his quarterfinal. 11-2 between today and yesterday. Also, only lost the finals on Friday. So he's lost 3 matches all weekend.
It's a pretty good record over 3 days.
Yeah, pretty good.
And okay, we're starting off with a portent from Richard.
I love portent. It's like Ponder, but worse.
So much worse. So much weirder, too.
Yep.
The fact that you can target your opponent, you can look at how their cards look.
But also, it just taxes your memory. You have to remember to draw.
Okay, and we've got Chris playing turn 1 Nethergoyf, which already 2 power thanks to Richard's spell suite that's been accomplished there.
Still a 0-1 because Nethergoyf, of course, is the smaller Goyf, only checks your own graveyard.
Oh, true, you're right.
But this is interesting from Chris. What he really wants to see is a turn 1 discard spell. But in the absence of that, Nethergoyf at least puts some pressure in play, and now he has to hope he's got a counterspell. He's got some sort of interaction backing it up.
And this is turn 2 Carpet of Flowers, but it's in the main deck.
Yep,
Which
sure
is something these Storm decks get to do because it's a pseudo-ritual effect for them. And the respect Chris is giving to this Force of Willing.
The second time in a row we've seen this Murktide Regent get pitched to a Force of Will.
I mean, it's the age-old joke of it's playable because it's pitchable to Force.
Pitches to Force. Great card. And it is important here. Carpet of Flowers can produce so much mana if it had resolved.
An interesting little note, Chris led with Watery Grave. Not a fetch land, not another, mana source. Maybe a sign of weakness for the hand. And, I mean, he does have a Badlands in hand, and then he's drawn the Misty Rainforest for the turn.
Yeah, so now has options as well. There are other cards, but wanting to get that island in play, representing days, perhaps. A few different options here.
We do have a Bowmasters and a Stock Up, it looks like, in Chris's hand. And I can't see what the last card is.
I think we might be out of interaction, though. And that's always scary because Storm can kill you on any turn. Absolutely any turn. Now, against Grixis, an experienced player like Richard, he's not just going to throw himself all in into the face of a potential Force. But having now drawn out the first Force of Will, if we continue to see Chris tap out, at some point Richard's going to say, I don't think you have it.
Yeah.
Or, better yet,
Show
I
me.
can just do it with a discard spell to start.
Yeah. Yeah, and we've seen a lot of the Storm players this weekend. I say a lot of them. There's like 7 in the room out of the 311 players we started with today.
Very well.
They did. They did. I think we only had 1 Storm player miss day 2.
Correct. We had 6 of our 7 Storm players make it to day 2, and then 2 of them made it to the top 8.
Yeah, yeah. And look, we've already lost 1 to, I believe, Tom Bott vanquished one of them in the quarterfinals.
We did. We saw Shops overcome Storm in the quarterfinals.
And funnily enough, we saw Grixis beat Shops twice, both on camera. So
I remember someone telling me recently that matchup was incredibly Shops' favourite.
She's got to be so dumb. I can't imagine anyone would pay to listen to her talk because that is just such an incorrect opinion. Oh, and here's Metamorphose. And look, this might be Chris being like, I mean, Bowmasters, you have a card that says draw a card on the stack. I got a card that damages you for it.
But also, this is a bad sign if you're Chris. Because this is a free spell. If Richard's casting this, there's a really good chance you die this turn.
And to be fair, Richard hasn't pulled out the energy yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. May see it.
Metamorphose only gets cast if Richard's hand is really, really good and you're dying.
Or really, really bad.
Really, really bad and he just wants to dig one deeper. But Looking at Richard's hand,
I see a Sink into Stupor, I see an LED, a Ponder, a Lotus Petal, and I can't make out what that last card at the back is. It looks blue though, and most of the time it's the black cards that are scary in this deck.
Yeah, so blue floated there, Lotus. So we got so much mana.
Wait, why is Richard playing in the event anyway if he's already got a Lotus? Can't he just...
Well, he wants to upgrade it, see.
Ah, yeah, this one's got some marks on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Little artistic stylings.
Maybe he'll just concede the finals.
Maybe, yeah.
Say,
He's like,
well,
you know
I've
what?
already got one of them. I'll just take the time block. It's fine.
No, the finals is an Emerald.
Oh, you're right, an Emerald. Even better.
Uh-oh. So here's the energy coming out.
The storm counters will come out. So that water energy there, that is the floating mana. And then down the bottom, the electric energy is Storm. So 3 spells cast so far this turn. Chris helping to develop Storm, actually.
Yeah, what a nice guy, honestly.
Yep.
What a nice guy.
Unlikely to matter. Usually if Storm can kill you, they can kill you with like a lot extra.
Yeah, the Storm deck doesn't need to go off fast.
No.
The only reason you would ever go off fast is because...
Sometimes it's rolled up.
Yeah, or sometimes you just are under too much pressure. And I don't think Richard is under too much pressure. So he's got to have it if he's going for it now.
Although I will say, Ponder here going to draw another card. So this Bowmasters is getting its value.
Mm-hmm.
You know, on the way out, potentially.
These little archers just sending a message. Just, hey, the Citadel line you might want to go for. It's going to take a little bit more effort.
It might come up. It might come up if we do end up on a Citadel line. Every point of life
does
gives
matter.
you a little bit more of a glimmer of hope. And a shuffle off the Ponder. Oh, never mind.
Well, there's the Tinker.
Okay, well, I was about to say shuffling off the Ponder is a really good sign for Chris that Richard couldn't find what he wanted. But now that we have Tinker, now we're rolled up to put a Citadel in play.
Yeah,
Well,
is that good?
Yeah.
I feel like that's good.
Pretty good. Citadel in play, turn 3, still haven't played a land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, we're not completely dead. Maybe this Citadel flips, we see a tap land on the top, and then we see another land underneath it that's not a fetch land.
It's possible.
There's possible options.
It's possible.
Don't
We
think
play
they're
it
likely.
out. You know what? It's the semi-finals with a Lotus on the line. So we're going to play it out.
Yeah.
But if I'm in Chris's seat, I don't feel confident.
And
Richard's he's clearly all in enough. He's saying, I don't think you have a second force.
I'm just going for it.
We're just going for it.
And to be fair, like, Chris's body language is not really giving off, I have a way to interact here.
Big inhalation there from Chris.
the lean back, pick up my hand.
Oh, boy. Let me look at my hand. Let me think about whether I want to counter this one. No, that's good. That's fine. Yeah, you go ahead.
Nice little relaxing pose. Like, I am not worried about
hands
this
on
Tinker.
Hands on head.
Leaning
Everything's
back.
fine.
Get this guy a pina colada. We do have a bar right opposite the tournament venue.
Yeah, we do. We're not allowed to drink because we're working.
No.
But, this is our last match of the day.
Don't tell my boss. Yesterday at the bar across the hall, they were doing like pizza options and like burgers and stuff. And then today I went over there and there's just one woman working there with just like a pile of sausages in a slow cooker. And I was like, oh, hot dogs on the menu today? And she's like, only hot dogs. I was like, interesting choices.
Okay. Great.
And there's like 3 people lined up being like, I don't know what I want to eat. And I was like, you get one choice.
That's fine.
Do you want the dogs or do you want
the dogs or not? Okay, so Citadel in play now. We'll bring this one up for you. This one...
this is the only card that really matters in the Storm deck. This and Tendrils.
It's usually Yorgwill and Bolus the Citadel are the 2 ways. Most routes lead through one or both of those cards.
Yeah. And so Chris's out here is that there is 2 non-fetch lands in a row on the top of the deck.
And even then, I think I saw a cantrip in Richard's hand to draw through the land.
3 lands that are not fetches in a row, which I don't even know if Richard played.
I think it was a preordained as well, so it'd have to be like...
6 non-fetches in a row?
Now we're asking a judge whether we can kick the
offspring of my baby boy Thundertrap trainer.
2 Otter Enjoyers here on the cast, so we love this card.
It's oddly ridiculous how much I love this card.
I did get attacked to death by one of these earlier this weekend, though, almost. So
it's a great card. It does everything. It slices, it dices, it offsprings.
Yep. So this is the new Augur of Bolus. Looks 1 card deeper, and sometimes you come with a little baby.
I know. Otter of Bolus, as I've affectionately dubbed it in the past.
Beautiful. As you can see, Storm there down the bottom, growing to easily lethal at this point.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's just a matter of finding the tendrils.
And at this point, Richard's going to potentially stop counting Storm. I know this has happened a couple of times from Storm players today where they go, I just need to get to the right number, and then once they get the number, they're like, I don't care anymore.
You're
like,
dead at this point. You're super dead, and also you didn't have any interaction from my Tinker, so I don't think you have anything.
Yeah.
So
It's a bold choice to be like, the Tinker
Oh, look,
resolves.
there it is.
Oh, it's in the hand. Oh, it's in the hand.
That's actually unfortunate because there is an LED in play
Yes.
rather than a Lotus.
All right.
So
If
now
you're, if you're a Grixis fan like me, just cross your fingers. Maybe. Okay.
Ooh,
Baleful Strix.
Nice.
We get to draw
And what you will
one
see
more
Richard
card.
do is every time he casts a spell, he's going to stop and hold priority and look at the top of his deck in case there's an instant on top.
Yeah.
So see here, he's looking with the draw trigger on the stack.
And then he's saying,
fine.
I'm happy to let this resolve
I
now.
want to draw this one. Don't want to cast this one.
Bowls the Citadel, very interesting way that it's worded with that.
Or
That
just
you can look at the
Bowmasters.
top card
Another
anytime
trigger.
you want.
Another
Oh,
trigger for the
bang.
Bowmasters.
Do we want to shoot the bird?
We're definitely going upstairs.
Look, I thought I'd give you the option.
I mean, you could also shoot the otter if you really wanted.
It's going to take 2 shots on that otter.
Yeah. Or
Boy's got a thick butt. Next 2 shots.
I can't wait for Chris to die with like a 7/7 orc in play. I'm so close.
It's going again.
Almost had
Bang.
him.
Oh my god. Chris even laughing at how comical this situation is.
Okay.
What do you mean there's a Veil of Summer in your main deck?
I really like how he ticked up the orc already.
Yeah,
Richard
and then
went,
he's like,
no, hold on. Great.
Get that dice out of here. Hold up.
Yeah. Wait, hang on. I get priority again. Okay, so now we got an Otawara in hand. Notably, Richard still hasn't played land.
No. And that means, hey, I think the top card of his deck has been good every single time. We have a Mana Vault in hand as well
Okay,
now.
so that'll get us up. That's +2 mana, so then we have to find black, double black for this Tendrils.
Yeah, I can't think of any spell that makes black mana.
No, that's crazy. There's probably no black rituals in this deck.
Yeah.
Now, notably, Richard has stopped tracking. Oh, no, he's still tracking it.
Still tracking it.
We can see how far into the negative we can get, Chris. Brainstorm, that's a really good one with Bolus's Citadel.
That is a really good one. I have a bad feeling about this, Chewy.
You know my favorite part about this? So the Bowmaster still triggers 3 times.
Yeah.
But you are no longer allowed to target Richard or his permanents.
So you just target the Orc over and over again,
Yeah,
as it can never kill itself.
Correct. Meanwhile, Richard gets to take a look at a bunch more cards. Hey, you know what card's really good to put on top?
Tendrils of Agony, I've heard, is pretty good.
Yeah,
Also-
I think we might put that one on top.
Big fan of the artwork Richard has chosen to use for Tendrils of Agony.
They're nice Tendrils.
It is one of my favorite arts in Magic
that's
as well.
crazy.
Well, how did that get
What
there?
a miracle. I thought that was in his hand.
Get the
Chris just counting the storm. Yeah, so I'm at 16. So 2, 4, 6.
Can you
More than 16, Chris says.
Yeah, Chris, can you gain 17 life at instant speed in your Grixis deck while you're tapped out?
When will the Grixis deck start sideboarding Weather the Storm? So Richard takes game 1 there.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Postboarding gets a little bit more interesting, though.
It does, and I've seen a lot of Richard's games this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Where has completely juked, but we'll talk about that in a second because we've got the Grixis deck up first.
There's a lot of options here. From
There
the top,
is.
Liliana the Veil against the linear combo decks. That can be nice. Try and strip the hand. Storm is it needs a certain number of cards.
It needs a
to go.
velocity.
It needs a velocity. Opposition Agent. We just saw
Slam
Tinker.
dunk.
We saw Tinker.
Slam dunk Opposition Agent. This is the one card that every time we were like, oh, do we maybe cut Opposition Agent while we were thinking about the event? Brennan, the lone Storm player on Bus Stop, was like, yes, do it, please. For the love of God, please cut this Opposition Agent.
Consigned to Memory is actually a tricky one. So there's a few colorless spells you can try and get. Some of the cheap
The Mana Vaults,
artifacts.
the Lotus, the LED. You can also hit the Storm Trigger.
Correct. That is something you can hope to do.
I don't think it
potentially.
ever
It
realistically happens. This card has been referred jokingly by Storm players as ceremonious rejection with kicker.
Yeah, it is difficult. In theory, you can counter that Storm Trigger. Unfortunately, that requires your opponent to have neither a discard spell nor Veil of Summer, which by the time they've drawn half their deck,
they're going to have it. We also are looking at actual home dunks like Null Rod, Grafdigger's Cage. There is also an option that you can pop them out of the game. And look, a lot of this top 8 so far has just been Grixis gamers stealing games they have no business with this Price of Progress.
I think the Price of Progress is probably quite good here. Richard can't really afford to fetch basics. He's going to deal himself damage. And there's also the potential that he can start going off with Citadel.
Yeah.
And at some point, you just respond.
You're going to drop. Yeah, exactly.
You wait till they put Tendrils on the stack and then respond and go, well, but how about you take some damage first?
It'd be nice if you died first.
And there's some
Colligan's
easy
Command
cuts.
is a bit of a trap as well. A lot of people will see this and be like, it's an instant speed way to deal with the Citadel.
No.
But it's so much mana. And then this is Richard's list. So as I was hinting at before, I have seen a lot of his matches this weekend where he has almost entirely cut the Storm package and kept all the cantrips, all the interactive spells, all the discard, the removal, and just boarded in all of these creatures in the sideboard.
Yeah, I would expect to see like 8 cards come in, something like that. We'll see the Baraglyph, the Dark Confidant, the Deadpool, the Lurrus, the Opposition Agent most likely, the Path Iconoclast, VV, Wormcoil. All of those will come in, I expect. The Abrupt Decay, the Fatal Push, the Pyroblast also may well come in.
Yeah, like literally this could be one of those situations where Richard's going 15 in, 15 out.
Yeah, and the thing is, that's what we suspect. And that's what we suspect from, I've talked to Richard a fair bit, I've played against him, you've seen him play a fair bit. But in the back of Chris's mind, I don't know how much he's seen Richard play. I don't know how well he will be able to work out how Richard sideboards, how much of these alternative threats, mid-rangey threats he will bring in, versus how much he's just going to be a Storm deck that tries to kill him on turn 1.
And you know what the weirdest thing I've seen as well? I have seen Richard board into this fairer plan for game 2 to throw them off and say, hey, I've boarded in so much of this, and then game 3 go back to being Storm.
Well, game 3 he's back on the play again, and that can make a big difference.
Exactly.
All I need is discard spell on turn 1, take your 1 counter spell, kill you on turn 2.
Yeah.
It's much more appealing when you're on the play rather than on the draw.
And it's crazy the power that just Black Lotus has for this deck. Like, I've seen a lot of Storm players cast like Baleful Strix or like these cantrips on turn 1 or 2, just thinking like, oh, you know, I'm shuffling off my Ponder, I'm going to draw a card and pass. And then they're like, hang on a second, my deck has Black Lotus. Let me just double check what I actually randomly draw. And then they go, oh, oopsies, you're dead.
Yes, I have seen both Richard and Brennan pause their opponents and be like, wait, hang on, I'm not done yet. If I draw Lotus, you might die.
Yeah. So polite. Hang on, whoa, I might kill you. Hold up, think about it.
So Black Lotus is a really powerful card. Wouldn't use it 6.
Yeah, look, I think Richard said it best earlier this weekend when he said, yeah, the deck's really good. I think it's past its time. I think we've had enough of this deck existing in this current iteration anyway. And he specifically said, yeah, the deck does need some more points, plural. Not we need to put 1 more point on Lotus. We need to put 1 point here. He said we need points, plural.
So if you do win this Lotus to the 3 players who are left in this tournament, maybe not Richard, he's already got one. You've got like 2 weeks to go out, get to your locals, and play Storm before it gets pointed.
Just be a menace. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you imagine rocking up just with your Lotus to locals, just being like, look what I won on the weekend?
This? Oh, you know, this is just your car. This is the value of a 2018 Toyota Celica right here.
Absolutely. For Chris now, he gets to be on the play. What's he looking for?
I would be looking for good 1-drop start. I'm thinking something like a Ragavan, something like a Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Yep.
I want at least 2 pieces of interaction. I'd prefer it in the form of something like a discard spell. The counter spells are pretty hard to actually make work against Storm based on how much discard spells they have.
Yes.
And you really need to be proactive in your approach to winning this matchup. If you are sitting there going like, I won't play my 1-drop because I want to hold up Spell Pierce,
no,
it's not the winning strategy.
The problem is, and I talked about this with Richard on Friday after he put me in the dirt again. And he said to me, the difference is I get to sideboard into a mid-range deck. And my Grixis opponent is also a mid-range deck. But they're never allowed to tap out. Because if they ever tap out, I might just kill them. Whereas I have no such fear. I can safely tap out for my VV, for my Baleful Strix, for my discard souls, everything. Because the worst my opponent can do is put a Baraglyph in play.
You know what we haven't thought of? Grixis sideboard, 15 Storm cards. What are they going to do?
The reverse?
Yeah.
Hell
Black Lotus
yeah.
in my sideboard? What are you going to do about it?
No, just main deck the Black Lotus. Main deck the Black Lotus in your Grixis mid-range deck. Sideboard, Tendrils, Yorgwell, Bolus the Citadel.
Tinker.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
Great.
easy. They'll never see it coming.
Hell yeah.
Someone do this. I want to see this happen.
Maybe not in an open deckless tournament. It's much worse there.
Volti's Fight Night number, what are you up to now, like 75? Yeah. Volti's Fight Night 75, Grixis Cabal, go out in droves. How many of you can learn Storm in a couple of days? I want to see what we can do.
How much of a Storm package can we fit in the 15-card sideboard? Hell yeah.
Chris is mulliganing here, so we're looking at a 6-card hand.
And this is what you have to do.
You have to, yeah.
We're not trading 1 for 1 here. If your hand is bad, you're going to die.
Interesting.
Down to 5.
Another mulligan. I thought in that
do.
hand I saw Duress plus Nethergoyf. So that's kind of what we were talking about. You want the discard, you want a cheap, powerful threat. Maybe didn't have a fetch land to go along with the Nethergoyf to not grow it in time.
Yep.
You know, a 1-2 is not anything to write home about. A 2-3,
It does grow quickly.
It's getting there.
Yeah, the interaction is key, and for Richard, I mean, he's holding it in well, but I'm sure on the inside he's smiling.
Yeah.
His Grixis opponent going down to 5 cards. It becomes increasingly hard for Chris to have the balance of pressure and interaction that he needs to get a game here.
I agree. Notably, I just noticed, we've been talking about Chris and this Grixis deck for a while. Christopher Tong, he has technically got an invitational card of his own in this deck. A little librarian by the name of Wan Shi Tong.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, yep. Which is an interesting one in this matchup, actually. It's a flash throw, which is nice.
It's really good.
And
it's
you know what?
Really good.
Storm searches their deck a lot.
There's a lot of cards in that deck that say search your library for X.
Correct.
Right? Between the 7 or 8 fetch lands that they're playing, all the tutors, even like I've seen the line of I want to beseech the mirror with bargain to go and get Tinker, to go and get my Citadel. Wan Shi Tong's drawing 2 cards there.
Which is really nice. You can hold on to those 2 cards as they put their Citadel and play and kill you. Which is
sometimes,
the problem
though,
with the
you
card.
get to draw the free interaction.
It's
and then
true. Yeah, if you draw into force, you look like a genius.
Oh, you look like an absolute madman if you don't, though.
Otherwise, you have 2 more cards to take to the grave.
You can take these home with you.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Excellent.
I'll take the Lotus home. You take the 7 cards in your opening hand. It's fine.
Well, 5 cards in your opening hand.
True.
Chris is now relying on.
And I'm interested to see how Richard has approached this matchup, because there is definitely levels that you can take with your sideboarding approach. So we'll get an idea of how Game 2 is going to play out from Richard's side, which is less telegraphed than what Chris has to do.
On average, I would expect Chris to have more turns to develop his plan before Richard casts 12 spells in a turn.
Correct.
The problem with that is that it's on average, and when you are 1 game away from elimination, it doesn't make you feel much better if, well, on average, they wouldn't have killed me here, but they did this game. And I can see that hand. There's a Mana Vault. Oh, Gitaxian Probe.
I see a Gitaxian Probe, which we're going to see. And Chris, I can see the hand had a Thundering Falls and a Quantum Riddler. That's pretty good at undoing a mulligan.
It is.
And a Murktide Reach. Oh, God. Okay.
So this is shields down. Richard gets to look at the hand and go...
Richard's even laughing like, what do you got this for?
And
you think you can stop me?
I want to know what we bottomed to keep the Murktide Regent. No Black Source. Looking at Richard's hand, I can see Beseech the Mirror, I can see Mana Vault.
Yeah, I see what looks like potentially a Japanese art Inquisition of Kozilek, one of the Strixhaven Mystical Archive printings.
Well, that one's a miss here. That one doesn't do anything.
That's a miss.
That's a miss. That's basically a mulligan.
Perfect.
I guess we'll just cast a cantrip instead.
Yeah, look. Also, Chris's second land being a tap land as well, which means we can't even warp the Riddler.
And no Black Source.
No. This is a very unfortunate mull to 5 from Chris. And it's one of those things when Gitaxian Probe is legal and you get to see your opponent's hand. Sometimes they want to hide their shame.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, please don't look what I
think in many situations, I would have conceded in response to the Gitaxian Probe.
Playing for 30 grand, though, is not one of those.
Yeah, well, it's, you know what? We might be sub 3%, but I'll still take it. I'll play it out.
It's like that Simpsons when Lenny's house opens up and he's like, please don't tell people how I live. It's like, please don't teach people how I mull to 5.
Please. That's all right. This will be here on the internet forever now.
Yeah, exactly.
Finds a card to keep on top.
That's amazing. I love that.
Amazing. We're excited.
We have a shot.
The Murktide Regent still so hard to cast.
And we have Deadpool in Richard Owen's hand. So he's like, you know what? I have seen Deadpool win so many games that all it did was take your best creature. It is now unplayable piece of cardboard. You lose life from it. Solo carry the game.
Oh, that's a good draw. Not
Ceremonious rejection with kicker, as they've been calling it.
Correct. Ceremonious rejection with kicker counters the Mana Vault. That will slow Richard down.
Significantly.
Slows down mana development. This Storm deck might be one of the best decks at using the Surveil lands.
Oh, yeah. It's so good at using the Surveil lands. The fact that you can kind of treat them as a second cantrip, that all of your fetch lands become another cantrip effect. You want things in your graveyard for effects like Yawgmoth's Will as well. It helps you when you're going off with your Bolus the Citadel. Your fetch lands can turn into 3 extra looks at something instead of 2 extra looks.
Yeah, getting to find them off your fetch lands.
Oh my
Citadel
goodness.
Okay, we
Chris
found
kept Black Surveil land on top. Which, look, we would have needed the mana anyway. And guess what we get to do now? Warping the Riddler.
You know, this card is really impressive. I'm just not sure that this is the matchup. Hey, that'll undo a mulligan.
Just how
Liliana
we drew it
off
up,
the top.
baby. Liliana the double black spell with our 1 black
awkward.
land. I love
Maybe
Quantum
we'll
Riddler.
draw a black land as well.
This
Hey,
card
you know what? Liliana's really good. when you have no cards in hand.
Yeah. This doesn't hurt me.
Yeah,
You know?
that's fine. Or, better yet, it helps fill the graveyard for the Murktide region. Then we get to cast a Murktide region, go Hellbent.
We're Hellbent. We can eventually cast this Riddler again. We're going to draw 2 cards.
It answers Deadpool as well.
Broken.
Meanwhile, Richard gets to draw an Expressive Iteration. That's also a pretty good card.
I've heard it's been banned in formats in the past.
Yep. Could also think about firing off this Inquisition now that he knows Chris has drawn 2 more cards.
Yeah, exactly. And I wouldn't hate the Inquisition. Although there is an argument that, do you want to feed this Murktide? What, like, you have to take something if it's there with Inquisition.
We're
because it's revealed
solidly
information.
in the realm of Richard thinking, how do I lose this game?
Yeah, look, we're trying to play it off as, you know, this is quite close. I think Chris is still far behind, just with the general threat of Storm always looming.
But interestingly, Chris is also sort of in the spot where he kind of has to shrug and throw his hands in the air and go, well, if you've got it, you've got it. It's like, you know what's in my hand for the most part. There's nothing I can do. I'm just going to put my things in play as fast as possible and hope that your deck doesn't deliver.
Yeah, this is the, I hope your hand is no spells that matter, which is not a great place to be in.
No, not my favorite place.
And when your opponent plays an Expressive Iteration, you're like, that is a good one.
Yep.
Okay, so we've got the Scalding Tarn from Exile from the Iteration. We have a Lightning Bolt picked up. So it looks like Lightning Bolt, Sink into Stupor, Deadpool, Beseech the Mirror, Inquisition of Kozilek, and I can't make out those last 2
couple
cards.
black cards down the bottom.
Yeah.
So like, could be Thoughtseize, could be potentially Tendrils. Hard to see.
One of them might be a Secret Lair Chrome Mox or Mox Opal, potentially. It had that, like, it could have been Old Border as well.
I love seeing the Lurrus on the deck, as Richard puts it. I know on Friday, we had a little bit of a query from some of the judges who had to go back and just double check by talking to his opponents that he hadn't been revealing a Lurrus.
Yes.
Because it's in his sideboard. And
now
it is not a legal companion for this deck, and also not legal because that would be 3 extra points.
Yeah, so for those who may be newer to 7-point or not, you know, completely across the points list, Lurrus is pointed as a companion.
Yep.
So it's 3 points while it's your companion in the main deck, or in, weirdly enough, in Richard's case, in the sideboard that you don't reveal it at the start of the game.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
That's fine.
That plays.
It's very interesting here. So the Liliana is uncastable, but probably a more impactful card. But if you take the Liliana, we can preordain, get us a Veil trigger, and actually put the Murktide in play this coming turn.
Correct, which is, that's some pressure.
That's great, and then it can be Deadpool.
I mean, Deadpool with flying is going to also be able to check the Dragon's Rage Channeler.
We actually might not see Richard storm off this game.
This is just going to be another Deadpool game. Your Inquisition was really good. I want one as well.
That looked good. How about I take a look as well? And this will also, if we surveil to the graveyard, let us cast Murktide this turn.
Throw it in the bin, Chris. Throw it in the bin. Unless this card says win the game, throw it in the bin.
That's going to have to, if it's not Null Rod, I'm probably binning it.
Yeah.
You just got to put the Murktide in play. Got to have some pressure.
But also, we're going to have knowledge, so he's going to be able to look at the hand and see, oh, wait, if I do this, I'm getting Deadpooled. Please stop doing that. All right, so Dark Confident.
Bob and Thoughtseize were the 2 unknowns.
Thoughtseize.
Yeah. Well, there are some options here.
I do love the fact that you can't fully board out of the Storm stuff. So there is this Beseech the Mirror, no artifacts in play,
Yeah,
no
how
tokens.
come your Grixis mid-range deck is playing Beseech the Mirror?
Yeah, I haven't tested it out. Is that good? Should I go and buy a copy?
Look at the cards so far Richard has cast. Preordain, Gitaxian Probe, Preordain.
Marvel's a weird one in Grixis.
Yeah, EI, Mill to Baleful Strix, Inquisition of Kozilek. Yeah, Manavolt's an unusual point. Dark Confidant, Thoughtseize, Sink into Stupor, Lightning Bolt, Deadpool, and Beseech the Mirror.
The Beseech is the standout there. It's not exactly one of these things doesn't belong.
Yeah, Beseech and Manavolt a bit weird. Everything else here is just this is just a Grixis
stock standard.
This is just a standard Grixis. Maybe we can just sideboard the Storm.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this could legitimately be genius.
Great.
No, if it's closed deck list, no one's going to expect
coming
it.
to a VFN near you.
Yeah,
I might actually do this next week.
See, I am so good at corrupting you with deck lists.
You are.
It's unreal.
You are. I'm going to spend so much time trying to play Otters in the coming weeks.
Oh my god, it's good. I sent you the list last night, by the way.
You did. There's a Command Fest in 3 weeks, and half of it is standard. I should be playing real standard decks, and instead...
I'm gonna melt your brain with these honors, I tell you why.
So Chris here correctly identifying that putting the Murktide in play was...
is gonna ruin his life.
Go
because there's a
Paul.
land for this Deadpool, which Sink into Stupor on the backside is...
Yep. So instead, just the Preordain, digging really deep into the deck. Milling a Spell Pierce is really sad. But
the hand doesn't really have anything that's spell pierceable.
that's the thing. Normally you'd say, well, Spell Pierce is really good against Storm. They're all non-creature spells. And then you look at Richard's hand and it's...
The only card in his hand that really matters at this point is the creature.
Well, he's just playing Grixis mid-range.
Yeah.
I don't want Spell Pierce against Grixis mid-range.
It's like Grixis mid-range. Like, you know that meme where it's Daniel, the cooler Daniel, and it's like just got sunglasses on? It's like Grixis mid-range is the cooler Grixis mid-range, but also has Tendrils of Agony.
Oh, you've got Price of Progress. I got Tendrils of Agony.
Mine's slightly harder to make happen, but
it's one-sided.
It's one-sided.
And we're checking for Delirium here. Planeswalker, giving us Delirium.
Let's go. We also have the option of bring by this Nethergoyf, which very rarely happens, especially in a Storm matchup, but...
Especially with a DRC in play.
Yeah,
you get to put the Nethergoyf in play, but it also shrinks the DRC.
Maybe we can turn off the DRC for a little bit post-combat, make another go for the next turn.
Possible.
I don't think that's ever going to be an option here.
Possible. I mean, weirder things have happened. But
And given the Planeswalker in that graveyard, we might be able to make a sizable Murktide at the same time as keeping Delirium.
So we are going to see a fetch land, and presumably this Murktide going to come into play. Where we're shoving in. If we're Chris, we're putting our chips in and saying, well, this is what I got. We'll see if it's good enough.
All in, 6 million.
Yeah, spoilers. My money would be on Richard.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Now, this Murktide has the potential to be a 6/6, which, even if the Deadpool swaps text boxes with it, it's still going to be power and toughness 6. Oh, no, sorry, 7. So that's big enough to the Deadpool that you swap with the Deadpool, you probably have to chump next turn, if that's your play.
It is half of your life total, so...
Yeah.
Looks pretty good. The other option, of course, available to Richard, rather than Deadpooling, would be to cast Sink into Stupor and bounce the Murktide.
Time Walk, you say? Oh, okay, there's landfall.
Good, we drew a land.
And this might be Sink into Stupor plus Bolt your Dragon Rage Channeler potentially.
Yep, just clear the board of any pressure. And then
Or
if you want to play the Murktide again, it'll be smaller, and I still have this Deadpool.
There is also the option of Sink into Stupor plus Thoughtseize. Build your own removal spell. 1 for 2, if you will.
Fancy. Nope, we're just jamming Deadpool. Oh, we're swapping with the DRC.
Sweet.
Sick. Does
Very
Richard have
funny
Delirium?
interaction.
Yeah, he does.
So this means Deadpool is going to be a 5/3, and it's also going to be +2/+2 in flying. So Deadpool, 7/5 now.
Nice. And that DRC is a 1/1.
Now that's a Brainstorm off the top.
That's a good one.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
That's a start. I mean, if we can find a way to exile a card here.
Please trade.
Oh.
Interesting.
With my Deadpool, which is a 7/5.
So offering the trade. I was going to say if we can find a way to exile a card out of Chris's graveyard, we could potentially get to grow it out of range.
Yeah, and Richard, we heard a little bit, I'm not sure if the audience is able to hear that, saying my Deadpool is a 7/5, and Chris being like,
Oh dear.
And then, yeah, just
Oh dear. It's
Once
not
again,
a great time to learn about how Deadpool works. Even now, in the semifinals, we're learning new ways in which Deadpool works.
Yeah, everyone, this card just is constantly a pain in the ass for every player, every judge, every game that it finds itself in, just being a constant nuisance. And you know what? It plays to the character. It's very on brand.
It's very flavorful, this card. Just breaks the rules, like, very, very flavorful.
It's also
Headache for
breaking the
judges.
frame. He's cutting his text box out to give to you in the artwork.
So Chris is now thinking about whether to fire off this brainstorm and hope to find something, anything, to keep this Murktide alive. I was thinking we could pre-combat it here. Try and find a land.
I think we're now doing it, we're doing it in pre-blocks, being like,
I think we're in blocks now.
Oh,
I
yeah.
believe we've already blocked.
Deadpool has blocked.
Pre-damage. We're trying to salvage the situation. How many removal spells do you think Chris still has in his
We
deck?
could have even used Nethergoyf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is what I was thinking.
That's kind of important.
But instead, we went to combat. Oh yeah, you got to put 2 cards back here. Players went to resolve damage there, and then realized, no, hang on, you need to put 2 cards back off that brainstorm. You can't just keep all 3 of them.
Ancestral Recall's really good. We can't just let you have that.
That card is 5 points. No copies in the room.
Barry!
Bazza's back.
Barry's in play.
Pretty big too.
6'7". 6'7".
I hate myself.
I'm way too old to be making this joke, too. It's just completely unbelievable.
Okay, so
Oh, there's a Tendrils of Agony? What a draw.
That's a weird card to put in your Grixis mid-range
Yeah,
deck.
you know what? It's not looking good in the Grixis mid-range deck.
Now we might see the Sink into Stuber.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
Thoughtseize, Wombo combo.
Yeah, great.
Down to 9.
Down to 9, but only facing 1 power and also getting a free lava spike every turn.
Yeah.
Thanks, Deadpool.
However, we might
a
get
Riddler?
Riddler's over there.
Remember that Riddler we warped about 5 turns ago?
And we jokingly were
Still
like,
there.
wow, Riddler,
Still the
great
in
card
for
for you.
one. Nice. Down to 8?
Down to
And
8.
We're
And-
joking about this, but it makes any Bolus or Citadel line more complicated if you're only at 8 life.
Yeah, and it looks like the Deadpool trigger was missed as well. Chris still on 14.
It's a big deal. That's a big difference. No, never mind.
There we go. Okay, so they must have verbally acknowledged it and just didn't update our life totals. Cool. Wanted to make sure, because that is a thing that can be missed.
You can miss that, yeah.
You shouldn't.
Okay, so we're going to get Netherglyph in play. Unfortunately, exile 4 types, leaving only 1 type.
But look, we are currently racing our own Dragon Rage channeler with the Dragon's Rage channeler.
And I think we're losing.
Yeah, look, it's not a fast race by any means, especially with the face-up Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, face up Lightning Bolt, and also at some point we
Face
might see...
down Tendrils.
We might see, yeah, Richard at some point just be like, I don't know, Storm is 2, deal 4, gain 4. That's going to swing the race.
I actually love this. Hang on, we have Tendrils plus Bolt in hand.
Oh.
This is 7 damage. We're 1 short of lethal. We are 1 short of lethal.
Grixis Burn.
Grixis Burn, baby.
Grixis Burn. Looking to move on to the finals.
Where it will be a
It's
Grixis
so close.
mirror either way.
I just want to see it anyway.
It'd be so beautiful to see.
Storm deck? What's Storm deck?
What do you mean? It's Grixis Burn. 4-color burn control.
This is Deadpool's fault. This is all Deadpool's fault.
All Deadpool's fault. And honestly, it feels like every time people lose in Highlander, that's the answer. It's always Deadpool's fault.
We're going to cast Besiege. Oh, we can go Besiege, find Lotus, and then actually have lethal, right? Well, it's very close.
It's still not enough. So for Lotus to be lethal, we need to get the Storm count up to 4.
But not quite.
Which we're not there yet. We don't have enough mana to make a Yorgwill line happen, but...
Is there another burn spell we can find?
We have so many options here.
You know, I'm not convinced that's the best line, but that's what I'd like to see.
Where's the bump in the night, Richard? Really commit. Commit to the bit. Oh yeah, bump in the night? You don't know what that one is?
Highlander staple, bump in the night.
Highlander staple.
I'm not even going to bring that one up. I don't... Viewers, don't even think about that card.
Sorcery speed. Target player loses 3 life. It has flashback.
6. Instead, we are going to see Lightning Bolt. Just slow things down. Take out the Netherglyph.
Interesting. Okay.
Richard says I have better Sulfuric Vortex in play. So
There's the bump in the night, baby. So, what did we beseech for? We were too busy talking about bump in the night to actually see the card that Richard selected.
So Chris down to 8 now.
It was a Yorgwill. Huge. Okay, so we have the Mana Vault. So yeah, we have lethal next turn from Richard's side. We can Yorgwill, get the Mana Vault back, make some extra mana, play a land, Tendrils. Bang. Gone.
Chris, now, my only question is, will we get to see the Riddler hit play?
Or maybe Chris is of the opinion we can play Price of Progress and pop.
Pop would draw the game from here. It would be
would.
really good. That would have been the best draw, actually.
Richard
I
has
wish-
also just drawn Baragoyf.
Ooh, Thoughtseize? Oh, Baragoyf, yeah.
Probably
well,
take the Yorgwill. Probably take that one. That one's pretty good. Please, for the love of God, please take the
Every
Yorgwill.
card here seems like a problem, to be honest.
Yeah, so Chris, I believe, should be on 5?
I think took 3 down to 8 from the last bolt. Going to
Okay,
6
so
off the
we're going to
Thoughtseize.
6 from the Thoughtseize.
Yeah, so we got a little bit of wiggle room.
Yeah, I would hate for Richard to draw like a cantrip into a Lotus Petal.
There are some lines that will lead to lethal.
Yeah.
If you haven't played a land already, you can.
Yeah. Chris just looking over the graveyard being like, how dead am I?
How dead am I if I leave you with the Yorgwill?
Because
The answer is enough.
And the problem is, even if you don't and you take the Yorgwill, there's still the option to...
Great.
We have a couple of lines that could lead to a Tendrils kill right now from Chris on 6. There's also just like, cast Baragoyf.
Yeah, if you draw something good, you just win this turn with Tendrils. And if you don't,
It feels so good to be right. Metamorphose, please don't brick. Ian is frowning more than I've ever seen this man frown in his life right now. Right, here we go.
enjoy this while you can,
Metamorphose.
folks. Metamorphose is going to draw a card, going to make some mana. Any 1 or 0 mana spell wins
Chris
the game.
helping out too.
Yeah, well,
Oh, it's a land!
it's a land?
Damn,
Okay.
we're never right.
So Chris gets another turn. We're just going to put the Baragov in play. Baragov in play.
Lethal.
6-7, I think we decided. Oh, it might have gotten shrunk, actually.
Liliana's gone, 5-6.
Yeah, it's gone 5. It's only 5. It's not lethal by itself.
Not lethal anymore. Come on, land for this Riddler. That's a Bowmasters. That's some chump blocking. And I think that was a drown in the... Was that a drown in the lock?
That'd be a nice one.
That is a nice one.
Okay. We're going to...
Hiya!
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Great. We got a Bowmasters now.
Yeah, I'm loving this position, actually.
Now we're just back to hope Richard doesn't draw a cantrip.
Brick again.
He's going to get Surveil as well, I
He
think.
does. No, not off this land.
Not off this one.
So Richard's last Surveil land is a Raucous Theatre, and conveniently with the way Highlander works with mana bases being all singletons, sometimes your fetch lands suck.
Yeah, sometimes they don't line up like you would like. In fact, there is an Underground Sea still in the deck.
And he did brick again. That's another land.
And this is what we talked about earlier. We're going to see Richard fetch right now, play around opposition agent. There's no need. There's no need to get caught by an opposition agent.
Christopher doesn't have his namesake card as well in hand, or we could be flashing in the tong. Get tonged, as you will.
I also want to point out, Richard's at 5.
Yeah.
He's fetched down to 5. We're about to see Chris put a Bowmasters in play. Down to 3. Bowmaster, in fact, so he's going to 4 here. Bowmaster's going to come into play. Deal 1, down to 3. Attack for 2.
Yeah, yeah.
Go to 1.
That's 1. Oh, are we going to 1? What's happening here? Okay.
Okay.
Come
We're making this game real
Come
close.
on, Chris. Give us a game
Chris.
3.
Is there any way to make Richard draw a card?
Have
we got a Flame of an Ore or something in the deck?
Not from the Grixis player's side anymore.
Or we could draw Pop and we could tie the game.
You're on 1, and then Richard goes for a lethal line, and you're like, you know what? Game 3. But we're only 1 up.
That's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see a Pop drawn, and then just attack for 2. You're down to 1. Pass back. Richard tries to storm off. You're like, no.
We could also see a Dash Dragavan. That's another lethal line. I think was that a third path Iconoclast?
That's a really interesting one in this spot. I mean, that's quite good against Bowmasters.
Honestly, it's really good. But this is a Surveil, so this is going on the top of the library, and it's passing turn after this. I can't imagine that we're just going blind Tendrils for 2, pass.
No. You wait till next, and you get to Iconoclast. Tendrils for 4, make a 1/1.
That's a combination.
We're just playing the weirdest limited game you've ever seen.
Yeah, so chat, a combination is when 2 cards work together really well and sometimes end in a game victory.
Okay, so Richard down to 3 now. Are
Here
there
we
any
go.
haste creatures? Burn
Yeah,
spells?
there's Dash Dragavan.
That's a land.
You know what that is, though? That's a Riddler. That's a Riddler, baby.
Is there? Yeah, there must be a Badlands left on the deck.
There is a Badlands left.
That draws 2 cards.
That draws true.
This game is way more exciting and closer than it had any
This
right
is
to
really
be.
fun.
Okay, down to 1. Richard gets 1 more draw.
Yep, and we know what it is. Oh, no, we don't.
No, we don't.
Binned the third path.
He decided the third path was not good enough.
Oh, my God.
Which is good, because otherwise the land would have put the Riddler in play and killed him in the air.
Bated breath. Here we go.
Down to 5.
Okay,
Gonna appeal 2 with this Riddler.
Come on, Riddler. The future of Magic is here to save the day, please.
Incredible. Thought about getting the swamp? No, you are too low for that to matter. If you draw Pop, we're both dying.
I have definitely seen Chris over a couple of matches today fetching for these basics aggressively, even without Pop, just because...
Represent Pop?
No, it's more that your fetch lines suck when they get deep into a game.
We draw Null Rod and another card. Quickly passes back. So no force up. There was a Null Rod.
Oh my God,
That's
it's a land. We're going to game 3.
We're going to game 3.
Let's go.
Richard just says game 3.
Oh my God, Richard flooded.
Chris wins on a mull to 5.
The hidden way to beat Storm.
He kept DRC, Steam Vents, Thundering Falls, Murktide Regent, and Quantum Riddler. And somehow managed to win that game.
Quantum Riddler, baby, what can I say? I've been saying this card's the future of Magic for weeks now, and it's everywhere, in every format, all at once.
What did we just see?
We saw one Grixis mid-range mirror where someone drew a little bit better despite mulling to 5. Because for some reason, Grixis's, the mid-range Grixis deck that Richard's brought has these weird cards in it. Like
he's got this 4-mana deal 2, gain 2. Doesn't seem very good.
They had a 4-mana tutor. I mean, I know a lot of tutors get pointed, but I'm not really in the mood for 4 mana.
I don't really want Diabolical Tutor in my deck.
Yeah.
Some weird decisions in this
very
Grixis mid-range
strange
deck.
choices.
Very strange.
So let's see if Richard goes back to the Storm path.
After all that, Richard's probably just going to kill him on turn 1 in game 3.
I know. This is the fun thing about Storm, is that there's all these conversations of, oh, how does a player navigate from X, Y, Z? And then sometimes it's just the Kobayashi Maru. There's nothing that matters. Richard enters the avatar state. You just lose.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all there is to it.
Absolutely. We had this really long, scrap, drawn-out game. But we'll see how Game 3 goes. Both our players have disappeared now. So we're going to go up there. Do you want the Storm side, or do you want the Grixis side or the Grixis side?
Okay, so here's the gamble. Normally, I would take Storm. I'm a bit of a psychopath when it comes to combo decks.
Yep.
I feel like you're not, though. And I feel like I can beat you on when I'm on Grixis and you're on Storm, because you won't be able to Storm that well.
Okay, you don't know me very well. I'm a Storm degenerate.
Oh,
Storm
no.
is the first constructed deck. Well, not the first constructed. First modern deck I ever played was Blue-Red Gift Storm.
Oh, no, Chatterfade
I played a lot of Storm. And more to the point, I've lost to Richard so many times now.
You know
I know
what
how
you're
this
doing.
deck works. I've seen it so many times.
I've played these games before.
Normally I'm Chris, sitting on the other side being like, well, hopefully I don't die this turn. Doesn't work out for me usually, though.
Yeah, no, that was... You didn't have Riddler before.
Yeah, it's
no?
true. I haven't... Well, not allowed to play Quantum Riddler with Luris. Don't know why. It's a 2-drop.
It is a 2-drop, technically.
Don't understand. What a game.
That was amazing.
That was awesome.
I'm really glad we got to see that. And, I mean, also, we have a little clock ticking at the top of this round. That was a long game, too. We're 47 minutes in.
Yeah, long semi-final.
Long
and after
and
this,
drawn out.
Matthew Judas waiting in the finals for the victor of this final game.
He's waiting to throw hands.
He is.
Judas is not even pacing back and forth either. Dude, I can see from my field of vision, is just chilling. He is just nice and relaxed, doing what he needs to do. Just having a chat with some mates, talking about dinner plans.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, Chris has returned first. I still don't see where Richard has gone.
Does that mean Chris gets to play in Game 3? He came back first, so he gets to, like...
Have you ever done that when you're playing you're playing a game with your mates and it's just casual, you're testing, and it's just like, oh, and someone is trying to be professional and they're like, oh, who gets to be on the play? And you're just like, first to play a land, and you just throw it into play. You're like, all right, you're on the draw, go.
Yeah, I don't think they'll let us do that. The semi-final of this event to end all events.
Playing shotgun with your mana base, just like, here it is, go.
Beautiful.
Oh, I would love to see some cheeky stuff like that happen in Magic. Just counterspell, no. What do you mean, no?
I think Richard's still off recovering from the psychic damage he just received from that game.
Quantum Riddler killed me. What do you mean this unplayable 5-drop killed me? I lost to Divination with wings.
Divination with wings. Hey, put some respect on that card's name. It drew 4 cards.
It did, yeah.
That's not divination. That's opportunity with wings.
What do you mean, mull? I didn't mull.
I didn't mulligan. You mulliganed. You drew a 4-mana deal 2. What do you think this thing's limited?
I love that there was the option, though, to put you to 1 with the Lightning Bolt Tendrils of Agony line. That was so cool. That, like, you can still even have these, like, weird, scrappy, pieced-together wins.
Yeah, absolutely. That was awesome. And we
see-
get to see, like, bounce your Barrow Growth, then Thought Seize you.
Mm-hmm. Now, Richard's re-sideboarding here, right?
Yep.
So we do have the option for that that little reversal of the mana base. But one thing that I think if Richard is doing these plans that I don't seem to see him doing currently is he's sideboarding in chunks. So he's going like, I'm cutting this card, I'm adding in this card, I'm cutting this. I would like to see 15 in, 15 out. Keep the opponent guessing, especially we're playing for 30 grand, essentially. This Black Lotus for first prize.
I'm a big fan of 15 in, 15 out every single time.
Yeah.
Every match I'm doing it. Between games, I'm siding at least 5 cards in and out. I actually had an opponent when I was playing on Friday ask me that. We go to sideboards, I immediately take my whole sideboard and shuffle it in, and they go, whoa, you already know how to sideboard? You have this on your sideboard map? And I went, absolutely not. I haven't worked out how to sideboard yet. I'm going to go through my deck and dig out the 15 worst seeming cards.
Yeah, exactly. I love, so I do a lot of brewing. For those who don't know, I post all of my brews on Twitter. The Bus Stop Boys are furious of how many ridiculous things I go, I think I've broken it. And they're like, Dylan, this is Gingerbread Cabin. Please stop sending this to us. But one of the things that sometimes happens is a deck will escape my area of effect. And other people will start asking for it. They'll be like, oh, I heard Dylan has, XYZ list. Can I get a sideboard guide?
It's me. It's me. I keep getting ensnared by these ridiculous brews.
Yeah, and then every time I have to look them dead in the eye and be like, I sideboard based off vibes. You think I'm carrying paper with me?
Can confirm I have been told this before.
After the Otters RC, when everyone was like, okay, you need to actually make a proper sideboard guide because a lot of people want to know, I had to sit down there for like 20 minutes being like, I actually don't know how to do this. Can someone help me figure this out? And they're like, how do you board for this matchup? And I was like, I don't know. What did the player do game 1?
Yeah, absolutely. What's the time of day? What's the weather outside?
How much do I respect my opponent? Like sometimes you have to sideboard based on how they played game 1.
How much do I respect my opponent is a wild way to sideboard.
Yeah, well, like, okay, in the most politically correct and like softest way, sometimes your opponents make mistakes when they're playing games.
You about to say something gets us cancelled?
No. I'm gonna hold my tongue as much as I can. But like sometimes your opponents are just bad, or they have made plays that make them seem bad. And so sometimes I go, okay, if everyone on the table is playing perfectly, this is how I would board. Sometimes I have to board wackily because I'm not expecting you to board properly. And like, if you're expecting to bring in like in 7-point, for example, sometimes Grixis plays 4 blasts. Blue Moon plays 4 blasts. If your opponent is boarding out a lot of their blue cards, these red blasts rot. And so sometimes you go, you know what? I'm not going to board in any blasts.
Speaking of players who are bad, that's not who's in the feature match.
No,
We've got 2 very good players.
I love this. So Chris is getting Inquisition and has slid the price of progress forward, being like, see this one?
We want game 4. Game 4.
The people scream for game 4.
Just keep us here, as long as it takes. 2 hours from now, we're still here. We're on game 7.
Welcome to game 11 of... Production is in areas screaming, please God, no. Just, please let me get out of here. We need a result. So the Inquisition has taken Tamio. So this is going to be one of those hands where not much pressure. The Corey Steel Cutter is going to be very hard to trigger with hand of mono spell snare targets.
I have to think that we are going to try and trigger the Corey Steel Cutter on turn 3, potentially off the iteration. But we talked about this. If you tap out, you might die.
Yeah, and Rich's hand is pretty mid-rangey. I'm liking it. We have a Dark Confident in play. I saw a Baragoyf.
Grixis mid-range.
Grixis mid-range.
There's so much Grixis.
With weird card.
We got to see Mishra's Bauble, Inquisition, Dark Confidant, Baragoyf.
That's a Grixis deck
sure
right there,
looks
baby.
like Grixis.
It's weird that you'd choose to play Dark Confidant, though.
If it looks like Grixis, and it talks like Grixis, and it walks like Grixis,
it's Richard.
Point it.
Also, like, we talked a lot about how Thomas Bott, one of the other quarterfinalists, sorry, semi-finalists.
Semi-finalists even.
His name is Thomas Bott. He plays bots.
Yep.
Richard kind of sounds like Grixis if you twist it and connive it really poorly. Richard Owen, Richsis.
I can't believe you get paid to talk.
You gotta give the people what they want, all right?
Brainstorm here, very powerful. There's a Liliana in hand. That's a nice one. That'll answer some mid-range threats, potentially.
For sure. We're going to get real down in the mud with this Liliana. And the Tamio into Brainstorm would have been a nice way to instantly flip that card.
You know what Bob's pretty good against?
Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dark Confidant Bob.
And also, I'm not sure if people caught it when Richard was boarding. One of the cards he boarded out was Basic Swamp. You know what loves to see a Basic Swamp hit the sideboard? Price of progress.
Meanwhile, Christopher has just all his dual lands and no fetch lands, so we might be Brainstorm locked. And also, we're not. Oh no, okay.
There's a Lauren reveal. That's sort of a fetch land.
Yeah, kind of. It's the shuffle effect. That'll do.
Every day we're shuffling. Get LMFAO in the booth.
A lot of lands in this hand though. Looking like couple duels, Lauren revealed. Still holding on to that pop. EI, Corey Steel Cutter.
Big fan, big fan. I feel like Chris is quietly confident in this game, and it might be pseudo-confidence in, I got down in the mud with him last game, and I won with Quantum Riddler. I'm not scared of anything you could do. And
Third Path Iconoclast? More mid-range cards.
I'm scared of that card,
The other thing is, the decks you see Bob in, traditionally, have been really low to the ground, efficient Grixis or blue-black decks.
Maybe we hit Beseech.
Richard's deck's got a lot of 5-drops. There's a 6-drop in there.
Well, maybe the Citadel Tinker has been taken out. There's
Truly
always
committing to the Grixis gaming. Cut my pointed card. Cut my Citadel.
I don't need to win the game when I can play more turns of Magic.
The problem with this pop plan.
Paragraph has lifelink.
Yeah, that's going to be an issue.
I love how he said, does this resolve? And he's like, yeah, it resolves. I'm just Lorien revealing. It's like, oh no. Oh no.
There is a Liliana of the Veil.
We can't Lily through this Bob though.
No, and it gets really difficult to Lily if we let Richard put Third Path Iconoclast in play.
Yeah. This Liliana went from, wow, what a great card to have in this situation to, oh, I'd rather any other card than this.
Might have to jam it here anyway. Get rid of the Bob, soak up some damage from this Baragoyf. Richard's Grixis game plan is in full effect at the moment.
Grixis I win, as he's affectionately known now by me. So in a great position to have a date with Judas in the finals if the game keeps going this way.
Another
and that's
land
another
for Chris.
land drawn.
Not ideal.
Oh. Okay, so yeah, it looks like we are going to go with the Lily line.
Just get your Edict, gain some life.
Results. Ask me which one I like more.
Asking me which one I liked more. I love that by Richard.
Do I want to gain life or lose life? Bearing in mind that my opponent has a
There's
pop
a price
in
of
hand.
progress that he has shown me.
Yeah.
I know it is there.
Hey, maybe you shuffled it away off the brainstorm.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Yeah, true.
It might be
true.
gone.
It's hidden. It's all a magic act.
I think I am supposed to keep Mr. Barrow.
Richard saying, I think I am supposed to keep, and then says Baragoyf.
Well, that's disappointing because I wanted to see game 4.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a unfortunate kind of forced play from Chris here, but it's just working out so well for Richard, this keep.
So Richard's hand here, Third Path Iconoclast, Thunder Trap Trainer,
Lightning Bolt. What?
Scalding Tarn, and I believe that's a Tinker on the end.
Okay, so we do have the Citadel still in the deck.
Yeah, with
or
no
maybe
artifacts.
hang on.
There's a Wormcoil.
There's a Wormcoil on the board. Maybe we're just tinkering for Wormcoil, and we're also playing shops. Storm is just every deck. It's just every deck combined.
Storm is every other deck in a trench coat.
What am I? Who knows?
It's the car meme. This bad boy can fit so many other decks inside it.
It's like, yeah, there was 11 different techs in the top 8. It's like, what the hell? This Richard can fit so many different archetypes in his deck box.
Incredible.
I really like how this deck plays.
I'm really enjoying how game 1 we got a really sleek, refined, linear combo deck. Just powered through, cast about 15 spells in one turn. Games 2 and 3 we've gotten the most scrappy looking, like, weird Grixis deck. Yeah, just Third Path Iconoclast.
Mess around.
Bolt Liliana?
I feel like this is going at Lily.
I would guess so. But I kind of want to see it go upstairs.
I want to see it too.
It's only got 18 life.
Yeah, it is going to the Lily. Richard explaining that this is actually a colorless artifact soldier token, not a 1/1 white
token,
creature. And
even.
the judges have immediately said, please turn it face down. That's way too complicated. Here we come with 5 damage, 6 damage.
6 power now.
6, 7.
Hey,
I love how that broke you mid-trail of thought. I love this.
do you think Richard might get to hit a creature off this? How many creatures do you think are in?
3.
Citadel? Citadel
No!
was there.
You know what that is? That's a creature and a spell.
There's just some really good cards. He's also milled the Yorgwill, but he does hit a creature.
This is actually so funny. It's like, well, plan A is now no longer in effect. The whole plan is plan B.
That is
plan
definitely
Baragoyf.
and it's actually really relevant. That's an artifact token for the Tinker in his hand, which can now no longer find Bolus the Citadel.
Maybe it finds Wormcoil.
I reckon.
I am loving how this deck is playing out. And like, what are you supposed to do against this when you're sideboarding? Because you're just like, I have to somehow respect Storm. What if he went back to it?
Well, that's the thing. If he hadn't milled the Citadel, we would have just seen that next turn.
Yeah, exactly.
And
It
instead,
would've just died.
Probably going to see a Wormcoil.
This is just like, no, the sideboard cards are screaming at Richard, like, no, baby, I can change. Please take me back. Put me back in the main deck. I can make it work for us.
Best part about this is we just get to see this all over again next round.
Yeah.
I hope Matthew Judas is watching this and is just as confused about how to sideboard as we all are.
I hope if Chris loses this game, which it's still an if, there's still a chance he can win, that he walks off the stage and he's like, it's your turn now, son. And he sends Judas up on his march to victory.
Good luck.
Yeah.
This is it's the Reaper meme, the doors.
Yeah,
Coming out of the door.
Grixis. Grixis.
Lance first.
Pat is
In
currently
position.
shouting at everyone about how amazing this event has been, and honestly, it has been probably my favorite Magic event I've ever been to. It has
That's a
been
high
really
bar.
special. It's all from a place of love. Like when you go to a GPs in the day, there was that sense of like your friends would miss out. There wasn't that much to do. You know, sometimes you'd feel slighted. There's a lot of side events that have been played today. There's a lot of fun gaming, and everyone's here to have fun at the end of the day. It is a community-driven format. 7 Point being a singleton format does allow you a lot of skill expression as well in the choices you make. So I think this has just been a great event overall held by Pat, and I'm excited for us to hold more events like this in the future. Obviously, I don't expect to have a Lotus for first prize for every event we cover in the future.
That'd be nice.
That'd be
but-
nice.
No, it has been a fantastic weekend, some fantastic Magic on display. Still some more Magic to come. This
There
game's
is,
not
yes.
over yet, and then there's one more match after this. If we get really lucky, we'll get more games in this match as well.
We might even, yeah. Richard
Richard-
at 23, but he's really at like, what? I can't do the math here. 15? 15. With this pop in hand. But also, I think Chris is going to die to the pop at this point now. So
I think Chris might die to Barrow Goyf. And
Yeah.
maybe Worm Coil Engine if we're lucky. Leaves on top.
On top.
Maybe it's Quantum Riddler.
Ooh. The Sphinx? The Space Sphinx? Okay, that looked like it was a fatal push.
Yep.
Okay.
Grixis mid-range.
So put you on 3. I'll go to 20.
And we're playing Thunder Trap Training here, surely.
I'm
Get the
not-
Otter in play,
surely,
please.
Surely we're putting Worm Coil in play. Surely.
Hang on, let's see what else is in the deck. We get more
Maybe
information.
we'll just draw the Worm Coil.
Okay.
No, a miss. Unlucky.
Interesting.
Unlucky.
Flame of Anor, though, would have been nice with this Thunder Trap Trainer. It's a wizard. Otter wizard, baby. What a job occupation
Hey.
for a small animal of the Riverlands to have.
I just want to say, remember when we pointed that lightning bolt at Liliana?
Yeah.
Chris is at 3 now.
Yeah.
Somehow, I don't think Richard will mind. Oh, it will be the Otter.
Squeak, squeak. What cheese is this Otter going to find? No, they don't eat cheese.
We have Lotus Petal. We could do both. We could do both this turn.
Incredible. Or we could just take the Veil of Summer that
That seems
basically
good too.
locks
I
up the
mean,
game.
Look, that one seems good too. I want a Worm Coil
We
appearance.
want the theoretical Worm Coil in the deck.
The bots players didn't manage to put Worm Coil in play. Thoughtseize. That's a good
Thoughtseize
one
is also
too.
an
Make
option,
another
yeah.
1/1.
Stop that. 27.
Down to 27, says Richard.
Look, there's a chance.
Still a chance. There's that price of progress again.
Price of Progress dealing 8 damage. Colligan's Command dealing 2 damage. Hang on, 8, 9,
Just
10.
Leave the price of progress. Let Chris go out on his own terms.
Yeah, I think that's actually what's happening.
Take the Color Guns command.
Chris, you have a chance to do something so hilarious.
Hand the man a loaded gun.
I put myself on 27. Oh, sorry.
Who would win, loaded gun or?
I don't think it's meta, but
Well,
I'm gonna lose next turn.
What's
like-
this? What do we keep on top? Head in hands. Good to see. Love to see it.
and it'll be Richard Owens on Grixis mid-range.
Price of progress to win the game. It just might be quite the way you're hoping.
Richard there says price of progress to win the game, just not in the way you were hoping. It will end the game and the match, in fact.
Oh my goodness. This has been a masterclass in mind games, even in
is.
open deck lists.
100%. Even in open deck lists. Chris knew all of these cards were in the 75, and there really wasn't a right way to play this. Like,
No.
It's so hard. The card we left on top was Tasiga. That's
But-
pretty good. We're going to make a monk, so now we
We're
can...
still dead on board. This is 5 attackers into 2 blockers.
That Otter's going to come across for the last point.
Yep. Thunder Trap Trainer wins again.
Oh, you know what, though? This shrinks the Barrow Goyf maybe, but not enough.
We can try and shrink it, true, but it doesn't matter. It's still 3 1-power bodies will still connect. And that is going to be the end of Chris's life here in the top 8.
A fantastic run by Chris Tong.
Oh,
Showed
for
us
sure.
time and time again a true Grixis master.
And he was genuinely phenomenal in every game I got to watch of him play. It was a masterclass in some of the actions he made.
Yep.
We didn't even need to do this, Richard. Richard, stop hitting him. He's already dead.
Yes, excellent.
I
Chris
love
Tong
it.
goes out on his own terms with the price of progress.
Shotgun in the mouth. It's fine.
He will take a Constellation Time Vault home.
That's not a bad consolation prize.
Not bad, not bad. But for Richard Owen, moving on to the finals to face Matthew Judas. 1 match remaining. Black Lotus on the line.
We did it again. Amazing. And a Mox Emerald for the loser, which is honestly another piece
Pretty
of
good.
power for runner-up. That's crazy.
I've been Dylan Kakawa, and that's Isaac Lee.
We're off.
Back for the finals.
I'm going to go cheer on my boy Judas. Judas, I'm coming!
Hello, I'm Dylan Kakawa, and this is Isaac Lee, and welcome to the grand finals of this Winner Lotus event. We've played 12 rounds of Swiss over 2 days, we've played our top 8, we've played our top 4, and now we finally have it. Two players left to win a Lotus.
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. I'm so excited about this. And also, there's something else that I'm a little excited about, which is a playmat that you got hidden down
Yeah,
here.
so
tell us
we
about
had
this.
a special guest artist, April Prime, and she does, or in this case has done little artist requests, but she also does artist choice, and I always love to see what artists like to do and draw. And so she's made me this lovely playmat here.
With
Nice
the
little
lotus,
dragon.
The lotus at the top.
Lotus at the top. I think it's a Storm Sail Scion, maybe.
Yep.
So go for that.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So cool. Yeah. So tell us about who we got in the finals here, Dylan.
We have Matthew Judas, very accomplished Grixis player.
Yes, and part of your team.
And part of my team. And then we have Richard Owen, maybe the most accomplished player in terms of results in the past 12 months when you can factor in just all events. He's been winning VFNs back-to-back, like his points on leaderboards, insane. He's dwarfing everyone.
Yeah, absolutely insane. A Storm aficionado and somebody who just likes playing combo. Although I have actually seen him play some control decks in the past when he wants to shake things up. So no stranger to understanding the other side of the board as well.
Yeah, you got to be a good storm. To be a good storm pilot, you got to understand like other decks as well. You need to understand how control decks are working, what the interaction points with you are, how fast the aggro decks are going, and what kind of things the mid-range decks can do to try and hate you out. You got to be able to factor in all ways of your deck being attacked in order to best play around it.
Yeah, and particularly when it comes to sideboarding. And that's something that we've seen Richard Owen really be able to navigate better than most people, which is when do I sideboard into this Barragoyf, mid-range kind of plan, and when do I stay in the strict combo plan?
Yeah, having a transformative sideboard, you again, as the Storm player, you get to ask the question, and you get to say, hey, you have to answer my question, but I get to choose what the question is. I get to choose what's bringing in my deck. But also, there's multiple questions. I'm attacking from different angles. Your cards are only good against one.
Yeah, yeah. So are you bringing in the duress, null rod, these kind of things when I'm just going to slam a Barragoyf? Or am I not bringing those things in and the fact that you've still got Fatal Push in your deck or maybe an Unholy Heat, but it's actually got no targets because I didn't bring any creatures in?
Yeah, and if those cards get stuck in your hand, the Storm deck just gets to go off and do its thing. You have to line your cards up really well, otherwise you're going to run out and get killed one way or the other.
Yeah. But I will say something that Matthew has going for him is having access to Force of Will and Force of Negation. So sometimes Richard can go, you know what, I've got everything, you're tapped out, I'm ready to go, I can combo off on turn 2, I can even combo off on turn 1. But sometimes you put in all of these resources to then just get absolutely potatoed by a Force of Will.
So I heard the story of Richard's top 8 match. He is against Beckett Wolf on mono green lands.
Yep. Excellent strategy.
Richard wins game 1.
Yep.
Game 2, Richard goes off turn 1 and plays, I think it's 6 or 7 Stormscale Scions in play by the end of turn 1.
Okay, so a bunch of dragons.
And then Beckett plays Crop Rotation and finds Tabernacle of Pendrel Vale. And then there's no dragons.
No dragons anymore. So we see a handshake from both players, playing for Black Lotus, and second place walking away with the Mox. But both players, big smile on their face, shaking hands, being that, just good sports.
Yeah, so just looking at his opening hand, a bunch of lands, Preordain and Duress. Oh, there's some pieces you want there against the Storm matchup, but you don't really have a lot of pressure or anything else. So maybe thinking about Mulligan. He's deep in the tank here.
Yeah, so Richard has chosen to keep. Being second in the Swiss, it will be on the play for game 1.
Yep, he gets to choose each time, which means Judas as well, being on the draw all 3 matches of this top 8.
Yeah.
He played Jared Alsop at 4th, he was on the draw. Played Thomas Bott at 1st, on the draw. Playing Richard Owen, 2nd, on the draw.
Yeah, no stranger to being on the draw, but still pulling out the wins. So not time to relax for Richard Owen here.
No, Judas is a fierce opponent, and I think Richard knows that. I think Richard knows that the finals is going to be a tough opponent almost no matter who it is.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, to get this far in a tournament of this size and, like, this long, you got to be good.
Yeah, you got to be good. You got to be lucky as well.
You got to be lucky as well.
But you got to maximize
These
that
players
luck.
are both.
Oh, I tell you what makes it a little bit easier in terms of guessing what's in your opponent's hand is actually just looking at what's in your opponent's hand.
So we got a Badlands, Polluted Delta, Marsh Flats, Flooded Strand, Baragoyev, Preordain, and Duress. Definitely maybe a bit land heavy, but we're gonna see what we can do. Try and find something to dig us with this Preordain.
Yep, so turn 1 Duress, then access to Preordain into something else, and then turn 3 put a Baragoyev into play and start having some pressure. Richard Owen gets to know exactly what's happening though. Gets to know what's up.
Yeah. So Richard just taking notes, writing down the hand, making sure he knows everything. Judas might choose to play revealed or pick it up, but he's chosen to pick it up. I know a lot of players who like to pick up their hands because they say like legitimately it makes them play worse.
Yeah, or just like flicking cards. You know?
Yeah, so Richard Owen has led off here with a Bayou and actually has a Veil of Summer in his hand. So if Judas goes for the Duress here, this could be really awkward for him.
Yeah, there's no reason not to go for the Duress here. Like, absolutely. It's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if this doesn't happen, then...
So Judas is announcing that he's casting the Duress and getting the Underground
and
Sea.
Richard's like, I'm not waiting for you to actually reveal it and put it on the stack. I'm playing this Veil of Summer as soon as you announce it.
Way ahead of you here. It's like, I've seen your hand, I know what's up. And Drown in the Lock being the play for Judas not gonna help in this instance.
Yep, all right, so can he spell, draw a card?
And we've got a Wooded Foothills Tropical Island. It looks like a Tendrils of Agony as the 4th card.
Yeah.
Richard keeping things tight to his chest. I think he's a tight player, so it makes sense. Baleful Strix to the play.
1/1 Death Touch. Really slows down a lot of decks.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
And also draws a card.
And also draws a card. It was another reason that Grixis has started to move to Bowmasters as well in preparation for this tournament. There's a lot more X1s floating around these days.
Yep. Playing Ragavan themselves?
Yeah, playing Ragavan yourselves, but also Wan Shi Tong, as we've seen a little bit over the weekend, and all these initiative decks as well that were running around for a little bit. Just much smaller creature sizing.
Yep. And being able to put 2 creatures into play at the same time against initiative is pretty darn good.
So Richard going to go with a Duress back and see the Drown in the Lock. Is that or Preordain? The Preordain, of course, can be anything. Judas choosing to let it resolve and not cast Drown in the Lock.
Makes sense.
So I think he's going to use this Flooded Strand to get us a Veil land.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So keeping the Drown in the Lock in case he might die and preventing that. And if nothing happens, he does get to surveil and maybe smooth out some draws a bit.
Yeah, and there's also this edge case where playing the Drown in the Lock actually adds to the Storm count. And considering you're playing against a deck with the name Storm, you probably don't want to add to the Storm count when you're actually just going to get that Duress taking the Drown in the Lock anyway.
Yeah, so Richard playing a Knight's Whisper. And getting in with the Strix.
Oh, yeah. If we can get a couple of points of damage in with that Baleful Strix, it actually means that the Storm count for your Tendrils has to be a little bit less.
Oh, absolutely. And a deck like Grixis that is trying to run you out of resources, it's really helpful when you need fewer cards to go off.
Yeah. When you get them down to, like, say, 12 and you need a Storm count of 6 rather than a Storm count of 8.
Oh, yeah.
Big difference.
Big difference. And, like, all these mini points of damage are going to come up a lot. So they may not look important right now, but they definitely can be to the Storm player in terms of what their range of hands to go off is.
Yep. So we see a Surveil into the bin, Thought Scour. No thank you. And we'll draw for turn. Especially knowing that I've got that Baragoyev that I want to deploy and start putting some pressure on.
So we've drawn a Bolt here, and Judas kind of has 2 options.
Explain this to me. Like, why not just slam the Baragoyev here?
Well, we have a Preordain.
Yeah.
And the Preordain might find interaction.
But the Preordain, like, doesn't cost 3 mana, whereas the Baragoyev does cost 3 mana.
No, but the interaction we might have, like counter spells and stuff, does cost 2 mana. And we may need to have some interaction to avoid dying this turn. If you tap out and play the Baragoyev, you're kind of saying, go off.
Shields down.
Shields down, go off, and if you don't, we'll play a game. Judas does have the Bolt, so he would be able to remove the Strix and then keep going for it.
So we see a Preordain there.
Nice Japanese jumpstart one.
Yep.
Draws...
Surveil land?
Surveil land, yeah, that's the blue-black one.
Yep.
Strix getting in.
Undercity Sewers?
Undercity Sewers, that is correct. Strix getting in, putting Judas down to 16 again, meaning Storm count will be lower needed. And if Judas sacks this Polluted Delta here, the Baleful Strix getting in next turn will reduce the Storm count following by 1.
Yep.
So Richard choosing to deploy the Grim Monolith here doesn't look like he's got a huge amount of actual Storm things. Richard also choosing to fetch here in response to Judas's fetch to play around Wan Shi Tong.
Okay, I want to play around Washington.
Yeah, because otherwise, Judas would get to draw an extra card
and put the possum buzz and counter. That's some really tight play by Richard there.
Yeah.
Sometimes like the instinct is to crack my fetch and get a surveil land at the end of my opponent's turn because that's a default action. And I think that 9 times out of 10, maybe even higher, that's the correct play. But in this particular instance, Richard's like, no, I'm happy to tap out here, give you information that I'm getting a surveil land, give you that information that I'm putting that volcanic island into my bin in order to play around something like Washington.
Yeah, Judas going to also surveil, but at end of turn, so he's going to be able to untap with a bit more. So puts the days in the bin, because Richard has a lot of mana at the moment, including the Grim Monolith. Judas draws Wooded Foothills, so I think he's priced into deploying this Barrowglaive here, unless he wants to bluff something.
Now, notably, black in play, and 3 colors off that Grim Monolith. So we might actually see the not often deployed, just hard cast Bolas' Citadel.
Yeah, that could be real scary, but what does Richard have going on in his hand? He's drawn a Tinker. Well, I think Bolas' Citadel might be coming into play one way or another. I think so. Looks like he's got Lotus in hand as well, and Tendrils. Tinker.
Tinker.
Like it, but I got no answers to it.
They're having a good chat here.
So Judas does have this bolt up.
Yep.
So if this Bolas' Citadel doesn't quite go his way, this could be maybe a sneaky bolt.
Yeah, maybe a sneaky bolt. We're going to see some counting and some storm here. So 1 storm count on that Tinker.
And 1 mana, colorless, in floating.
Yep.
From the Grim Monolith, which we've just sacrificed.
Mm-hmm.
And Judas is going to sit here and hope Richard fizzles.
Well, hope Richard gets down to 3 life.
Or that.
Yeah. Or, yeah, like just having 2 lands on top can certainly mean that we won't see any more action for the rest of the turn.
All right, so leads with the bauble. Plays the land from the Citadel for turn. Sacks the Scalding Tide. Doesn't like the look of the next card on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
Shuffling with Bolas' Citadel. Very powerful.
Yeah. But if we see another fetch land on top, or any land on top, then the turn might be over.
Yeah, that's true. It might be. Yeah, and I guess that's what Judas is hoping for. And if that's the case, maybe he gets to bolt this Baleful Strix and start clocking Richard with his Barrowglaive. Not only reducing Richard's life total, giving him fewer cards to see with Bolas' Citadel, but also increasing his own, meaning the storm count is way higher required.
Yeah.
And
that could be a difference.
That could be a huge difference.
I tell you what, like one of my worst experiences with Bolas' Citadel is putting it into play, top card, land, play it, second next top card, land, pass the turn. My opponent then played Dak Fade and then took control of my Bolas' Citadel.
Did they also hit land, or?
No, they hit a bunch of stuff and killed me that turn.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So Bauble's seeing a counterspell.
Okay,
nice,
so that's some
nice little
relevant
quick flash
information.
there. Yep, so Richard probably thinking, maybe I want to go off this turn.
We've got a little counter here saying, remember my Bauble trigger, because I can often take, 10, 20 game actions.
Yep.
All right.
It's easy to forget.
Is that a Black Lotus?
Yeah, it is.
Hold up, playing a Black Lotus and the effort to win a Black Lotus. Sounds pretty good.
I mean, what would you rather have, a Black Lotus or 2 Black Lotuses?
I'm going to go with 2 Black Lotuses, Dylan.
Yeah, I think most people would rather have 2 Black Lotuses. But, even if you got 1 Black Lotus and you win another one, it's a fair amount of money you could walk into if you sold it.
So we see a draw in upkeep and then check the top card of my library because I can still play things in response, like before you draw that counterspell.
Yeah, so Judas opted to not go with the bolt end of turn there, and that's because some of his draws might have been other removal spells which would have otherwise been dead, and the bolt is still very much live because Richard has a Citadel in play and the Barrowglaive is doing a bunch of damage. So this Barrowglaive here is quite big, being at least a 5/6.
Yep. Take 5 presumably. Yep. So I'll go to 9 and you go to.
Yep. So we see Richard going to 9 here, and Judas going back up to 21.
Yes,
20. 20.
Yes,
sorry.
this could also hit a creature like a Pyrogoyf.
That's another 5 damage right off the bat here. But we also know about the counterspell, so.
Yeah, so I imagine Judas's plan is to leave open the counterspell, which Richard knows about, and then force Richard to try and play around it. The other alternative is he can say that, hey, Richard, I don't think you have it. I'm just going to Pyrogoyf your face for 5, put you to 4, go off with the Citadel, see what you can do.
Yeah. See if you can actually do it
But
on 4 life.
Yeah. The risk
and that's
of that,
what Richard's going for.
Okay.
So that's what Judas is going for.
Yeah. So the risk of that, of course, is that Richard can Lotus Tendrils not for lethal and still gain a bunch of life to continue Bolas' Citadeling.
But he can't do the Tendrils off the top because the Tendrils would cost 4 life.
No, but he has it in hand, I believe.
Ah, I see. All right, so Storm count 1.
Lotus Petal, extra mana. He's got the Surveil land as well.
This is so interesting. All right.
Seat of the Synod.
Seat of the Synod.
Mana Vault off the top. Storm's at 2.
Storm is at 2.
Land
and
drops
we're going down to 3. Serum Visions, holding priority on that one. Going down to 2.
Richard only needs to get to 9 Storm for this.
Yep, yep. Can also just like you said, gain a bunch of life, and so I can keep going.
Yeah, like especially if there's a Yawgmoth Will or something within reach, I think just go back and do it all again.
Yep, yep. Or just like put some things on top of my library that mean that I can, just some creatures, some chump blockers in some way. Maybe I can survive another turn.
Yep. So cast the Rain of Filth. So this is going to allow him to sacrifice any number of lands he wants for a black mana per land he sacrifices. So he's not really shy on mana at the moment as much as he is on life. But he might be forced to use this Tendrils to mitigate a lot of that.
Yep, yep.
And then maybe keep going with the Citadel. So he does get to scry 2 as well after the Serum Visions.
Yeah, so what we saw there was a Serum Visions on stack, hold priority, look at the top card of my library, see the Rain of Filth, cast the Rain of Filth in response to my own Serum Visions, then let the Rain of Filth resolve, let the Serum Visions resolve, and then scry 2 after the draw.
So Dark Ritual to play here after the LED, increasing the Storm count to 7. So Richard just needs one more spell for this Tendrils to be lethal.
And we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the 8th copy. So that will deal
I see what's about to happen. This is going to get domed for 10.
With tapping the Bolus of Citadel.
Is Bolus of Citadel non-land?
It is non-land.
It is non-land, okay,
so
that makes sense.
Currently 5 permanents in play. But Richard wouldn't have been able to cast any more spells because of the fact that it's was down to 1 life. So now we're back up to a whole bunch of life. We haven't actually changed the life totals there, but we'll get to that. And then we've got a Cabal Ritual off the top to add a whole bunch more mana.
Yep, and Rich is just gonna go for it here and see how much he can get done and try and end this game. He's only 2 points of damage off, and if he has to pass the turn, he can afford to get hit by 2 players.
He can afford to get hit one more time, but definitely doesn't want to do that.
No, land on top.
So land on top. Doesn't have the ability to get rid of that land. Looks like 3 lands in hand, 3 or 4 lands in hand.
Oh, he's passing the turn.
And
Judas is alive! Has the counterspell in hand as well. Knows that Richard has nothing.
Yep.
Is going to get to attack for 10, leaving Richard with... Oh, it's Kaito in the bin now, so there's 6. The Pyroglyph. Oh, they've missed that the Pyroglyph should have been 1 extra power when it hit. Richard should be on 14 theoretically.
Oh, but that would have changed the entire turn because he actually went to 1 life at that point of that.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, we're going to have to get the judges to investigate this
That's
one.
what they're doing. We've got a judge on the table.
Yep. We've got a table judge, and they're both talking to that judge right now.
Yeah, our very own Mr. Anderson.
Yes, Mr. Matt Anderson, who was on coverage earlier today. And we're just going to assess this. And, yeah, look, let's just pause for a second here, right? Because Richard Owen's on 15. Right, they've just recounted, and instead of being a 5 power, it's actually a 6 power. So we're looking at 12 damage here. And let's say that we rectify here and put Richard to 14. We're going to see an attack for 12, putting Richard to 2.
Looks like too much has happened.
Yep.
Because that, and he wouldn't have been able to do the things he did. So they're just going to continue and play on as is. So it's going to put Richard to 3. He's got 3 life to work with, and he has to fight through a counterspell.
And a counterspell. So
and we know he's drawing a land for turn.
Yep, yes, we're going to draw a land for turn. So we have to have like a...
Deadpool, Tasiga, Thoughtseize, Fatal Push, Snow-Covered Island.
Yep.
Go with Tasiga, I guess. It's cheap. I can cast it in case something weird happens, and maybe I can put some cards into my bin.
Yep. Yeah, definitely if something weird happens. So we need to see something like a Ponder on top that can draw into something like a Yawgmoth's Will and something like a Preordain on top of that in order to play both of those 1-drop cards that draw cards into hand that I can play for actual mana. That's what Richard's out here is to find multiple draw spells that draw me into things that cost more mana.
So Richard needs a Yawg Will.
Well, yeah, but he needs to cast the Yawg Will from hand. He can't cast it from the top of his library.
So he plays a Portent.
Yep, which is a slow trip here. So we're going to look at the top card of our library first, then we're going to resolve this Portent. And Richard's deciding to shuffle. So it's definitely going to reduce the amount of outs that Richard has available to him. We're down to 2 life here. We do have a draw step, like a upkeep trigger for Richard to draw a card from the portent in Judas's turn. But unless you've got something like a cryptic command to tap everything and draw a card, that's not going to do anything.
No, so Richard electing to shuffle, sees a ponder on top.
Yep. So this is one of the cards that we need to see. We're down to 1 life here, so we can't play any more free cards off the top. That's going to make it really hard to find something. So maybe we need something that has Storm straight off the bat in terms of like making some dragons here.
Yeah, sacks the LED for red.
Yep.
Looking for a Storm Sail Scion to hopefully have enough permanence to bolus a Citadel. Sees Urza's Bauble, Chromatic Star, and a Carpet of Flowers.
Is this game 1?
This is game 1.
Yeah, this is game 1 with a Carpet of Flowers and a Veil of Summer in the mix.
It's really good against these blue decks.
Yeah. Richard came to battle.
Well, game 1, they're kind of what your weaknesses are. The blue decks with counter magic and discard spells with efficient threats to like back it up.
Yep.
So having things like Carpet in the main board or Veil of Summer, really useful. And at the end of the day, you can always go through them or do other things.
We're going to see a cut here. I reckon we're going to see a flip right on the table. No, all right. Oh, I guess, yeah, cast Chromox.
Fire on the top. And Judas picks up game 1.
Wow, going down to 2 life. But that life link on that Baraglyph
made all the difference.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. Oh, look at that smile on Judas's face. Yeah, like,
he knows
I got away with
something. He got away with something. And he knows he only has to get lucky once to win that Lotus.
Yeah. Well, one more time.
One more time.
We need to get lucky
one more time from now.
Yeah, for sure.
And he identified that game, like he identified that maybe Richard just didn't have to, because Richard played that game very slow.
Yeah.
So there were a lot of turns where the fact that there was a Baraglyph coming into play and attacking, it was a lot of duress effects back and forth and like hand disruption to have this low resource game that Grixis really favors.
Yeah. But you can see how like earlier in that game, I asked the question, do we want to play the Preordain or do we want to play the Baraglyph? And that is what ended up happening is that exact reason why we're going to ask that question. Do I want to just tap out for the 3-drop Baraglyph or do I want to find the interaction? Playing against Storm can be incredibly hard because you don't know. Like, do I need to find the counterspell this turn to stop you from doing the thing, or do I need to put the pressure on play and then the following turn find the counterspell? And it really depends on the vibe, right?
Yeah.
Like, do you think that the opponent has all the juice? And considering Richard had a Black Lotus in hand at that point, maybe Judas got the correct vibes that he's got some powerful stuff in his hand and I need to find a counterspell.
Yeah, and the Baraglyph can come down a bit later. Did so well, and I think it still bought him the turn because Richard was maybe scared of an interaction, some unknown cards, and went for the duress.
Yeah.
But what do you think Richard's sideboarding in? I mean, we've seen him in the last match, and he was sideboarding in. We saw some VVs and third path Iconoclasts.
Yeah.
Do you reckon he's going to go with this transformative sideboard plan and try and out-creature Judas?
Oh, this is such a like next level, previous level type situation where Richard knows that Judas knows that he's got this transformative sideboard. So sometimes you can just do the double fake and go, you know what? I'm not going to bring in any of these things, and I'm actually just going to go for the throat with my full combo mode, especially being on the play.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe then I go into this sideboard alternative thing when Judas realizes that maybe I didn't side in the creatures and sides out the fatal push for the second game. But honestly, this is something that Richard knows much better than I do.
Yeah. So your Storm deck is very tight. It is very close-knit, and like the few flex slots you have, Richard's kind of dedicated to Veil of Summon of Carpet of Flowers, which he wants in the deck. So where are you trimming in Storm to make room for this plan?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And potentially it's cards like Lightning Bolt. Potentially you're trimming some cards like maybe Cabal Ritual that does generate mana, but if you've got like mana because the game goes for longer, then you can take out a couple of those cards. You're going to leave in most of the card draw. You're going to leave in most of the the hard hitters like Tinker, Tezzeret, these cards that generate a lot of mana like Grim Monolith, Lion's Eye Diamond, Black Lotus. All these are going to stay in. But that doesn't leave much room for cards to take out.
No, it doesn't, and especially because there are so many cards that are involved if you want to go into the creature transformative sideboard plan, like VV, Laris, Deadpool, Baraglyph, maybe Bob. I mean, a Worm Coil can be very difficult for Grixis to deal with, but I think Tinker can be a bit volatile because it is weak to counter magic.
Yeah. Well, the other side of the board, Price of Progress, Means that, like, there's definitely something to be said for siding into Wormcoil.
Yeah, gaining that life, having a creature that's very difficult for Grixis to deal with efficiently, and like its best answer is maybe Unholy Heat aside from counter magic.
Yeah.
Well, actually, its best answer is probably Deadpool.
So
what happens when you Deadpool a Wormcoil and it dies? You got 2 more worms.
Yep.
That's pretty scary.
Yeah.
That's a lot of value.
Yeah, it's a lot of value. Speaking of value, let's have a look at the sideboard over at Judas' side. We got Ashiok, we got Opposition Agent, we've got Blue Elemental Blast, we've got Consigned to Memory, we've got Hydra Blast, we've got Price of Progress, Pyro Blast, Red Elemental Blast, Null Rod, Unlicensed Hearse. All of these potential options for Judas. That's a lot of options.
Yeah, I think a sign of a really well-constructed sideboard at the moment for Highlander is that you have a lot of cards for a lot of different matchups, but they all somehow intersect for Storm, and you end up with a huge amount of cards boarding in. The problem is you want to make sure that you don't overboard too much and dilute your ability to actually close out a game.
Or just die to a Vivi.
Or just die to a Vivi. And that is the problem with Vivi, of course, it gets hit by all 4 blasts. But
all 4 blasts, yeah.
It's still pretty powerful, especially because a lot of these resources are being traded early on.
Yeah, yeah. Or even just something like a turn 2 Dark Confidant from Richard, or even maybe like a turn 1 Dark Ritual Dark Confidant. And that thing can just sit and play for 5, 6 turns.
Or a turn 1 Dark Ritual Barragoth.
Yeah, yeah, that also works.
That could be fun.
Yeah, yeah. It's really cool to see how these Storm decks kind of navigate around these things and the changes that Richard might make.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that if we see a game 3 here, that Richard's definitely going to go back to that sideboard, and at the very least he's going to be shuffling some cards in and out, even if he keeps the cards exactly the same.
If I'm Richard in this spot, I'm shuffling 15 in, taking 15 out.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So Richard obviously going to be on the play.
Yep.
Richard, by the way, finding all these sideboard cards, this transformative idea, a lot of it was like, man, what cards are good in the Grixis mirrors? Because both decks are Grixis colors. It's like, why not just play the creatures in the Grixis mirrors that are good against Grixis, like Deadpool and Barragoth? And it makes a lot of sense when you think about it.
It totally does. So I can see a Tinker over there in Richard's hand.
Yeah.
But he's got to think about it, because some of these Tinker hands can actually be like pack up and go home to a duress, or pack up and go home to a force negation.
I think you called it earlier, Isaac. We are seeing a turn 1 Dark Ritual Bob.
Alrighty. Oh, yeah. So the wizard, old mate Bob himself.
So Judas with a Brainstorm, Git Probe, some lands, and I think that's Tasica.
Yeah, we're seeing some shortcutting here from both players.
Yeah, both players play very fast. They know what they're doing and stuff. I think
and just announcing verbally, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get an Underground Sea. I'm going to play this Dark Ritual. I'm going to play this Dark Confidant. Yep. Resolves. No problems. So Cataxian Probe revealing Tinker, Abrupt Decay, Stock Up, and a Lotus Petal.
Ooh, that's Richard's gone all in on this. He's hoping this Bob carries him.
Yeah. So Richard did have to stop and think, do I want to spend this Dark Ritual or do I want to spend this Lotus Petal? And with the Tinker in hand,
I think I know what I want to be using there.
Yeah? The one that isn't an artifact?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. Just drops his hand on the table for a bit, just revealing... revealing the Mishra's Bauble. He's going to bauble himself. So what he's going to do here is he's going to try and look for an answer to this Bob, maybe, or something else, see if it's useful. We see this a lot in Modern, but fetch lands, with the Bauble, you get to see the card you're about to draw and choose if you want to fetch or not.
Yeah, so I can either play the fetch land and crack it so they shuffle and don't draw that card, or I can play the Volcanic and draw that card, or I can play the fetch land and not crack it.
Yeah, Judas has decided what he likes what it is, and it was a Force of Negation, so I understand why he likes that. Richard picking up a Beseiju. Has a Barragoth in hand. We might see a turn 2 Barragoth here.
Yeah, we might do.
So
attack
getting
for 2 with Dark Confidant. So for those that are new to Magic, we keep referring to Dark Confidant as Bob.
Yeah. So this is because it is an invitational card, and what that means is there was a special tournament that had a bunch of invites to it, and the winner of the tournament got to design their own card. And this is one of the cards that was designed by an invitational winner, Mr. Bob Ma himself. And that is why we refer to Dark Confidant as Bob.
Yep, makes sense. So, Lotus Petal into play. We're putting a Barragoth into play. Turn 1 Dark Confidant, turn 2 Barragoth.
Yep, just letting that resolve. This Flooded Strand may just be getting us a Veil this time.
Yep, and we see 4 power being communicated via that dice.
Yeah, fast mana is quite powerful with creatures sometimes. So you don't always need to be using your fast mana to go for the Storm kill. Richard still does have the backup plan of the Tinker.
Yep.
So he still has the unfair option to go for. But this Baragoyf is going to spell a lot of trouble for Judas.
Yeah, we're talking about 6 power in play, and Judas is on 15 at this point in time.
Yeah, so we got an end-step Brainstorm. Judas trying to be as mana efficient as possible to try and dig himself into any of these answers. Picks up a Consigned Memory and a Deadpool. Puts 2 lands back, drawing one of them. Emperor of Bones as well. That's kind of nice. You get to stem the bleeding from the Baragoyf a little bit.
You can also trade with the Dark Confidant at that point.
Yeah, we know that Lotus Petal's been used, so we've got Tinker in hand still, but no artifact that we know about. Abrupt Decay as well being another piece of interaction. Maybe the Abrupt Decay goes towards the Emperor of Bones and gets in with the Baragoyf and the Dark Confidant. That's quite a bit of damage.
Yep, makes sense, makes sense. But we're seeing a Tastiga get deployed here.
Well, that thing can't be Abrupt Decayed, and it shrinks the Goyf.
Yeah, okay, so Goyf down to 3.
It's currently trading with the Goyf as well, which is quite nice. There is a weird line Richard could make and save his Baragoyf by Abrupt Decaying his own Dark Confidant.
Okay.
He draws a Sink into Stupor.
That would put an instant and a creature into the graveyard.
Yes, it would. Instant is already in the graveyard with Dark Ritual. But
So just become a 4/5 Baragoyf, which would trade and not die.
Yep. Richard not having...
Not trade at all.
Yeah.
Just not die.
Richard playing the Sink into Stupor as a land.
See, represented by... I'm going to put this on the side.
Ah, he's got a normal version of the card and the other version as an extra in his deck. We're casting Stock Up. Stock
Up.
Force. No Stock Up. And Judas choosing to clash in this force here because Richard has the Veil of Summer that he's revealed off the Bob, so he knows that now is the best time he's going to get it.
That makes total sense.
And Richard is currently trying to play a fair game with his creatures and then a Bob to get him back into it. So Judas is having none of this saying, I want to keep your resources low, I want to keep you off this plan, and I want to just grind you out the fair way because you're trying to play a fair game plan, and I'm going to show you I can play a better fair game plan.
Yep, makes sense.
Emperor of Bones, eating the Baragoyf. No, exiling the Petal. This is because if the Emperor of Bones survives, he gets to, take the Baragoyf later if he really needs it. But the Petal represents a more immediate threat in terms of things like Yawgmoth's Will, for example. So Richard drawing the Verdant Catacombs, well, revealing it to the Dark Confidant, losing no life, drawing a Fatal Push. And so I wonder how he's going to choose to use his removal here.
Yeah, so can just Fatal Push here, but it's known that we have the Abrupt Decay, so we might want to use the Abrupt Decay, but the Abrupt Decay also kills things like Null Rod, so Fatal Push is the play.
He's chosen to go with the Fatal Push. I think he's trying to save the Abrupt Decay for maybe a hate piece, something that's not a creature. But this does mean that Judas is going to be able to play this Deadpool
swap.
And Veil of Summer isn't the best against Deadpool because Deadpool does not target.
Yeah. But it's also pretty hard to play around Deadpool, right? Like at this point in the game.
Yeah.
Like we know that the Deadpool's there, but we're really going to try and ride this Dark Confidant to victory. We know that Judas doesn't have like a 1-drop or a 2-drop removal spell. Would have come out by now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think if I'm Richard, I'm feeling pretty safe with this Dark Confidant.
So Richard opting to go for a main phase fetch here to get the Raucous Theatre. Why do you think he's chosen to do this main phase?
Yeah, well, probably playing around that 1-Chi again.
That's a pretty good reason. Judas doesn't have the mana to do so might as well try and not get blown out by it.
Yep.
Judas land slam Deadpool.
Oh, that was
Deadpool the Goyf.
Judas knew exactly what he's doing.
Yep,
I want a Dark Confidant Deadpool, but thank you very much.
Not going for the Mystic, not the Thought Scour that he drew. Doesn't care about that. Knows Richard's hand. Is saying, look, you're not even getting 2 cards anymore. You're getting 1.
Yeah.
And
so, taking
Dark
3
Confidant,
damage.
pretty good in thing. Judas is going to have to be a little careful, hoping he doesn't draw something like a Flipper Murktide or something to it.
Or really, just any artifact here from Richard would spell a lot of trouble from that Tinker.
Yep. Judas is definitely going to be hoping that this Deadpool Dark Confidant starts drawing him into some interaction a bit more, maybe to get around like the Veil of Summer and everything. Richard's Bayou for turn. Deadpool gets to start doing his thing. An Unholy Heat.
That is not a blue or red card.
No, but he's also picked up a Force of Will.
Yep.
You could choose to Unholy Heat the Dark Confidant here and get in for 5.
Now, I really like this whole Judas going, all right, I'm going to slam this Deadpool as fast as humanly possible. But then when I'm not entirely sure, I'm going to stop. I'm going to slow down a little bit. I'm going to think about what the correct play is, and then I'm going to make the attack with the Deadpool.
Yeah. Richard here drawing Knight's Whisper for the turn. And obviously choosing to block with the Dark Confidant.
Now, do we have an Urbog in play, or if we just tapped a green source and a blue source to play?
Yeah, I think we've just mistapped a little bit here.
Check in with the judge for a second. Yeah. So the judge will just come in and be like, hang on a second, guys. This is not actually how you play a black spell. So I will give a little bit of slack to these players. It's been a long weekend. It's been a very long weekend.
Yep. So he's tapping afterwards. There's a small misplay there. There's error anyone could make.
Yep.
Goes for a Thunder Trap Trainer, leaving open the Veil of Summer. So this Unholy Heat that Judas has is a little bit nicer now. Gets to, actually use it. But ideally you want to save it for something like Laris. But clearing the way for this Deadpool to try and get this game over with as quickly as possible, so Richard has as few draws as possible, is definitely what Judas is aiming to do now.
Yeah. So that's a 5 power Dark Confidant over there. Richard being on 12 life. So if we get a destruction spell on the 1/2, then that Deadpool is going to come in for 5 damage, putting Richard down to 7, which means that Tinker into Bolas' Citadel still going to be good, but a lot less life to work with.
Yeah, so Richard takes the Mana Vault here, choosing not to play it, because he doesn't want to get countered while he doesn't have green mana in order to Veil and protect it. Judas gets to Surveil here with the Undercity Sewers, and then also decide if he wants to Thought Scour. But it might be better for him to just choose to keep the blue card in hand. I think it really depends on what he sees, how he's feeling. So Misty Rainforest, Unholy Heat, get the blocker out of the way, and I think we're going to sit tight with this. No, I spoke wrong. Judas going to Thought Scour himself, hitting Baraghoth and thing. Drawing.
Just being able to find something like a Thoughtseize Inquisition Duress. I mean, it gets the Veil of Summer out, and then maybe the Force of Will can actually do some stuff as well.
Deals a Gloomlake Verge to the Deadpool, has a Dragon's Rage channel. It finds a counterspell. So we're 1 mana short of being able to cast both Force of Will and counterspell. We've only got 1 other blue card as the counterspell,
right,
and so the DRC is going to come down. And this is going to present lethal.
Yep. So Richard Owens priced into attempting to storm here. And has the Veil, so that can stop any counterspells going on. But 7 life. I don't know what we see here.
Oh, Richard's drawn the Vivi Ornithor. I wonder if he's thinking maybe his line changes.
Yep.
But I think because he knows he's got the Veil, he's going to try and just go in with the...
This is really interesting. So he stopped and thought about, like, how am I playing this Vivi if I'm playing it? Like, if I tap these 3 lands, play the Vivi, then I've got to keep the green open for Veil of Summer. Then I've got to keep 1 land open to play the Mana Vault. And then I can use the Vivi once to generate 1 mana, and that will be blue mana, and then sacrifice the Mana Vault and have 1 mana floating to play the Tinker with the Veil of Summer open. Could be interesting. It does mean that you don't get a whole heap of mana advantage from the Vivi, and it does mean that you are reduced in your colored sources available. So
all right.
Richard opting to just play out the Mana Vault.
Taps it for 3 mana.
Yep.
Using it. Goes for the Tinker.
This is I'm watching this, and I know I'm commentating, right? Like, I know my job is to commentate here, but I'm just like, I got my mouth open. I'm looking so intensely. Like,
you just let it resolve.
This is amazing.
You just let it resolve.
Yeah, well, he knows about the Veil of Summer. I don't want you to draw another card.
I think that there is possibly a line, possibly a world where you force the Veil of Summer and hope he draws the Citadel. Because then he can't cast it.
Yeah, okay, so my 1 out is for you to draw the target.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I see.
But I think this is a bit better, forcing, because Richard has no idea what's in Judas' hand.
Yeah.
It's all unknown information, and so let's see what we get. EI off the top. Ooh, that's a pretty nice one.
It is, but it also costs 2 mana, so what we really wanted to see is like things like Black Lotus.
Costs 2 life.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. 2 mana equals 2 life.
So we've got Vivi.
Yep.
And we're going to start doing a lot of A lot of interesting stuff here.
All right, so
there is also the possibility here that Vivi just pings and does a bunch of damage to kill Judas. Judas is only on 10 life, and he has a Dark Confidant in play, so this could
be an awkward situation.
All
right, so looking at the top card in response to my expressive iteration.
Holding priority, always fun.
Yeah. And Richard just stopping and thinking. Right? On 5 life here. Do I potentially die to a lightning bolt? That's a consideration to have.
Speaking of,
lightning bolt. All right. So still in response to the expressive iteration, lightning bolt to Judas's head, and that also doing 4 damage because of the Vivi.
Yep.
Absolutely cooked. Absolutely cooked. This is amazing. All right. So storm count is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're just double checking that before we have the trigger resolve on the Vivi. And Richard just stopping, pausing.
There's a lot on the line here. There's a lot to think about.
Hands on head. Let's just stop. Let's think about this.
This might be the most amount of money either of these players have played for in an individual match of Magic.
It is absolutely cooked. It's so good. It's so good.
It's probably more money than most people have played for than an individual match of Magic, to be honest.
Right. So the lightning bolt is resolved, and the Vivi trigger has resolved as well. And now we're looking at the top card of our library again in response to this expressive iteration sorcery that's on this stack. And Richard just going, all right, do I die to lightning bolt here? Do I take some damage? Can I win without going to 3 life? A really good question.
You can't Veil of Summer a lightning bolt.
Can I Veil of Summer a lightning bolt?
Despite my one testing session, we thought we could do that.
Yeah. All right, so expressive iteration resolves, and you can see there was a 3-drop on top there that instant. And so he did have the ability to go to 1.
Flame of Anor could draw 2 cards, could kill a DRC and do some more damage. So exiling the Flame of Anor, which could be cast with the Vivi, depending on how we go with what's on top.
Yep. So Vivi on 2 counters here. Flame of Anor in exile.
We have Ponder, we have Veil, we have Abrupt Decay, and we have Deadpool.
Okay.
So this is really tight in terms of mana and things we can cast, to the point that maybe you consider just Veil of Summering here.
Yeah, to just add an extra blue mana. And and that says, hey, look, you actually can't counter my spells for the rest of the turn. That's not in response. Okay, it usually gets cast in response, but it's proactive for the rest of the turn. Your spells cannot be countered, and you cannot be targeted by blue and black spells.
Judas going for the counterspell, triggering the Surveil off the DRC, which is going to, importantly, let him look at the top card to make sure he tries to not die to this Deadpool.
So we see 2 additional storm tokens being added in the form of those lightning bolts.
Hieroglyph into the bin, because that would have killed Judas.
Yep.
So now we're going to activate.
So Vivi is now the only mana we've got, activating for 3.
Activating for 3, and we've got Ponder in hand and some other stuff.
Blue, red. Richard's got so many decisions here. We've got
he's on 4. So this is actually going to put him to 3. We're going to see a tick up on the Vivi, put you to 3. And now, lightning bolt's already in the bin, so that's not an out. But there are plenty of other cards that could be cast.
So there's a Beseech the Mirror, Tropical Island under Yorkwill.
And I think that might be a Rain of Filth, as well as a 4-cost black card. So we might be able
to Beseech the Mirror and a Yorkwill.
And a Yorkwill. Okay.
So if Richard keeps the Yorkwill on top and casts it, he gets to cast a bolt.
Yep. If he's able to cast it.
Well,
so
he can.
4
So
drop.
Richard going to 1, choosing if you have bolt, I'm dead.
Yep.
Well, I can play a land for turn still.
Yeah.
Which is on top, and then I can play Mana Vault, or I play Dark Ritual.
And you got the bolt as well. You got red.
Yeah, Richard is explaining I have the bolt in the bin. I don't need anything else.
That was absolutely amazing. Going down to 1 life on 4 life. There's not many cards here that I can actually cast. I've got to have multiple cards or exactly Yawgmoth's Will. And Yawgmoth's Will got there, putting Richard down to 1 life, but allowing him to play cards from his graveyard, and that included playing a land, as well as being able to play Mana Vault, and then Judas was like, you've also got the bolt there. Yeah. So
the turning point there was definitely the Thundertrap Trainer finding that Mana Vault to be able to be tinkered away into the Citadel, because the Veil of Summer being able to protect the Tinker meant that Richard could combo off. Otherwise, Judas might have gotten that game as well.
Yeah, but also Richard masterfully manipulating his mana in the correct way in order to play the Vivi, play the things, in order to have the things that go spell, ping, 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 and then finish off with a Yawgmoth's Will and a Lightning Bolt. Absolutely fantastic. And now we go back to the board, which is like you were saying, I'm going to be shuffling maybe 15 cards in and then taking 15 cards out.
Oh, if I'm Richard, I'm almost certainly doing that. I don't want to know my opponent to know if I'm on this mid-range plan or not.
Yeah.
Just with his sideboard guide with Speed, the movie, in the middle.
Speed, the movie in the middle.
You ever seen the movie Speed?
Yeah.
You know what it's about?
You like the bus?
Yeah, it can't stop.
Can't stop. Okay. And being part of Team Bus Stop. Okay.
Stephen Hitchcock is very fond of these kinds of jokes.
Yeah, sweet. So Richard going back to seeing that Deadpool there. Like, do I want to keep Deadpool on the draw? Like, I think I saw a Lion's Eye Diamond being put in the potential sideboarding out pile there.
Yeah, so Lion's Eye Diamond can be a bit risky because it forces you to go all in when you use it, and sometimes you're having to do that by putting a Yawgmoth on the stack, sacking the LED, and hoping they've got nothing.
Because if you got that Force of Negation, you got that Force of Will, which I might not know about, then I'm actually throwing away my entire hand.
Also means you can't use the Veil of Summer that you might have.
Yeah, true. So you'd have to proactively, like Richard did there, where he played the Veil of Summer, and it got counterspelled.
So Richard looks like he's sideboarded out Tezzeret, Cruel Captain. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, my initial thought is I don't like that, and then my immediate next thought is that must be correct.
Yeah. If Richard's doing it, he probably knows better.
Yeah. And there's definitely something to be said about Tezzeret, Cruel Captain being, yes, very powerful, but it does get killed by being attacked by creatures. And the Grixis deck's main plan is to put some really early creatures into play, some threats, and then back it up with counterspells and burn. So saying, you know what, yes, the Tezzeret's good, but it's not going to stick around for that long, so not really where I want to be.
Both players getting out of their chairs, having a bit of a stretch and posing for a photo.
Very nice.
The final game. There's no more games after this, unless a pop draws it.
Oh,
that would be fun.
Yeah, Price of Progress. Yeah.
But this is it. This is the final. This is what
Black Lotus
the whole weekend is built up to.
I'm so excited to see this. Whilst also, like, just as a viewer, just being captivated by this game. Like, I was like sitting there going, oh, yep, all right, we got to make sure that we're on the ball here because it's just, I could just watch this all day.
Oh, yeah. Highlander is such a fun format to watch.
Yeah.
The games are so exciting. They're going all over the place. All this interesting stuff is happening. I just love watching the format.
I've been absolutely inspired to build some more decks after watching and participating in the coverage today.
What kind of decks would you like to build so far?
Oh, the Shane Cutting Time Vault deck.
Oh, that looks cool.
That's where I'm going to start. But I also want to pick up the Beckett Lands deck.
Yeah.
Have a good look at that and have a play around with it.
That looks like a really cool deck. And from what I've seen of it looking at Grixis, it looks like it is Grixis for breakfast.
Yeah, it certainly does.
It's good to see a bit of a resurgence in the lands archetype and a new direction to take it. And looks like a very good direction to take it as well.
Yeah, that Ice Steel Explorer card just seems really, really good.
It's definitely breathed a lot of new life into this strategy.
Yeah, it made the waste and strip paying for the points on those far more beneficial.
Judas definitely happy to be on play here. Sees Price, Git Probe, Land, Brainstorm, Ponder, DRC, and Wing to Dust, I think.
So we're just making sure that all the cards are where they're supposed to be. Richard just fumbling his deck a little bit.
Yeah, I think he saw the top card or something.
Yep. So we just want to make sure that this is randomized.
Destroy the information. Keep the in-tournament integrity.
Yep, that makes total sense. So Judas gets to decide first whether I'm keeping this or not. Mostly good to be on the play. But there is something to be said for like having that information about whether Richard's keeping his 7 or not, because that can really change whether you feel like, I need to have like a Force of Negation or a Thoughtseize or an Inquisition. Yeah. Whereas when you don't know, like if Richard might be mulliganing to 6, might be going to 5, then there's less of pressure to make sure that you've got that turn 1, turn 2 interaction.
So I think Judas is going to keep this hand because he does have the Git Probe, he's got the Ponder, and he's got the Brainstorm. So he knows that if he needs to dig for Force, like because of Richard might have a turn 1, he has to look for it and look for it.
And he will look for it. And if he doesn't, then he can chill out.
Yeah, but Richard going to 6.
Yep.
Didn't like his first hand. Judas has got to be happy about that. He's got to be happy that he's on the play for this final game. He's got to be happy that he's keeping a 7.
Yep. All right. So what are you hoping to see if you're Richard Owen here?
It really depends on what Judas's hand is. So you're kind of hoping to either have a creature mid-range sort of plan, maybe a fast Baragoyf again, depending on what Judas has lined up. But the thing is, Judas is going to have more information because he's going to be able to get probe and dictate what the pace of play is, where Richard is going to be operating on unknown information. Yeah. So the other thing Richard might be hoping for is, because he's on the draw, a slower, more grindy game with a bit more to keep himself above, getting thought seized and such.
Yeah, that makes sense. And there's also something to be said for just going, you know what? No. I just want to have Black Lotus, Tinker, Mana Vault in my empty hand.
Yeah, and Storm can just draw those as well, and those are a bit frustrating sometimes.
Yeah. Maybe a land and a Veil of Summer to go with it.
Yeah, so he's got in hand a Bolas of Citadel, Lightning Bolt, Duress, putting the Citadel to the bottom, unsurprisingly.
Yep.
We want to tinker for that, not anything else.
I've definitely had some hands where it's 7, but I've got the Tinker and the Bolas of Citadel, and I'm like, oh, I wish that this was a mulligan to 6. So I could just put the Citadel on the bottom.
So Judas taking us off with the Volcanic from the polluted Delta. He's doing this before he get probes to thin the deck and make sure he does reduce the chances of drawing a target with a thing. So plays the Darcy. He's choosing to get aggressive first, saying, Richard, I'm gambling, you've mulled 6, you can't kill me turn 1.
Yeah. Well,
so I'm going to try and get this game over with as quickly as possible. The Darcy is going to allow me to start surveilling and possibly hit the second land drop as well. So Git Probe resolves. We see Otawara, Tropical Island, Manamorphose, Beseech the Mirror, Lightning Bolt, and Brainstorm.
Yeah. Now, Richard valuing this hand because it's got the Brainstorm to be able to search for things. It's got 2 lands, and the Storm deck doesn't actually play a lot of lands. And then it's got that Lightning Bolt, which can actually be cast off the Manamorphose if need be.
Just draws a Bauble off the Git Probe as well, so he's going to get to Surveil 1, and then see what Richard is working with next turn.
Yep. All right, so we see all of the cards available. And already we got instant, sorcery, land, and artifact, so that DRC is already on.
Deadpool to draw for Richard. So Judas knows what he's up against and the time constraints. Judas has drawn a Watery Grave for the turn, so he will be hitting his second land drop. Richard with no turn 1 play, just the Tropical Island. And Judas has time here to start setting things up with his cantrips. So being able to ponder, he's drawn Preordain for the turn, so he gets to then play that.
Yep.
So he gets to kind of look at the top 3 cards and then decide what he wants. Has missed his Surveil trigger here.
Well, he kind of announced the Surveil trigger and then started resolving that Ponder. So the judge just stopped for a second and go, okay, you've chosen...
You've picked up 3 cards.
You've chosen not to Surveil. You've looked at that first card to start with and decided to keep it there. Yep. So a little bit of a shortcut there, which these players often do that shortcutting, so it's actually totally fine.
So Judas choosing to keep... finds a Dark Slick Shores.
Yep.
Has Delirium, so this DRC is going to start acting fast, all thanks to that Bauble. So we've got instant sorcery, artifact, and land.
Doth my eye spy a Price of Progress in hand there?
It does.
Ooh. So that means that there's, couple of damage here, couple of damage here, couple of damage here, and then Price of Progress.
This Richard is on much less life than he thinks he might be. We got the Cling to Dust here as well, so we can use our mana if we want to surveil and draw a card.
All right, so we'll see a Cling to Dust, and we're going to have that trigger resolve.
Yep, Judas knowing what it was. So.
All right, Richard's like, no, Manamorphose time. I need to get a red source. Or, with that Abrupt Decay, maybe I get green-black.
Yep, now he's choosing red-blue. Draws a card. It's a Pyroblast. That doesn't hit a DRC. But this Lightning Bolt does.
Yeah, which is a known factor.
This Manamorphose was Richard's only source of red mana currently. So the Brainstorm here is pretty good.
And I think we saw a fetch land there in the foothills.
Yep, along with the Dark Ritual and the Tendrils. So Tendrils is obviously going back on top. The card he's going to draw next turn something he doesn't want to be thought seized. Something he doesn't want hand attack because he's going to draw it.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Best place to keep cards you don't want thought seized, top of your deck.
Top of your deck. Top of your deck. And this one, you can actually deliberately choose to do so, which often when we say that, it's because you've ripped the card that is the best card possible as the top card of your library. But in this situation, Richard's deliberately put that good card on top of his library.
Judas drawing an Inquisition of Kozilek. He's decided he doesn't care too much about Richard's hand because the Brainstorm is going to put back anything scary. Has a Drown on the lock, Force of Negation, Price of Progress Brainstorm.
Taking 2 damage down to 15. So every shock land, every 2 damage is 1 less storm needed for the tendrils.
Inquisition revealing a Beseech he can't take, the Abrupt Decay, Pyroblast, Dark Ritual, and the Wooded Foothills. He's thinking a lot. He's thinking a lot. And does he know what the top card is?
Doesn't know what the top card is. Bauble happened last turn. So take the Pyroblast and leaving the Abrupt Decay, leaving the Dark Ritual. Is that a Dark Ritual?
Yeah, it's a Dark Ritual.
Yep. And then
leaving the Beseech. So this Beseech is a fair bit off given that Richard only has access to 1 black mana from this Wooded Foothills.
With the Dark Ritual, you can actually just play it right now, yeah?
Oh, yeah, that's true. And it doesn't have anything to bargain.
True, true.
And Judas does have a Force of Negation if he tries to go for that, plus a Brainstorm if he really needs to go and try and find something else. Which is why Judas took the Pyroblast there, because he doesn't want the Force of Negation getting countered. So goes for the main Raucous Theatre, again, choosing to play around Washington.
Yeah. Just 2 masterful players here, battling it out. And this is, we're 53 minutes into this round, and these players have had so much of their brain power be used by everything that's going on. So really impressive stuff from both players.
So Mana Vault, the Spell on top. Judas needs to find a threat here because he's a...
Well, doesn't need to find a threat. He's got like Force of Negation, he's got Brainstorm, he's got a bunch of things going on. Like, there's a lot. Like, he knows about what's in most of Richard's hand, like 1 card excluded. Pretty good stuff. Like, you can actually survive a fair bit with having all of this interaction.
I think the card that Richard drew, which Judas actually did know about, might have been Deadpool.
Wow, he knew that Deadpool was in the sphere of...
it's in the realm of possibility.
Yeah, but it might be the second card down. It might have been shuffled away.
Yeah, so just playing a Scalding Tarn passing, leaving open Spell Pierce and Force of Negation, and Drown in the lock. Yeah. So Richard's going to struggle to resolve a spell for a little bit, and then just needs to make sure none of the relevant spells resolve, stick a threat, and win with it.
Or the other option is that Richard just slowly bleeds out those counter spells, bleeds out those interactions, or just creates a situation where he can play multiple threats in 1 turn and have Judas go, yes, I've got all the answers, but no, I don't have all the ability to play all of those answers in 1 turn. Now, Force of Negation, a little different because you can play it for free, but sometimes you run out of blue cards.
Yeah. Judas opting to get the basic island. I think this is for Price of Progress.
Yep, makes sense. Considerations.
And choosing not to get a Surveil Land, but has the ability to just play the Cling to Dust.
Oh, yes. I've forgotten about the Cling to Dust.
Yeah, so with Richard doing nothing, Judas is just going to start drawing more cards, and Judas, with a hand full of counter magic already and other stack interaction, is just going to give him more of it. So he gets to also tax Richard's graveyard a bit, targeting this Brainstorm or Manamorphose. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Get out of there.
We don't want that off the Org Will. Oh, he draws a Force of Will.
Okay.
Force of Will, Force of Negation, Spell Pierce, Price of Progress, Flooded Strand, and a Drown in the lock. He's got 4 counter spells in hand.
Okay. So Carpet of Flowers is the draw for Richard, which represents 1, 2, 3 mana, potentially more.
I think it represents a counterspell.
I think we might, but I don't know. I've seen Judas stop and reflect on these things and go, you know what? I can just counter everything anyway.
I think countering the Carpet of Flowers makes sense because it allows Richard to start playing more spells in a turn than Judas might be able to counter.
Yeah,
so even though Judas does have the double Force of Negation, he doesn't want to be leaving all this mana open all the time, and he wants to be able to start clinging to dust whenever Richard skips a turn. So he's just going to focus on countering anything that's relevant for any part, and anything that's not relevant, he's going to cling to dust, draw a card, and eventually just have too many cards for Richard to deal with.
Yeah. So for those viewing at home, you might have actually spied the Mana Vault that is in Richard's hand. And traditionally, Additionally, Mana Vault costs 1 mana, adds 3 mana to your mana pool. So you want to play it out first when you've got nothing else to do, because that allows you to have 3 untapped mana the next turn. But when you're playing the Storm deck, a little different.
Judas draws the Baraglyph and plays it. Richard draws a stock up. And this stock up might get hit by a little spell pierce here.
A little spell pierce.
Just a little spell pierce.
Well, we could see a situation of Mana Vault into stock up, but that's committing a lot of resources in that Mana Vault.
It is, and the spell pierce would still work.
You have 1 left over, so you play 1.
Oh, maybe.
No,
sorry. No, there's another untapped land there.
Get out.
Yeah, I'm just getting too out of myself here.
Yeah, no, that's all right. That's all right. So, Richard is stopping to think about this. What can I play around? Can I play around 2 counter spells? Can I play around 1 counter spell? If he has 1 counter spell, do I want to play the stock up? If he has 2 counter spells, do I want to play something else? If one of them is force negation, do I want to do something else? Abrupt decay. I can...
That Baraglyph is going to be a huge problem because it's going to start gaining life as well, which makes it...
Speaking of huge problems.
Ooh, Null-Rod.
It does nothing.
It does nothing.
Yeah.
Are you sure? What does it do?
No, it does nothing.
It does nothing?
Yeah.
Why is he playing it?
Well, because it does nothing. Null-Rod says that all artifacts basically just don't work anymore. They just don't happen.
Stock up straight into the spell pierce. Stormscale Scion, the draw for Richard.
And that was a very fast spell pierce, knowing that I'm going to deploy this at any available opportunity.
Okay, so Judas with the Wooded Foothills. That can't find Undercity Sewers, and the Thundering Falls is already in play, sadly. But Judas still does have access to these Cling to Dust in the board.
Yep.
Not in the board, sorry, in the graveyard.
So I can continue drawing a couple of cards here. Richard has the option to play Vivi here, or has the option to kind of just wait. So Vivi comes down. You could see a hard cast Force of Will.
I like hard cast Force of Will here. Richard's going to have, on average, fewer draw steps than alive, just because of the nature of the Storm deck. And a Consign to Memory off the top. Judas is just drawing all of the hate.
So we see here, though, that something like a Dark Confidant would actually just come into play, would not be targeted, would not be countered, doesn't get affected by Null-Rod, doesn't get affected by Consign to Memory, doesn't get affected by Force of Negation. It'd be pretty amazing here.
Yeah, so Richard Owen, the cast Ponder, I saw Bolus the Citadel and Tendrils of Agony, and quickly chose to shuffle them.
Oh, yeah. Please get these out of my view.
Yes, they do not want. I do not want these in my hand. I want these in my deck.
Yeah. I will get these later.
I will get these later for when my opponent is dead. Thank you.
Yeah. So Judas is on 13. So if we're going to do a Tendrils kill, that'd be a Storm count of 6, and then the Tendrils is the 7th card. So we're a fair bit off that at this point in time.
So Deadpool in hand?
Deadpool in hand. I don't know what that most recent
fetch land, Scalding Tarn.
Scalding Tarn, okay.
Or Steinbends.
Passing the turn, back to Judas. Judas, again, looking at all these cards in my graveyard, all this fuel.
Getting to Cling to Dust.
Cling.
And I think Richard here, kind of hoping maybe just does deploy a threat and gets to Deadpool it.
Yeah. All right, so 5 cards exiled. We've actually got another 5 cards available, it looks like. So can still draw another card even in the following turn. Now,
responds by sacking the Scalding Tarn.
Yep, and no response with 1 Shear.
Yep.
These players just really stopping and thinking about each interaction point. How do I optimize this? How do I not get wrecked by something that I could have played around?
And I think at a match like as high stakes as this, if you blunder something really bad, you're going to be kicking yourself for a while, maybe.
Yeah. You got many of those?
Oh, too many, man. Too many.
Definitely had some of those moments that are still sticking around in my head.
That's how you get good as a Magic player, is you lose a lot.
Yeah, that is the #1 way.
And then you keep coming back, because it's the only way to get better.
All right, so cutting the deck, and we are now letting that Cling to Dust resolve. Brainstorm's getting exiled.
Draws a Daze.
Which
could snag the Deadpool if... So Judas might be incentivized here to not play lands to make sure this pop doesn't draw a game or kill him.
Yeah.
So he's choosing not to play the
13.
Gloom Lake Virgin hand, but also it means he gets to represent more cards.
Yep, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 damage at the moment, being down to Judas. 2, 4, 6, 8 damage being dealt to Richard, putting him to 7. So
this Wooded Foothills as well can't find a basic land. But a thing Judas can do is also daze and
just return one of the lands.
Just return one of the lands to the hand.
Yeah, yeah. Might say one of those problems, those situations with the price of progress unstack, holding priority, return my own island to daze my own spell, just so that I take and pay for it and take 2 less damage.
So Judas is still going to get to Cling to Dust. This looks like it's going to be the last one, kind of.
Yeah.
Judas does have the ability to put one more card in his graveyard with the Wooded Foothills, but
also has the ability to exile a creature here in Vivi, and rather than draw a card, just gain 3 life. It's certainly an option. I don't think it'd be the best option at this point in time.
No, I think I'd rather the card, but it's definitely something you want to be considering. And Richard, again, playing around Washington, just really doesn't want to get got by it, and affords to. Knows that he's not really doing anything this turn with the mana or needs to represent anything. Knows ahead of time what he potentially wants to draw. So he's certainly digging for specific things here.
Yeah, yeah. Although conceptually down to 4 life here for Richard.
Yep. I'm sure Price of Progress is in the back of Richard's mind.
Yeah, yeah. Quite often it's in the front of Richard's mind, but
I like my Price of Progress to be in front of my opponent's face.
Right, so just counting exactly how many cards in exile as was. What cards in exile? Because I actually know the deck, because it's open deck list.
Richard is currently constructing in his head an idea of what is left in Judas's deck, what interaction he still has left, and how he can play all around it as best as possible, and like which cards are going to be good and which cards are bad. And Judas draws the Washington, so greatly Richard rewarding.
Yeah, it's so cool to see. So cool to see.
Judas drawing another land for turn, choosing not to play it.
Yep. Playing around his own Price of Progress.
Yeah.
Great to see.
Because if he casts Price of Progress at the moment, he could get bolted and die.
Okay, so we're looking at some action here.
Richard casting a Night's Whisper. That's going to put him to 12. That means 1 land.
Yeah, or is it just like 1 attack step with the Washington?
Veil of Summer. The Seat of the Synod.
Oh, this is like, this is nail-biting stuff.
Oh, this is tense.
Do it.
Plays the Seat.
Okay.
Can't be activated because it's an artifact. The Null Rod's not doing nothing now.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10 damage in play.
12 damage.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 damage, and Richard is on 12.
2.
Washington for 2. Yep. Judas is going to leave himself the ability to cast this pop at instant speed if he needs to.
Yep.
He has to draw a card with the Washington.
Now, Judas does have to be aware of cards like Blue Elemental Blast, Hydro Blast, which Richard might have brought in, might not have. So Judas doesn't have to actually pop off with the pop.
No, Judas can choose to play safe as he's got a I win button in his hand at any point, really.
Yep, and got a Force of Negation, so can do this like in Richard's turn, in Richard's upkeep if he wanted to, in response to... Oh, nope, main phase.
No, Richard,
let's put it on the stack.
Judas says, I'm going to make you have it.
Let's see.
Let's
Richard's
see.
looking at his hand.
Veil of Summer's not particularly good here.
Oh,
I think.
Oh my God! Is this the Black Lotus? Is this a Price of Progress for a Black Lotus?
What is the Price of Progress, Isaac?
It is Veil of Summer in response. So this is.
Yep, that resolves. And we have a winner! Wow. Matthew Judas wins a Black Lotus playing Grixis.
Oh my God!
Beating Richard Owen, one of the most phenomenal Storm players, most phenomenal Highlander players we've seen. But Judas is on a tear. He's staring down, and he went for the prize. He knew what he wanted, and he was going to get it.
Absolutely phenomenal. Black Lotus giving away to Matthew Judas with the Price of Progress, main phasing that.
Do you know what one of Judas's most impressive stats is that any Highlander event he's played with a piece of power on the line, he's top 8'd except for 1. He has lost in the finals of 3 events with power for first, and he's finally done it. He's won a piece of power for first, and it's a Black Lotus of all things.
Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely
and
fantastic.
Look at that smile.
Look at that smile.
I've known this guy for so long. We started testing Magic together. We've brought up to like all this time, and I'm so happy to see him succeed.
Absolutely stoked. This is amazing stuff, and I'm so glad to be a part of this. I'm so glad to be commentating with you, Dylan, on this amazing historical event, Black Lotus, 312 players, absolutely wonderful. Big shout out to all the players for coming. Big shout out to all the judges for being able to judge. And there's one person in particular that I would like to really thank and express my gratitude for. It's the person who runs MTG Bazaar, Patrick Hawkins, giving away a Black Lotus. Why? Because he wants to.
Because he wants to. He wants to do something good. He always believes in giving back to people. A lot of people done a lot of stuff for him. And when things are good for him, he wants to make them good for other people. And that's why we've been able to run this fantastic event, this fantastic weekend, and give away such an expensive prize. And not just a first prize, an expensive second through 8th prize as well.
Yeah, Mox for second, Time Vault for third, Time Vault for fourth, and then Dual Lands for 5th through 8th.
Play set of Underground Seas, the most expensive of the Dual Land as well. So like not even like Shireen corners here.
Yeah, for sure. We're actually going to have a winner's interview with the winner in a very short time, so stick around right now. Before we actually go over to them, though, before we actually head over to the winner's interview, there is someone that I would like to thank in addition to Pat.
Who's that, Isaac?
That's actually our chief of communications. That is Sam Loy. So Sam Loy has, well, here's the weird thing, right, Dylan? You go, okay, Sam's been directing us all day. He's been doing the coverage team. He's been organising who's coming up to the streaming. He's been doing like interviews with players. He's been organising judges. He's been organising a whole bunch of things. But if I just rewind a couple of steps, he's also been making assets. He's been helping me with the website. He's been helping with getting this created, all of this. The media wall and getting the new logo designed. Absolutely fantastic stuff. So shout out to Sam Loy, an absolute champion of the team at MTG Bazaar.
It's been a huge effort from like a lot of people, and it's paid off. It's been a fantastic event. I'm really happy this has happened. Been really happy to commentate with you, Isaac. It's been a lot of fun.
Oh, it's been absolutely fantastic commentating with you too, Dylan. Look, you've also been one of those team members that contribute a hell of a lot. I know that you work for Pat and you price up a bunch of cards. I've had cards sent to me by you before.
Yeah, if you're ordering through Pat's site, there's a good chance I'm handling your cards. I handle a lot of people's cards, and that's why I know a lot of cards. I get to see all the cards. I love Magic cards.
Speaking of which, if there are people that are watching that want to actually start purchasing from Pat, what is the best way to actually interact with Pat and the website, and or just the ability to buy cards of him?
Join our Facebook page, MTG Bazaar.
MTG Bazaar.
Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar at the moment, but Josh, MTG Bazaar. We run a Facebook page. We run auctions. We run buy it nows, so you can just buy cards that go up on sale. There's all these kinds of flash sales that happen. Prices can go wild sometimes in terms of just like things being really cheap. Pat's got some of the cheapest prices in the world, and I'm pretty sure if you factor in conversion, they are the cheapest prices in the world on the public market.
Yeah.
So definitely like support Pat, support what he's doing, and when you do that, he's still giving it back out to the players. He's giving it back out to the community by running events like this, giving away a Lotus.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic.
It all comes full circle, and like it can't be done without everyone else as well. All the support from the customers, everyone who believes in Pat, and it's so much.
It's so great. So we're going to throw it over to Sam, and maybe we'll hear from the man himself, Pat, as well, before we then see what's happening next. So we'll throw it over to you, Marcus, and we'll see you in the near future.
Thanks so much, Isaac. I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, Pat Hawkins Jr. We've got the beers open. It's been an event well done. Congratulations to Judas. We'll hear from him in just a second. But I just want to say congratulations, Pat. And how do you feel about pulling off one of the craziest things that's ever been done in Australian Magic?
Look, I'm just a poor kid from America. This means the world to me, man. This means the fucking world to me.
Pat is very emotional, and he's done a thing that I think a lot of people doubted him about, and a lot of things that people think couldn't be done in Australian Magic, let alone anywhere in the world, I think. So, fucking congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
Love you, bud. And we've done fucking well. You don't get the mic. No, you can talk into the mic.
Like I said, I appreciate everyone who came. I appreciate the judges who ran this. I don't know, this means the world to me. The way I do things is I had a health scare 2 years ago. It made me see the world differently. Everything I do, I live my life there's not a lot left. This is everything I want to do. This community means the world to me, and I will continue to fight for it and put my resources into it and work hard for it, and that's what matters.
Deep words from Pat. Pat, you're the greatest. Thank you for doing this for everyone. Thank you for doing it for the community. And I hope you guys have enjoyed the event. We're going to get back to you guys in a second with the winners interview. Thank you so much for watching. We're back with our winner of the Black Lotus. Judas, you bloody did it, mate.
Apparently.
How do you feel right now?
Oh, ecstatic. Like, this is the biggest thing I've won.
Yeah, I think it's the biggest thing that anyone has won in Australia ever, which is kind of crazy. Richard, I believe, refused to split.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
Okay, so this is a bloody huge moment in your life and a huge moment in Australian Magic. How are you feeling about it?
Oh, it's great. Just I've dominated so many Win and Piece of Power events before, and now I've finally won one.
Yeah. yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm happy to hand this to you. This is the titular Black Lotus of the Black Lotus event. Judas, congratulations. You deserve it. You earned it. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, guys. That's going to wrap up the event to end all events. Love that you guys were here with us. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Thank you for all the players, everyone for being involved, and we'll see you guys next time.